Good evening. It is episode 261, the longest running episodic, whatever it is, we don't know. We're here.
Sure. Yeah.
Indeed.
No,
I'm just going to check here.
showed
I'm
up
gonna
again.
see. I know, it's unbelievable.
Mhm.
Not only that, Bobby, if that isn't enough excitement.
And that's not my mother.
What? Is there any other Kathy?
We've got a fake Kathy, is what you're saying.
That's what yeah.
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
It's another level.
40. I don't remember her having 4650.
We'll have to find out. Well, Garrick, this is deep on levels.
Well, I know.
This is the deep state. This is the deep state.
Yeah.
All right. So first, Josh here says it's Friday night. You know what that means because I'm Carlos live. I think this is the original Josh. So I think we're okay to start off with.
We're good.
Eric is so lame, says Zach. Sanderson to or agrees. Facts.
Yes.
Paul's here. Sorry for the loss of Ace Freeney there, Eric. Now that's out of the way. Good evening, gentlemen, and Booby. I'm going to give Eric a solid. I feel that there is an appropriate amount of time that we have to give for an icon of rock and Ace Freeney. So I think, and we will do that. And we're going to find out Eric is getting to the bottom of the deep state because this seems to be Kathy, but is it?
I don't remember her having 4650 on the end, but
well, I will tell you this. Can I can throw one thing in here. I'm noticing on my end that everybody's, except with the exception of yours, everybody is showing their @ which is the actual username that that YouTube uses as opposed to their nickname. Like even Ham here is Ham 007. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I know, and a bunch of these, like Zach, I know that's correct. Like, look, I'm not seeing the nicknames. I'm seeing the @ names.
Yeah, that's weird, eh?
Yeah.
So
maybe that's what's happening.
So maybe 4650 is correct. Maybe it is the OG Kathy.
She's not responding to me.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Claims there's only one Kathy. We're in independent verification.
No kidding.
Don't remember any of us having.
What did I have for dinner tonight?
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
What did I have for dinner tonight?
Well, honestly, anybody who watches our show can narrow that down to about 3 things, anyways.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like it would be easier to list. We'd spend a couple of days listing off all
this.
Yeah, not this one. This one's a no. This one
actually, what would be harder? What you didn't have for dinner?
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
But she made it, so she knows what I ate. So if that's really you, what did I have for dinner tonight? We'll see.
Yeah, I got to tell YouTube is actually, I will say this. YouTube has actually been making, I've noticed on my end, YouTube's been making a couple of small changes.
Okay, it's Mom.
See, 4650 is true.
Yep.
And Eric, you were accusing people of the deep
and
state.
Sausage for dinner?
Yep, she made it, and I ate it, and I loved it.
I want to live in the fun house.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
you do.
Jeez.
Wow. We've learned a lot. We really have.
I had sauteed haddock and asparagus in nice butter Parmesan sauce, along with some French fries.
That sounds like an adult dinner. Eric
likes to order off the kiddie menu.
I think so. How much maple syrup spilled over onto those sausages? I'd like to know. Enough. Yeah.
All of it. Hey, listen, you got to pour one out for Ace. You got to pour one out for Ace.
An extra.
Yeah. So we'll get it out of the way. So like I was telling the guys, before the show and on my Instagram account.
Now, Eric, just I'll let you say your tribute, but before you do, I want everyone to imagine in their mind Sarah McLaughlin's "I Will Remember You" playing in the background. We're not going to play it because we don't want to get sued and we don't want to get blocked. But pretend it's like happening.
You can hum it.
Eric's talking.
Yeah. So and don't picture dead puppies because that's sad. But if you follow me on Instagram, which by all means don't. I did a quick little thing because, for those who watch the show know that I'm a huge Kiss fan, and Ace obviously is one of the founding members, and I've always enjoyed them. But when my daughter was 3, she saw a picture of Peter Criss for the first time, and was completely enamored with the idea that somebody would dress up like a kitty cat. And from that moment on, she was a Kiss fan, wanted to know everything about them. And this is a 3 years old. And I started taking her to concerts, and I think we've probably been to like 12, 13 Kiss concerts. We've also been to some of the solo shows. And if you really are, because I'm Carlos fan, and if you've seen every single episode, well, one, you're insane. But you remember the times that I actually came on live from the Ace Frehley concert.
Mhm.
If you can remember that episode, where my daughter and I were at one of his shows, and I was, coming in, from the show. So
I remember that. That's when I took the washroom break. But yeah,
so at that show, at the end of the show, you go out and there's, the swag table, and her and I got this autographed 8x10 off the table. And also that night, he was, like most rock stars do, throwing out guitar picks, and we
hmm
were able to come home with one. So that's a game used Ace Frehley guitar pick, plus the autographed 8x10 we bought
Fanatics will be contacting you
at
soon.
the show. And basically, just to sum the whole thing up, it's very sad that the man passed away.
How did he pass
But
away?
he fell in
Oh.
his recording studio a short time ago and ended up with a brain bleed.
So an
And
aneurysm almost popped.
he's been in a bad situation for about a week or more now. Actually,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's a couple of weeks. I think he's been in bad shape. So, and of course they kind of hid all that. They just, he had a fall and
surprise.
he'll
Yeah.
be fine, but he's going to cancel his, upcoming shows, and, we'll see you all when he gets, back on his feet, and, don't worry. And then all of a sudden last night, the news hit that he had passed. But again, just to sum it up so we can move on, what I wrote on the Instagram is that music brings us together. And it was one of those things that my daughter and I had in common. She's older now. As your kids get older, you grow further apart. But we still had that. And anytime he came around doing his solo shows, that was something she and I would drop what we're doing and go see him. And now that's something that we won't be able to do again. So that's what kind of saddens me, is that that's something that my daughter and I have lost, that we really enjoy doing together. So
Gene Simmons still touring.
and if when he comes around, we'll go. She got up on stage and sang with him, with a bunch of other young kids, a handful of years ago in Lynn, Massachusetts, at the Lynn Auditorium. He called up kids under the age of 16 and did Rock and Roll All Night as the closer, with all these young kids up on stage singing along. And I got video of her as a younger kid up on stage singing with Gene Simmons. So, yeah. So, we're her and I are both sad. And I think even from her point, it's sad because that was our thing, and now that's gone. So
just need a new thing. That's all.
Yeah, but you know how it is, Bobby. You got kids. They get older. It gets harder to find those things. So
Mm-hmm.
they get their own lives and they get stuff going on, and so that's kind of where I'm at with it. But Ace was great. You also know, if you've been watching us for a long time, I spent a great deal of my life working, with as an addiction treatment specialist. And if you follow Ace in his life, he had serious substance abuse problems, and he's been sober for 20, plus years now, and even brings it up during the shows, and encourages people not to drive home drunk, and and all that. So I respected him for that too. Getting clean, talking about it, trying to help the next guy, bringing it up during his shows that he's been sober for so many years, and encouraging people to make good decisions when they're drinking. So I respected him for that.
Sure. There you go. So we wanted to make sure we included a little bit of time so that Eric could give a tribute. Sarah McLaughlin music, over.
Yeah.
So now let's read a couple of comments. I'll get caught up on that. Paul said, that sounds like a fabulous dinner. We'll finish off the dinner talk here, since that was a couple minutes ago. Kathy confirms. Stuke, good evening. Burgers on the grill tonight. Fair.
Nice.
Valid. My good says, can I come to dinner? I also love crispy bacon. Valid. Steak and taters. Nice. Ribeye and vinaigrette salad. Look at you being fancy. Is this the Kiss Band? It is the Kiss Band. Evening all and Eric, says Paul. So you see, even Paul doesn't have a number, but he's got Paul_C. So I don't know why it suddenly went to the at nicknames. It's weird instead of the usual screen names.
Yeah.
YouTube's been doing some stuff lately. I've noticed a couple of things. They've changed the graphics, like the thumbs up and the share and like the little icons have changed. And also how it presents to me the settings and theater mode and full screen and all that.
Mhm.
It looks different.
Huh.
And, like it was kind of all at once. They updated a bunch of the graphics. It's not a big deal. Like it's fine, but it's different than what it was. It's just a little weird. So like, all right. Mm. Yeah, it says 20 chicken wings and a Guinness. Ooh, he's bringing up the Guinness.
That I wouldn't mind that.
Hodges, good evening. Give video a like. Hello to you. Very special memories indeed, Mike. Indeed. Indeed. So, obviously, with the hat tonight, I'm kind of half watching the Jays game a little bit on the side there. But I would be remiss if I didn't talk about something else. Oh, see, it switched over to the at Sanderson or now.
Yeah, I
See,
did it
like
off
it
my phone.
Yeah.
All right.
Weird. All right. So I do have an update, obviously. We've got the countdown timer going for the Expo. So I'll talk about a couple of things related to Expo since that's coming up. Here's the countdown, Eric. You ready for it?
I'm ready.
Under 20 days.
Woo-hoo!
Now, by the way, this
Nice.
timer is not only set to the date, Eric, it is set to 4 p.m., which is when the actual regular Expo opens for the VIP night.
Nice.
So this is to the second. To the second. It's legit.
But
Just
we'll
saying.
all be there. We'll all be there before that.
Yes, and by will all, I mean you mean you. And probably Bobby.
Oh, Bobby and I would definitely, and Yannick too. Yannick gets
Yeah.
there before. Listen, Yannick gets there before me and Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
So he
Well,
gets.
Yannick, Eric, joke's on you, Eric. Yannick's there now.
Yeah, I would not be shocked.
If you walk by the hall for the expo, if you listen, you'll hear accordion music. Now, first thing you should be like, why is there accordion music? It's his right now. He's in the middle of his Phantom of the Opera era. Don't question it. If he walks around with a half mask on, the Phantom of the Opera is here, and he's French.
Yeah. It does the whole play in blue blah blah.
An Andrew Lloyd Webber classic en français.
Yep.
Le Phantom of the Opera.
Yep. Blue blah blah.
Stick says, still got the uncut Kiss sheet of cards from 1970s
Nice.
with 3 other bands. Very nice. Very nice. Producer Louis, good evening. Probably have to use the bathroom already. He was moved by Eric's Ace Frehley Kiss tribute.
Fraley.
Moved.
Fraley. Ace
Whatever.
Fraley.
All right. First NBA 3-pointer. I got it. He had a whole tribute. There wasn't a dry eye in the house. My good said, Eric, I thought the Blackhawks colors were black and red. Shouldn't you be happy, black and red?
Ta-da. My wife wanted to use YouTube, so she goes on the computer. She rarely uses the computer. She goes, how do these headphones work? I said, there's a little dial there. So she's reaching the one that doesn't have the cord, which has the dial on it. And I don't feel it. I said, oh, it's over here. Oh, there it is. Anyways. She's satisfied.
You just look. Oh, I tell you, you want. Listen, you want to go to war. We'll go to war.
Louis.
You're already going to war with everybody else, Eric. You might as well.
Just think, whatever.
We'll add Louis to the list.
Yeah,
I was going to say you're already fighting Shriners in a couple weeks. So.
Pretty much.
Put his in pen. Put his in pen.
Sure.
Yeah, like I said, like I told them last week. You keep this up, I'm not coming on your show. You've lost that now.
That right there is a threat. Yep. That right there is the threat, if ever I've heard one.
I mean, you could bring the hockey card gong show from here to here. You're here right now. With me, you're here. Here. But
choices.
You don't get that now.
That's pretty rough, man. I got to tell you. It's a pretty rough scene. And Louis, look, if it's any kind of, you have to understand something. When Eric is making this threat, he's not making an idle threat. He's talking about like you could be missing out on the potential of spending some time digitally with someone who knows Ray Bork. Check it out.
I don't like what you're doing to Ray. Okay, Ray's
I'm
a
not doing
Hall of
anything to
Famer.
Ray. I'm showing a lovely picture of you and
Well,
Ray posing.
well, I don't like what you're doing to Ray, and I hope he doesn't see it.
Spooky season's just around the corner. And I'm sure Ray was very happy to meet you. He looks thrilled. He looks happy to be there. And
I,
it's like, and
yeah,
he
no,
probably
see,
said immediately after, he exclaimed with great glee, "Brains."
Mm.
Ray at least recognizes me now.
He recognizes
I'm sure. Listen,
I don't know
I'm
if we
sure.
recognize him, but
I'm sure with a gun to his head, he doesn't know my name, but at least he knows who I am now.
that was probably the
After
plot of a Walking Dead episode.
After,
it's
after
like, hey,
several
you get me
years-
some water.
After several years of working with him, I think he finally like goes, "Yeah, you're that guy." But I'm sure he still doesn't know my name, but he knows who I am now at least.
Indeed. There you
Put
go.
his hand right out the other day. Say, "Hey, it's good to see you. How you been?" I'm like, "Oh, that we're making progress here. One of these days, he's got to know my name."
Wow.
Yeah.
My good set here says, when are we going to have the #1 hockey collector other than Bobby, Dan from Saugus?
Yes. I haven't
In
seen him
literary-
in a while.
In literary terms, Bobby, foreshadowing.
Yes.
I'm showing this comment right now.
Mhm.
Foreshadowing. Not yet.
And
Not
let
yet.
me see something.
Not yet. Foreshadowing can be a little bit of time. Don't be shocked if Dan from Saugus makes an appearance.
Mhm.
What would we do, Len? Louis? I don't
Yeah.
know. Wither and die.
Listen, you made your
Wither and die.
bed. You made your bed. Crawl in. Have a good sleep. You made your bed. You got to sleep in it. Just because you have the #1 show with the biggest audience and all that, it could have been bigger. But nope, not now.
Indeed.
Like
I actually, it was funny. I was recording. I was actually recording a video for the wrestling channel that I put up, and then after I recorded that, I did pop into the Slap Sharks thing on there. Phil didn't make it, but they were able to cameo him indirectly a couple different times, and it worked out. Obviously, you kind of sit around and kind of play in the background. Obviously, this time of year, I'm watching a little bit of the baseball going on, but it just made me laugh that they have the different auctions going on, and sometimes it's one of those things where you kind of go off, because auctions are auctions. You can only you watch them and maybe you speculate on a couple of them, but for the most part it kind of devolves into, all right, we're going to talk about this random thing for about 5 minutes, which is the way you got it. There's pretty much what you got to do. You got to be talking about something
the
else.
countdown's on, you got to say something.
Yeah, but otherwise you're going from tab to tab to tab. Like,
Yeah.
You got basically the entertainment has to be brought in for the rest of it. Otherwise you're just scrolling through tabs and watching people spend money. So you got to bring the extra in there. Louis says, he didn't get too mad. He didn't even get into the Boston accent, so I'm not too worried. Yes.
Yeah.
When the facade slips and all of a sudden he's talking about cards, that's when you know it's serious.
And only then.
That's when you know it's serious.
It's on.
That's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. Occasionally the mask slips off a little bit and then you see just a little bit of it, and you find yourself a man who can get very angry but still has a broken hip and is of no threat to anyone.
Mm-hmm. Phantom of the Opera kind of mask too.
We got 2 Phantom of the Operas now.
We
We got a French one and one from Boston.
Yeah, one that's blue, blah blah.
Could you imagine dueling? Could you imagine dueling Phantoms at the expo? That would be the worst.
It would be something. In tights, nonetheless.
Imagine two dueling Phantoms at the expo, and neither one of them speak English.
At least
That's
not
basically-
English that people can
Where did the
understand.
first Phantom come in? Am I missing something?
So we were talking about the expo. I did the countdown timer, and I talked about how the countdown timer that I use is actually not just timed to the day. I literally have it to 4 p.m. on the VIP night when the VIP night officially starts. And then Eric was saying, we'll all be there beforehand. It's like, no, well, you will be there beforehand, and Bobby will be there beforehand. And he's like, well, Yannick will be there beforehand. I said, well, Yannick's already there right now. He's doing a Phantom of the Opera routine in a sub basement. If you hear an accordion and you walk by the International Center right now, he's just doing his Phantom of the Opera shtick. That's where it came from.
And isn't that funny that I said Phantom of the Opera and I didn't even hear that?
Oh,
That is weird. Because I
You
was
were
going
tuning
"How did
into
that
the
come in?"
universe, Bobby. You were tuning into the universe.
that's great.
I guess. Because I was with my wife telling her, go, turn it here.
And somewhere in the back of your mind, you were like, the Phantom of the Opera is here, inside your mind.
Well, I was thinking mask and Halloween and how it comes across half of your face because half of Eric's face is kind of better suited for. Anyways, just if you were going to go on a show and take it to here or here. Ow.
Yeah, you don't want to go full tickle trunk.
I almost did.
That has caused problems. Indeed. So you got that. Now I'm going to
It's
open
raining.
up the.
Yes.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah. I'm going to open up the link here because I have seen a couple of other autograph guests. Nothing too crazy. I think we still got to like the list is already pretty long, to be honest, as it is. Just looking here. They tacked on a couple of more Maple Leafs into it. There's Ben Danford, who I have no idea who the hell that is.
Who? Is that a Leaf?
Ben Danford. You haven't heard of the Ben Danford?
Did he have a coffee? The Leafs?
I don't know.
I don't know that name.
I'm not going to pretend that I'm tuned into the Leafs here. Let's see. He is. I think he's a prospect. It looks like he's a prospect to the Maple Leafs.
I got to put my Leaf hat on.
31st overall. Drafted 31st overall.
I have to put my Leaf hat on.
Oh, you an usher?
Apple bottom jeans. No, not.
Wow.
Yes.
We're getting two references. My goodness.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. It's wild.
It's kind of crazy. Am I an usher? I don't know.
That's what it looks like to me.
Maybe I am.
Literally says usher.
Literally. Yeah, this was a uniform that was used in the 70s at Maple Leaf Gardens for the usher. I picked it up. It's a pickup, but I figured the hat would be apropos right now.
Apropos. Oh,
well done. Look at that.
That sounds like boo boo blah blah.
Oh yeah, it is.
So why don't I do this? I will quickly go over the list as it currently stands because unfortunately they don't. I would love for them to just put it in order of the new ones as they add more because that would make my life easier. But never mind. Rather than look through all the social media posts, I'll just do it this way. I'll start off from the top and we'll go through because some of them definitely new that they've incorporated in there. So we got Sir Savard, the aforementioned Ben Danford, who's a prospect, Stephen Lorenz, Patrice Bergeron, Matt Sundin, Trailer Park Boys.
By the way, Patrice Bergeron will not be signing rookie cards.
Why?
That's a great question. Now,
it's not like his rookie card's worth anything.
So he's not charging extra. He just won't sign them.
Won't sign them.
How much is his rookie card worth?
What I'm guessing is he has some kind of contract with someone else to sign rookie cards or sell rookie cards signed through them. And someone brought that to my attention this
Tops?
week. I don't know.
Really?
But someone
brought. What is his rookie?
Week that he
Bergeron's got it. Bergeron's got a bunch.
Well, no. No. He only has one or two. Well,
Patrice Bergeron.
Yeah. I don't have his young guns, but I have others of his. I think
Bergeron's a more modern player. He has a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So in reality, the young gun would probably be one of his more popular ones.
Yeah, I definitely don't have.
I forgot the era of endless rookies. Yes, my mistake.
Let's see if I have any of these others.
I think there's 1,600 of them with all variations.
He was too early for that.
Marchand, no, here.
Marchand.
Here's two of his rookies right here.
Yeah, what season were they? Are they 05, 06 or right there around?
The cards are 2004, showing that is 2002 and 2003 stats.
So 2001,
because they had the lockout year right around that time, so that's why I'm checking. So I'm seeing 0304. Looks like 0304 is Bergeron.
0304, yep.
Yeah, he's got 37 different cards listed in Beckett as a rookie.
Okay, not that many.
Won't sign his rookie cards.
Compared to early 2000s, it hadn't blown up yet. It still was a decent amount, but not like it would get later.
But not signing a rookie card, that's really one of the main reasons why I think a lot of people would want to. Exactly. Because it is a very popular thing now, especially in the last, 4 years?
Absolutely.
Eric, it's like, and it's one of those things like it's the DJ Khaled. You played yourself. It's like some of his biggest rookies are already autographed.
Yeah, basically. Right?
He has Bowman Chrome autographs that are autographed.
Right.
And that are
then you can do a dual autograph, but get a real one and have the one that's
in the game used signature series. There's the in the game used signature series. That's autographed.
I see what the reason that it came up at work was we have a Young Guns sitting in the case, And I was like, hey, I should bring this with me, get it signed, put it back in the case, sell it for even more. And we started
He's the
doing
brains of the operation there, honestly.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
I remember. So now I remember that one. 0304. I remember what that SP Authentic looked like. Those are actually nice cards. His autograph is
Yeah.
shitty, but the
anyways, he
cards are
did a
nice.
little research and said he won't be signing rookie cards. So
Devastating. Good
well, I
evening,
just
Dan.
think it's bullshit, but
It
is.
is. That's crap.
Yeah.
Because he's got a
Good evening.
thing going on with somebody else
That's what I
in
think.
his 34 rookie cards.
Yeah, that's what I think, that he has an exclusive deal with somebody for rookie cards.
Maybe. Good evening, Dan. Good evening, distinguished hobby gentleman, and also Eric. What's his true rookie? Good evening, Orlando.
I don't know.
Great group in the chat, so it would seem. All of his expensive rookie cards are SP autos anyway. Yes.
Yeah.
There are a lot of them. There are actually quite a number.
But you don't need
But yeah,
to
a lot
sign.
of these are actually already autographed.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
he's got
don't
a
even need
UD
to
Premier
sign.
collection. That's a big one. That's an autograph too.
That'll
Yeah.
save a lot of money, right?
It's like Eric, go tell him that that's not much of a threat. Like half his damn rookie cards are already autographed.
I know.
Like it kind of defeats the point.
You go out, you go to him and say exactly what Carlos said, and come back to us and see.
That'll
Yeah,
teach him. It's like you
No.
played yourself, boy.
right.
You should be you should be
I don't know
charged
about
to
saying
not
that.
have an autograph.
Yeah, I'll
But yeah,
show
close.
up. I won't be. I'm not affiliated with the people that are bringing him in, so I don't have easy access to him. With asking permissions and paying some money, I could get access to him. what I did
Affiliated.
last
Is that
year.
short for adjacent?
Yeah,
Indeed.
no, it is, because that's what happened with Frank Mahovlich last year. Is that I had to go and ask and pay a little bit less than the public, but
I am moved by your story. Can I finish reading the list of autographs?
Please.
go ahead.
Thank
I don't care. You have 4 hours to
Kev-
kill. I didn't know you were in a fucking hurry. Go ahead.
Listen, we got better stuff to talk about than the list of signers and
All
Patrice
right, you
Bergeron.
got
He
4
rarely
hours to
swears.
kill.
That's
Go ahead.
good. Woohoo.
Talking about
Kevin
breakfast
Stevens.
cereal after this.
I gotta put my
Yeah,
other hat
Eric,
on.
we got to spend 3.5 hours talking about PSA upcharges.
Or
That's what the people
something.
want.
Okay.
Kevin Stevens, Bill Ranford, Steve Shutt, Andy Moog, Gary Unger, Matthew Nyes, Steve Thomas, Norm Ullman, Pascal Dupuis, Willie O'Ree, Bill Barber, Duncan Keith, Gary Roberts, Medano, Jennifer Botterill, Darcy Tucker, Yvonne Barrett.
Yep.
Beret?
I think I pronounced it 4 different times just for fun now.
Is it Beret or Brett?
Michelle Goulet, Jake the Snake Roberts is still on here. Trevor Kidd, John Casey, Brad Park, Essa Tikkanen, Glenn Anderson, and Yari Curry.
Holy
Two
moly.
cancellations. Dave Schultz is canceled.
Oh,
And
no.
Tony McKegney.
and Tony McKegney.
Yep.
Oh, we'll save
Those
it.
are the 2 that were canceled. Everybody else that I just listed off is currently on that sheet.
And
It's a
how
long
many is
list of
that?
names, man. And we still got a couple of weeks. They can
Forward
sneak
to
a couple
show.
in right at
Oh,
the
they're
end.
getting a few more.
Yeah. So
I
that's
I
a
don't know
pretty
when they're
long
going to
list.
announce the big star, but anyways.
I think Schultz was there last fall anyway, so I think most people were able to get him.
Was Dave there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
He's if not, he's been in the last couple. Like he's definitely made a
He's
couple.
been
of
coming
appearances.
for 20 years.
I think
30
it was
years.
last fall he was there.
Yeah,
but
for
I
the
think
vets, they rotate them through, and the guys make some money, so it's fine. Go
Yep.
for it. Why not? So Mike here says, Dan, hope to see you in Philly in December. Hyvee had a $2 Chiro boxes this week. Hashtag hobby content. Live the dream. Dakota's here. I'm just here so Eric gets fined.
that's
We
real-
appreciate the solidarity.
Yeah, appreciate
It
it.
is.
That's really nice. That's really kind of you. That's real nice.
That would require him to have a camera.
Mhm.
We don't even know specifically how he got on the internet.
No.
Oh, by the way, I'll keep it to the side, but just for the record, we were actually having a little bit of fun. I always make reference to the Discord, and all I'm going to say, and if Dakota wants me to share, I will. But all I'm going to say is we have a lot of fun with looking at comments that people put into different YouTube videos, including Dustin's and Neo's, and sometimes they'll share some of the funny comments. But one of my favorite things is that no matter what happens in the comment section, I kind of alluded to it. I said, those people are amateurs. We troll Dustin and Neo way harder than any of those comment section people in the Discord. Way harder. Not like the situation that we have here where I'm a man of peace and I'm nice to Eric all the time.
Of course. That's
Yeah.
different.
What planet am I on?
We don't even know the answer to that. You're in a rolling truck in Manila usually. We don't know. Did you enter a
I don't know.
spaceship? Is that
I
next?
think so. Emmanuel in space.
My good says, Bobby, let me rephrase the question from earlier. Do you have any items of yours in the Hockey Hall of Fame? Maybe this would be like a donation thing or something that you sold to the Hall of Fame. One of those things, maybe that
You
kind
don't
of
sell
situation.
anything to the Hall of Fame. They only get donations, so they don't buy anything from you ever. And
So they're basically the way that Eric gets Booby or rookies,
yeah, exactly.
generous benefactors.
Yes, they have
If you can get it.
3 of each of my books, none of which they had to pay for.
Wow.
So every time I come up with a book, they want 3 copies of everything. So they do have that. That's what I have donated, plus constant information all the time. So, I'm always in touch with Craig Campbell and what have you. So he does a lot of the archive work. So that's it. I donate
Scandals.
with time and information. That's all.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes. So thanks everybody, and thanks for Dakota for joining us this evening. Right now, the Jays are on a video review trying to avoid a home run from Seattle.
Oh no.
We'll see. It looks like they did. It looks like it's foul. So we'll see what the video review says. But I just looked at the replay. It looks foul to me. We'll see.
Is this a knockout game? Where
So
we
right
at?
now, the
No.
series, so Seattle got out to a 2-0 start, and
Okay.
actually the Jays have come back and won the last 2 games to tie the series.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting.
Both
Yeah,
of
so
them.
they literally beat the crap out of Seattle the last 2 games. It was weird. The bats were dead the first 2 games, and they found them again. I think they were lost. They were lost in their luggage, and they found them the last 2 games, and they absolutely beat the Seattle pitching into oblivion. So good for them. I'm just wanted them to make it competitive. So now they've made it competitive. Now it's a best of 3, and Brad is guaranteed to be able to use one of the ALCS tickets he bought because they have to play at least 1 game in Toronto.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Yeah, no matter what happens, at the bare minimum, they're going to play a game 6. So the game 6 ticket that he has in Toronto will be used because he purchased game 6 and game 7 tickets. Should it be required, and at least one of them is now.
Yeah, I really enjoy seeing Guerrero's check swing home runs.
Yeah.
It's honestly, he doesn't even swing. It's like, but yeah, it's homer.
Well, that's the reason that people get very frustrated with him. Like when they re-signed him, there's a lot of excitement because he is a really good hitter, and
He reads the pitch so well.
Yeah,
He's
the
very
thing is,
good.
he has a lot of his. So when he originally was a rookie, what I tried to tell people at the time, I go, if he has half his dad's talent, his dad is in the Hall of Fame.
Mhm.
And his dad was one of the greatest bad pitch hitters of all time.
Mhm.
I've never seen anyone who can hit so many bad pitches and so many play and still hit consistently and be
Mhm.
good. So, and he's in the Hall of Fame because he was able to do that. So if he's half as good, he would still be an excellent player. That would still
Sure.
be very good. So he inherited a lot of his dad's ability to hit tremendously. And the thing is, he has tons of power. But it's one of those things where there are times where he's just content to hit the ball on the ground. And it's like, you can literally lift it by accident and knock it out of the park. Like you
Yeah.
have enough power to do that.
He did that in the last game. It was sort of a late swing. It was kind of like a check swing. It looked like it was going foul, but it got a home run.
Yeah, the thing is, he's got that capability. So we're all sitting there, like this past season, he had 23 home runs. And we're
Mhm.
sitting there going like,
He's
what are we
got
doing?
5 now already.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and he can do it in bunches, and he can hit, and a bunch of the home runs he'll hit will be long home runs. They're not cheap home runs. A bunch of them.
Well, the
Plenty of power.
second tier seats the game before. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Just
then you look at it and
smacked
go like, why can you not do that all the time?
Yes, like at the 2 home games.
Yeah. So what ended up happening though, regardless, like for the most part though, this playoff he's been playing excellent. For the most part, like they had a couple of off games, but aside from that, he's been good consistently all the way through. So
Mhm.
and that's what you pay him the big bucks for. Eric, we always complain about the athlete that got the big payoff. He got the big payoff, and he is performing in the most important part of the year.
That's what you pay him for.
That's
and,
what you asked for.
Yeah, I mean that's the again. Listen, I don't know shit about baseball. We all know that, but from what I have to listen to, I guess Judge has been judged pretty poorly these last couple of years, in that he didn't show up when the time was right, and I guess he had a decent series against the Jays. I guess
He played well. He played well. He was very dangerous.
Yeah,
I would say this has been his best playoff run, I would say, probably in his career.
so
this was the
people
best
weren't as hard on him, I guess.
Yeah.
But I guess people haven't been happy with his performance so in the playoffs in the past. And today, I guess not today, but this season, I guess he wasn't as bad.
Yeah. Well, it's the blessing and the curse of being a talented player and getting paid the big bucks. Again, I've been very consistent on this point. I'm all for, if you've earned it and you can get the payout, go get the bag. Go get that check. However you want to phrase it, go get it. You live one life. If you're talented enough to be able to get the money for anything, Fanatics Overlords, you're listening, I will take the bag. Just throwing it out there. Just checking. But if you're able to get that, go get it. But the moment you accept it, then the expectations will adjust accordingly. Because if you're getting paid nothing and you perform once in a while, people don't, if you give them anything, they'll be like, hey, good job. That's great. But if you are the highest paid player, you're the biggest star by the dollar signs that everybody's looking at, they're going to look at you every time and they're going to expect you to perform. So you have to perform one way or the other, no matter what else is happening. You have to try to find a way to make something happen. So that's where Judge has had his trouble, because Judge has a pretty big contract too.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, though, one thing that kind of amused me of the narrative of this year's playoffs is that during the Yankee series and everything, some of the Yankee fans, not everybody, but some of the Yankee fans and everything, they were like trying to like talk down to Toronto. But part of the talking down to Toronto was sitting there like, oh, some of those small market towns. It's like, Bobby, the Blue Jays have the 5th highest payroll in baseball.
Really? Yeah.
They have a higher payroll. They have a higher payroll than the majority of the teams in there.
Not the
teams
Yankees,
that are ahead of
yeah,
them.
sure.
The teams that are ahead of them are the Dodgers, number 1.
Yeah.
Both New York teams, the Mets and the Yankees, and I think the Phillies.
Really?
Philadelphia, yeah.
Yeah.
The Jays are 5th. The Jays are 5th.
Yeah, Boston's definitely not in the top 5.
They're
They've been.
They're like, the point is
here.
The point is, Rogers milks every dollar out of our pocket, but they did spend money on that team. They signed Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to a $500 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a small market team. Small market teams cannot sign anybody, anything for $500 million. I don't care how much time you give them.
They're not signing that.
Yeah. For $500 million, the Pittsburgh Pirates will probably give you their team.
I think so.
You can buy the whole team. Hell, you can probably buy the city
too.
At this point for $500 million. So Timeless here says, random question. Who is your Mount Rushmore of YouTube influencers in this baseball card world? Ooh. So my good gets out ahead of it. He's cutting off Eric's choice. The first answer Eric was going to give was Geoff.
Yep.
Ruining this.
And do you know why? Because of that exact comment. Because what's the first name you came up with? Jeff. Love him or hate him. That's the person that's on.
I was going to go with Amish Dave Archer. Broncos 79 Steve.
Yeah, that's
football
number 2.
He said the Mount Rushmore. Like you got to go at the top.
Yeah, the IRP
top.
goes off the rest.
But, Bob Lewis,
baseball card.
Bob Lewis.
Yeah, Bob
sports
Lewis,
card.
Hall of Famer Bob Lewis.
Not even a question. Not even a question.
But yep, you proved my point yet again. Proved my point.
Yep. So here it is. Oh, so the Yankees are number 9. I actually thought they were higher, but thank you, Stu. Regardless, I knew the Jays were in the top 5. So like the small market thing is not a valid argument for anything.
The Yankees are always on top though, usually.
Yeah. Well, historically they have been, yeah. So here you go. Dan says Mount Rushmore, and he's totally not being sarcastic. He's being very sincere.
I can tell.
Geoff, Teapot, and those other 2 guys in black shirts who followed Geoff around. Dan, this right here is a flawless list.
What did they call them? What's a name for them? I can't remember right now.
I'm sure they could come up with a few of them.
Somebody gave them a moniker, so.
All right, let me see if I can actually answer this question. So Timeless, thank you for asking the question. Let me see if I can actually answer this question. So Mount Rushmore of YouTube influencers. Now he did also make a qualification in this baseball card world. So we are narrowing it down a little bit. So I'm trying to think here. YouTube influencers. See, here's the thing.
The vintage card, Buzz baseball card, man. Yeah.
It makes it trickier. It does make it trickier.
Rick, no.
Yeah, but was that just the general term? I mean, people still. I
get it, but look, regardless, here's the thing.
Call it baseball cards.
One thing I think you have to do. One thing that I think you have to do with this always is you have to basically figure out what your criteria is, because whenever you're doing a Mount Rushmore of everything, if you want to make it easy, you can just do the biggest channels, and there you go. Just name the top 4 biggest channels you can find, and you're done. Yeah, you don't really have to do much work at that point. Now, here's the thing. a lot of people that will do this, they'll pick their friends, or they'll
Obviously.
pick, you know, oh, this person talks about, so they'll pick the person who talks about the thing that they agree with and it has takes they agree with. It's not that the
Graded
video
gamer.
channels are good. It's
I
not
go
that the
with
video
graded gamer then.
that
I
right there
got
is a very, so you're saying is you're willing to fight the Shriners. You're willing to fight Dan from Sagas. You're willing to fight Dan's Vintage Baseball. You're willing to fight basically everybody.
Not
But
Amanda.
you won't fight Amanda, is what you're
No,
saying.
I'm scared to death of Amanda.
Mhm.
Wow. Wow.
How about the
Interesting.
Wade box collector? Mike is his name?
No.
What is his-
No, there are a lot of mics, but he's not one of the mics.
I don't know. I have to learn 2 names of everybody because nobody fucking goes by one name. It's like da da da, Mike from da da da, or Bob from da da da. I'm just Bobby. I'm one name. It's hard. And then he's part of this show. So you got do, and do. So whatever. Wade box collector. Enough said.
Mm-hmm. So Paul here says Orlando, Mangini, sadly Geoff, and sadly Moynihan. Even with the sadlies, I still think he's picking favorites.
Yeah.
See, this is kind of where we're running into. So I got to be honest with you. Like, I'm actually struggling with it for the main reason that I can't decide what criteria I have because there's a lot of ones that I just watch them as a matter of course. They don't particularly entertain me. And some people are like, oh man, but I get so informed by this. And that's a valid reason if that's the reason how you want to rank them.
Sure.
I don't watch a lot of videos for that because a lot of times I'm not informed. A lot of times I'm just like, what ridiculous thing are you about to say? And that includes some of the collector channels. What ridiculous thing are you about to say
Mm-hmm.
that I don't agree with? And I'll still watch it because to me, it's interesting just to see how different people approach it.
Yes.
I'm going to think about this one. I really, I'm struggling to come up with even 4.
It's hard
I really
to Mount
am.
Rushmore.
I can
from
list
the
I can
last
list dozens of channels. But
5 years.
I wouldn't put them on. I wouldn't put them on a Mount Rushmore.
Because the internet only started in 2020, right?
That is true.
Listen, I've been pretty clear that I don't watch a lot of content. A lot of times I'm only watching stuff if these guys send me something to watch so we discuss it on the show, or if there is some drama in the hobby.
Drama.
I'll try to go do some research, but day to day I don't watch a ton of content, but I really think Neo does a good job. I think he's well informed. He makes good points. He has good arguments. He does his homework. He educates. If there is something going on in the hobby, he is usually the first channel I go to try to get information about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he does a very good job with the serves purpose. Obviously, I enjoy it. And see, now Dakota's very sad. I'm going to read the comments here. There's some good ones. Are you talking influencer or the person shares true knowledge of cards? There is no true knowledge, Mike. There is no true knowledge. There is only OPG.
That's true.
Accept it into your soul.
I got a book that says that.
Yep.
You
And Stu
did
says,
buy that
Mr.
book.
Wonderful, I only acknowledge Paul Orndorff.
There.
That's who I
Thank
assume you
you.
mean.
Thank
too.
you, because that's where I was going. You got that right.
Just saying. Chris, collector, investor, dealer in that order. I think he does some good stuff. I wouldn't put him on my Mount Rushmore for the same reason that I'm talking about. Can I be 100% honest with you? Like, totally. My Mount Rushmore would be like, no, none of you.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think anybody's reached that point.
No, I think I've pretty much got like the bottom level and everybody else is one level above that, including me.
There you go.
Nobody gets special treatment.
Hmm.
You all serve your purpose. Some are more entertaining. Some are some are knowledgeable that bring better information, but nobody has hit that perfect balance where I'm sitting there like, yes, you must be at the tippy top. Because remember, Mount Rushmore is 4. You only have room for 4 in there.
Yes.
Like, there is no top 4. Everyone is in a tie for 5th or 5,000th. There's only 2 levels. That's about it. Like, I can't give you a top 4 because honestly, I don't see it. And I watch a lot of stuff. But some of them have the entertainment, some of them have the information. Sometimes you can combine the two, but this genre I don't think is well situated for it. But if you want to have a Mount Rushmore, then just pick the biggest subscriber numbers and go with that.
Yeah.
Pick the top 4, Pac-Man, Geoff, and whoever number 3 is and whoever number 4 is.
We'll put Dustin in there. Sure.
Sure, why not? Louis says, no podcast. I can't pick the BIC podcast, Louis. They'll
Yeah,
suspect
that's
me.
yeah. I mean,
Yes. Can't pick your own.
can't do
They'll
that.
suspect me.
Mhm.
So the reality is, jokes
Lose
aside,
credibility.
it really, the problem with this is that at the end of the day, almost everybody, no matter how hard they try to create criteria, they're going to pick either their friends or the ones who agree with their stances or their favorites. It's the and then no two people will be able to come up with the
What
same
other
sets.
what other things do you got to choose from? The ones you don't watch?
Well, whenever you're trying to make a
'Cause nobody
Mount
doesn't
Rushmore,
watch their friends.
the thing is, whenever you're trying to make a Mount Rushmore, Bobby, like if we do a Mount Rushmore hockey, we're picking the best players, and then we can say, I think this is one of the top 4 players because of this, and this. Not, hey, Wayne Gretzky's a
Players are
swell
easier
fella.
than this calling here.
That's what I mean. That's what
it's-
we're talking about. The most subjective thing we can basically come up with. We're talking about entertainment.
Yeah.
It's subjective.
It's
So,
Wayne, Mario, Gordy, Bobby. Just that's just it.
I'm 4th.
Yes.
I'll take it.
Hal, fucking, goddamn, Gil.
Well, he gets his
There's
own
your
Mount.
4.
No,
There's your 4.
He gets his own.
That is all 4.
Yeah, that's all 4.
Yeah.
He gets all the mountains.
And let's just say this, and I'm never going to say it again, but Louis
Ever?
and the boys do an okay job. That's it.
Mm.
Not saying anymore.
Wow.
Say no more.
Hey.
Say no more.
If you want to go back and rewind, clip it. That's your business.
We will clip it.
They're gonna have to put an instant replay.
But
So Paul has Packer Card 87. Packer Card 87 made some fun stuff back in the day, but he hasn't made stuff in forever. Like I don't think his channel's even active anymore. I'm subscribed. I haven't seen anything in a long time. A waste of time. Yeah, it's too tough. This is where the Neo praise. that was Dakota's answer for it.
yeah,
And he's in Texas. He might have already shot himself. He has the guns.
of course he does.
Yeah. It's the law. They hand you a gun with citizenship and with birth certificate.
Last
There
time
you go.
I was in Texas, I got off the plane. They just handed me one. I was like, "Thank you."
Yeah, well, Eric, it was worse. The last time you went to Texas, one person handed you one and another person shot at you. You had to run out of the airport under the cover of darkness in order to evade it. It was rough, man. It's a tough scene. All right. Good evening, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
I think you're right when it comes down to who you enjoy watching. Yeah, you're always gonna you're gonna pick it because it is entertainment. You're gonna basically pick whoever entertains you the most. I love Neil's stuff. Great mix of just telling you facts, but firing his opinion here and there. Watch his videos the morning before work when he has one. There you go, Zach. Haven't watched the podcast in 2 weeks. Shame on you.
I don't
Make
blame
sure you
you.
hit the like button though.
I don't blame you.
Make sure you hit the like button. I don't care if you watch it. Hit the like button so Eric pays for it.
Don't
Do it.
don't
Do it.
don't.
Mojo's disappointed. Yes, Mojo. Yep, I did see it. I saw
Oh
it.
yes.
Now, again, I'm not a baseball guy, right? And I don't know the real name of this big dumper dude.
It's Cal Raleigh. It's the catcher for
I've
Seattle.
never ever heard this guy's name before. I didn't hear anything, because I watch sports, ESPN's on in the house, whatever. All of a sudden the playoffs begin, and they're talking about this guy from Seattle who's a catcher with the stupid ass name that's hit 60 home runs this year. How was
he had
that
60
not
home runs.
bigger news? How was that not bigger news where a jackass like me who doesn't follow baseball but follows sports didn't pick up on this guy was just crushing it all year long?
Oh, he was in Seattle.
That's why.
They're not exactly great for
It's
promotion.
an East Coast, West Coast thing. You got to understand
Yeah.
that.
Dumbfounded when the playoffs started and they started
You're all
talking about
hockey
it.
in Boston.
I was like, wait a minute, some dude hit 60 this year?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys remember a couple of years back when, mixed steroids and the white Sammy Sosa, the pre-white Sammy Sosa.
Wow, don't say that about McDavid. How dare you?
Right. So mixed steroids and pre-white Sammy Sosa. They were interrupting television. They'd have it in the corner of the show you were watching, or they would cut to their at-bats. This dude's hitting 60 and nobody cared.
That was 1998, Eric. It was a different time. In 1998, that was the play right there. And also, nobody had challenged 60 legitimately in decades.
Okay. And they still didn't, and no one has. So this guy might be and I don't know for sure, but maybe this dude's the first clean hitter since Maris to hit that many.
You know that Judge hit like 62 like 2 years ago.
No, I don't know these things. No, I don't know these things.
He hit
Is there any-
62 like.
Stupid ass questions like that.
I think the one thing
Well,
that
if he got
bothers,
you realize that Aaron Judge is also really tall, so he probably also had the first NBA 3-pointer. You should know this.
I didn't know that either. No, I know
should
he's
know
a
these
good
things.
boy. I
Good
know
evening,
he's
Baz.
a good boy. I'm just saying I was surprised that more news wasn't made of this, and that a sports fan who doesn't follow baseball, but a sports fan, found out like 2 weeks ago this guy's even exists.
Yeah, it's a Seattle thing. It honestly is a Seattle thing.
I was surprised.
If he was playing in Boston, then they'd have a statue of him outside the building right now.
I would have heard about it because everyone locally would have been talking about it.
They would have built the statue outside of your house. They would have been like, "There's room here. Build the statue here."
that's what I don't like about baseball in the sense that you have different ballparks that have different home run levels, which are
different dimensions.
unequal.
Yeah,
So
different
what-
dimensions.
Yeah, of course. And any guy who's got the most home runs, if his ballpark has a lesser of more of the other ballparks in distance, and he's cranking home runs, is that really fair? It's almost like do we have bigger arenas for hockey? No, everything stays kind of about the same. But this is the one thing that's always bothered me about baseball. So someone could be actually predisposed to setting records opposed to somebody else in maybe the Green Monster, having that one there. Like how easy is that, right? So anyways, that's always bothered me about sports in certain ways when there's advantages in certain degrees. And why aren't ballparks all the same to keep it equal?
And then you have Colorado, which science says you should be able to hit home runs.
There's no such thing as science. Anyways.
There's only OPG. We
only
talked about this already.
Peachy says that if you're a mile up, you should be able to hit more home runs.
But that's why you have
That's a little different because the air is thinner, sure.
That's why you have dehumidifiers.
I know. And a lot of world records are set in high altitude places, right? And that's another thing for runners, for cyclists, for all these other things too. So, he broke the record there, but he lost his ass over here. Did great in Colorado, but did horrible down in Australia or something. Anyways, even playing field always has to be equal. So,
well, I like to think that Eric, and here's a callback. I like to think that part of the reason we didn't have the full appreciation of ray gun is that ray gun was from Australia, so it's the whole upside down thing, and that we just didn't appreciate the brilliance of it. If we had been in Australia, we would have gotten it.
Really?
probably.
Yeah, if we Eric, we weren't in Australia.
No.
What if in Australia all those moves, all of a sudden she's like literally spinning and doing pirouettes and all kind of. As soon as she leaves Australia, it's like suddenly kryptonite.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a lot of comments and video and news reports coming out of Australia and people saying we do not claim her. So I don't think that's the case. Yeah.
I think they were embarrassed that when she left Australia, she lost her powers.
Powers?
I just don't think they want to admit it, Eric. In Australia, she was doing like 1080 spins.
Oh.
Things that defy gravity and defy logic. But then as soon as she leaves Australia, then it's not. Then when you got what you got, that was a bit.
That was bad.
It was. So he says, Carlos does have an opinion. Ironically, my opinion was that no one was worthy. That was actually my opinion.
True.
Yeah. I explained my reason why. So ironically, I did in fact give an opinion, and my opinion is one that you're going to have trouble finding somewhere else. Because everybody else will just pick for it. So pick your 4 favorites. All of Geoff's channels. However many he's got, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Done.
Yeah, well, I think you
That
got
was easy.
I think
Yeah.
you got to
We
have.
could have cut off the last 20 minutes and just said that. Why didn't you?
Well, Eric told us we got hours to kill, so I had to do my part.
Well,
I had to do my
good.
part.
Got like 3 hours to kill.
Yeah. Neo actually collects baseball pretty hard. He also collects the wrestling. He's got himself a pretty nice collection of some Attitude Era autographs and such. Was he going to break the home run record? Yes. I also think, like in all seriousness, I actually think the fact that Judge had hit 62 in the last year or two also took away a little bit of the steam from that. So we've got a bunch of guys that are hitting in the 50, not too many, not like crazy. Like around the time of 98, there were not only McGuire and Sosa were obviously the ones that stood out, but you also had like Greg Vaughn hit 50 home runs.
Yay.
So like, and these were guys that were pretty decent. Like Ken Caminiti had like a crazy season where I don't remember. I don't think he got to 50, but he had like a really crazy season where he hit a ton of home runs.
Yeah, wasn't that the one that they went on strike?
No,
There was one guy that was really ripping the cover off the ball.
Matt
on a-
Williams.
Yeah, Matt Williams during a strike season, and then he lost it.
Yeah. So Ken Caminiti in '96 hit 40 home runs randomly, and he
Okay.
never hit even as much as 30 at any other time. He had
That's
40
crazy.
home runs. He had 130 RBIs and a 326 average in 1996 only. 26 home runs the year before, 26 home runs the year after. Never got above 30 ever again, before or since. There were a bunch of guys that had like these random aberration seasons. Like if you go back to 1998 was one of my favorites because it was so random. I'm going to see if I can pull this up here. But it was like the home run total for that season was ridiculous. Let's see
A
here.
lot of drugs.
Hey, if they had been cycling, you would have been in favor of it. They are the drugs.
No, I'm against cycling. I'm sorry, I am against
Against cycling, I knew it.
I knew it.
Against cycling
See,
and drugs.
it finally comes out.
That was a
After
Freudian
all
slip.
this time.
The truth comes out.
Yeah, I know.
I'm against
It's
cycling.
Probably
and
we've
drugs.
learned the truth.
I know. There's no such thing as Puck said it. Whatever her name is. His name is. Her name is.
Fuck me to say.
Fuck me to say. And she is real.
She's real.
Who
I
you
know. I
claim?
love hearing that name all the time. I just
Fuck
laugh
you,
my
Zach.
ass off.
Don't forget Yolanda Neff. She's right. I got the sign.
Neff.
Right there.
Is that enough?
Okay.
Neff.
Okay. So real quick, I'm gonna go through this quickly. So 1998, this was the season the McGuire Sosa home run chase. Okay. So obviously McGuire was the big one. Sosa, he finished 70 home runs. Sosa finished with 66. But here is what's forgotten. Griffey that year hit 56. He had 2 years where he hit 56 back to back. That was right at the tail end of his prime before he went to Cincinnati, and then he started having injury problems. But he was a guy who hit 40 home runs up near 50 a million times. Like that's how he got the 630 home runs. He didn't do it once or twice. He had been doing it for a long time. Greg Vaughn, that was the year he hit 50 home runs. Greg Vaughn hit 50 home runs. He's another guy who's gonna have a stat line like what I just said about Ken Caminiti. If you go look at it, you hit 50 home runs. Okay. What did you do the year before that? He had 18 home runs the year before that.
Wow.
What did he do the year after that? He hit 45, so one more season, then suddenly 28, 24, and then 8. The 50 home run thing happened once. He did have another big season in 96. Again, 96, 97, 98.
There's a lot of factors. Yeah, that factor could be there.
You need to get on the good stuff, Eric. So I'll finish that.
Is that what you used to tell all your
mystery individual? When you're ready, give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you on.
Oh, good Jesus.
Who's coming
All right.
in?
Hang on. I'm going to finish reading this list and then someone. Remember I said literary foreshadowing?
Oh, no. Bases loaded.
yes.
Seattle.
Come.
No outs.
It's coming. I'll
Yikes.
finish reading this quickly. Albert Bell, 49 home runs. Vinny Castilla, 46. Jose Canseco, 46. Juan
What a
Gonzalez,
year.
45. Manny Ramirez, 45. Andres Galarraga, 44. Rafael Palmeiro, 43. These are all 40-plus home runs, Eric, and I'm going. And I have to get to number 14 to get to mere 38 home runs.
What was in the water?
1998, we all,
water.
yeah,
Yeah.
1998, Eric. We all drank the good stuff.
I'm
Just
sure
saying.
they did. Mhm.
Now, speaking of which, someone who cannot fully disclose their whereabouts in 1998, so we may have to look up those stats after the fact. Welcome to the show, Mike. Literary foreshadowing. Dan from Saugus. Finally, some legitimate Massachusetts cred has been restored to this place.
Dan,
Good evening,
how
Dan.
you doing?
How are you?
Hello, Bobby. Hi, Bobby. How you doing?
Very well, thank you, sir.
Good to see you. Carlos, good to see you.
Thank you. It is good to see you, Dan.
Just
The
got
people
out
were
of my
clamoring
job.
for you. The people were clamoring for you.
I heard. Hello, Mike. Good. How are you? I just got out of my job at the Stocking Shop, so I had to come over. Come on to talk about some hockey cards. Show some hockey cards.
We always appreciate when you come out here and talk about some cards. It's a big deal.
Oh my God, I'm gonna piss myself.
Actually, hacky.
Hockey.
Eric, you might need some adult diapers. Like that's a condition. It's a
Might
condition, my
be.
man. Just saying. So Dan, of course, you're back from the Stop and Shop, so I appreciate that. So
A
you got
grand
some
slam?
cards.
No way.
Oh my God.
They hit a grand slam.
Yep. I'm on
That's
slight delay, but yes.
oh my God. Come on. Who throws him a good pitch with bases loaded? No outs. Damn.
This bullpen.
Low and
regardless.
away. Low and away. Fuck.
So Dan, of course, it's good to see you as always. We appreciate you joining us and having some cards to show us. So tell us, obviously you've been away for a little while, but in the time you were able to get some more cards. But a question, how were you able to procure such cards?
Well, I
Team
couldn't
nutrition.
go to the National because I didn't have any money. So I had a friend pick up some hockey cards for me. Got a second job at Stop and Shop in Revere, and I feel like I got some good hockey.
Excellent.
So I can throw off some hockey cards if you want.
I think that would be excellent. Why don't we do that?
Here's a Barney Parang, and it's all-star card.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one for you, Bobby, from the Maple Leafs, Lanny McDonald.
Lanny. Mm-hmm.
Oh my
Here's
God.
a good one for Rangers fans. Here's Jacques. Is that Jacques? No. Jean Rattel. And you just talked about this one before for the going up for the auto, Serge Savard.
Oh, yes.
Very nice.
But two very special cards that were purchased for me at the National. And just wanted to show them off. One is Bobby Hull, though, not Bobby Orr.
Mm-hmm.
This is Bobby Hall on Chicago. It's Dad's Cookies, 1970.
Correct.
And SGC gave it a 6. And then this is a very special card. This is a rookie card of the great Ray Bork. So I figured I would get a rookie card of Ray Bork. He's one of my
scratch
heroes.
and win version. Yes.
And is it OPG? That's Tops. Sorry. I think it's a Tops.
Everything.
Can't read that
I
one.
think CSG labeled it incorrectly. Everything's OPG. I have a scholarship on this.
Yeah. They did the scratch and win. They used to sell them at the Stop and Shop.
So here's my friend Ray Bork. And we're all set. Those are my hockey cards I wanted to show off.
Absolutely. Excellent. I've just been showing some of the comments while you're showing off those ones, just so we can get
Mhm.
caught up here.
Oh
We'll come
my
back to a couple of these I saw there. But look, the key is I particularly enjoyed the Ray Bork card. I thought that was a really excellent one. And it shows us Ray Bork as a younger man before, unfortunately, he was bitten by zombies. It's a tragic story, that one. It really was. Dear Antler, I like this. Griffey's in the home run race in 98. Yes. Didn't have the juice. Cards. That's right. That's right, Louis. No, you got to remember, Ham. Eric is the imitation. Dan from Saugus is the OG.
He's the real deal.
The real deal. That's right.
Someone's got to be.
So I did come on because I wanted to talk about Shriners. Shriners is coming up in a couple weeks.
Please do.
Oh my God.
By all means.
So I'm going to go up to Shriners and hang out with Matt from Providence.
Mm.
And we've got some people to meet up there.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to have some fun
Meet and beat.
at the Shrine,
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
looking for hockey.
Well, I think you might have to utilize a little bit of that hockey knowledge. You know, maybe you could impart some of that onto Eric. He's a bit of an amateur when it comes to the hockey thing. He doesn't know too much about it. He likes to talk a big game, but I got to be
He
honest,
does.
he doesn't have the depth of knowledge. You know, I've known influencers. We talked about influencers earlier tonight. There are some influencers out there that know the proper pronunciation of things. Like you demonstrated the proper pronunciation of several of those names. There are influencers out there. You know, Eric is a personal, you know, his personal hobby goat. Some would say his personal Jesus. Geoff Wilson. He refers to Louis Tiant as Louis Taint. So Eric, of course, doesn't understand pronunciation. He doesn't understand, you know, statistics. He doesn't understand history. He's tried to convince us over months and years that at least 1,400 separate people were the first NBA three-pointer. He doesn't understand what the word first means. First implying there can only be one.
Mhm.
But he just keeps naming people.
Sad.
It really is.
How do you ever get on the show? I don't know.
I don't understand. I just don't.
How I got on is not.
You came as a guest and never left.
How do I get off? Is
You
the
can't.
question.
Hotel California, I told you. You can
All
check
you
out
have to do
anytime
is-
you like. But
First
you
of
can
all,
never leave.
Eric, in perpetuity is quite powerful, as you
It
become
is.
well aware. And secondly, I would remind you that all you have to do, this is like an escape room. All you have to do is solve
Yes,
one
figure
simple
it out.
riddle, and that is you need to understand what the word first means. And once you figure that out, look, I'm even going to give you a hint. Bobby, you know that on escape room you can get hints?
Yep.
I'm going to give Eric a hint so that he can try to escape the escape
All
room.
right.
All he has to do is figure out what the word first means. And if he can use that, that will allow him to get the secondary clue, which is at the bottom of a full mayonnaise jar that I've hidden in that room.
Mm.
You're going to have to eat through the mayonnaise to get to the key. The key will then let you out the door. That's all you got to do.
Sounds simple.
It's really simple. Piece of cake.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, we don't have a spoon, so you're going to have to eat it with your fingers.
Oh my God.
Mhm.
Now, don't get your hand caught in the jar because that would be very awkward.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just picturing that gets me gagging. Don't do that.
I offered you the way to escape, Eric. This isn't my fault. See, Bobby, he complains. He says, I want to escape. I want to get out. I literally tell him how to get out, and he still doesn't want to do it.
Nope.
Unbelievable.
People just don't want to leave. Well, it's so
Eric
easy.
has a way of talking around the subject of hockey, but doesn't actually say anything knowledgeable. Exactly.
Sadly so.
I know
This
who
is
that
Eric's for
is.
Hobby Talk Live. Is that the special box Eric magically pulls cards out of? Yes.
Yes.
Key in the swell at the bottom of a mayo jar. See? You
Mm.
get it? You understand what I'm saying. So, Dan from Saugus, as you mentioned, you are going to be going out there, checking out the Shriner show. Now, I've heard rumors. Unfortunately, again, going back to what I just said a second ago, Eric, unfortunately, is not a man of peace. He does not subscribe to the philosophy that Bobby and I try to. We've tried to teach. We've taken poor Eric under our wing. And unfortunately, he's not getting it. He wants to pick fights with, Dan's from Vintage Baseball. Nice guy. Like, we've
That guy's
talked to him.
great.
Like,
I know him.
I remember one time we had him on, and he was very disrespectful about a Ted Williams autograph he had. It was
Yeah.
a very awkward situation. It really did.
Mm-hmm.
And then he tried to pick a fight with Matt from Providence. But then when Matt from Providence was going to take him up on it, he cowered
Mm-hmm.
in fear.
Yes. We saw
It's
it.
not setting a good example for the kids, Dan. It's not setting a good example for the kids.
Oh, good God.
Well, I'll be up there with Matt from Providence, and I think we'll be okay. I
Mm.
don't have any fear of any fake hockey fans.
Because you're a true Bostonite.
That's right.
Exactly. Yeah.
No fear. Boston
No
strong.
fear.
No
I
fear.
like them apples. You know?
And listen, the only thing, as far as I'm aware, the only thing Eric has ever successfully broken is his own hip and a Bobby Orr game used hockey stick. Those are the only things he's ever broken in his life.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't
Oh,
know
What did you
one
say
of
for
them.
yourself, Eric?
I didn't
Sure.
break the stick. Just a little dent.
There's no dents in sticks. Mm-hmm.
Speaking of game used sticks and zombie Ray Bork,
We didn't say that.
can you guys see what's
No, we have Carlos over there in where your finger is.
no right there?
This is like I'm crushing your head. Like, come on.
Right there.
Eric, I can only see it. Could you go back there and grab it and tap it against the wall a couple of
Nope.
times just so we make
Nope.
sure it's real? It
Nope.
could be CGI. How do I
But-
know it's not a green screen?
No, but that is my newest piece of my collection. That's a Ray Bork game used stick, all taped up. It has
Did
the
he
dots on the
sign it
tape, and he signed it the other day when he was in. So
and still doesn't know your name?
nobody knows who I am, but I'm sure he doesn't know my name.
When you're saying he knows who you are, you're saying he points to security, goes,
Yes. Him.
That guy.
Okay. I'll sign anything
That
as long as he gets out of here.
gotcha. Okay.
Mhm.
I gotcha.
But I've wanted a Bork gamer for a while, and that new collection came in, and we called Ray the next day, and he came in and signed it all. And I'm like, I'm getting one of these. So I now have one.
Done. Nice.
So I have a
Look at you.
Derek Sanderson gamer, a Reggie gamer, and a Ray Bork gamer now.
All signed, are they?
Yes.
Okay. You're good.
Now, are they signed by the correct people?
That's
No,
the
This is,
problem.
this is an important question.
No, Ray signed Reggie's, Reggie signed Derek's, Derek signed Ray. It's a mess.
Complicated mess too.
Paul says, how much was the stick?
I prefer not to discuss that. My wife might be listening.
Mhm.
Wow.
How many years do you have to work there? In lieu.
In perpetuity.
Yeah,
He's also
there it comes.
he's in perpetuity here.
Yep.
He's in perpetuity in sports world. There's a lot of perpetuity going on.
You
Wow.
can't have two perpetuities.
And
That's the problem.
I
They
grabbed-
go
I grabbed one of the 77 sticks.
infinity.
There were
Thanks.
also 7 number 7 sticks that would have cost me even more. And I said, this is 77's a good number. I can have a Game U 77 stick. I don't need a 7.
Mhm.
That would have cost even more. So
Perpetuity is perpetuity, right?
Zach is right. Ray had to learn Eric's name for the restraining order.
Oh, yeah, sure.
he just called Marcel and said, "What did you put on it?"
And then it's just a bunch of profanities in French.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're, again, both French. So, blue,
A lot of
Fair enough.
tabernacles. A lot of
That's how
tabernacles,
They
Bobby.
talk together. They
A
know.
lot of tabernacles going
I
on.
just, most people have heard this story, but each time that I've introduced Yannick to these guys, Yannick, hi, this Marcel, this is Yannick. Yep, blue, blah, blah, blue, blah, blah. Right? I'm like, I'm still here. And then Yannick, this is Ray. Ray, this is Yannick. Nice to meet you. Blue, blah, 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 blue. I was like, I'm still here.
Mhm.
Every time. I'm not introducing him to any more French Canadian players. If they speak French, I'm not introducing them to Yannick anymore.
And I bet you they remember his name.
They probably
yeah.
do.
They probably joined him in the song when they're singing the Phantom of the Opera. Yannick goes over to the accordion, he starts playing, and it's like, it's great. It's a musical. Andrew Lloyd Webber classic.
Mhm.
Everybody wins. So Eric, I don't know what you're referring to. Again, Dan Fonsagas being an OG, obviously we can understand everything he's saying, but your
That's it.
English is questionable at best. Realistically, you could do this scenario could play out exactly the same. You could be like, hey, I introduced this person to this other person who speaks perfect English, and I didn't understand a word they said. You're like, blah, 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 blah. No, they spoke the Queen's English.
And I speak Bostonese, I know.
No, Dan speaks Bostonese. I don't know what you've done.
Mhm.
Whatever it is you've done, that's a thing.
I got to start hanging out at the Stop and Shop in Revere.
And you should.
To pick up the accent.
They're hiring in Lynn.
I believe they have an extra position in Medford
Yeah.
at the Stop and Shop.
Meffa, yeah.
In the
So
meat department, they
when you,
pay $80 an hour sucking farts out of rump roasts.
I'm in. I need the money.
Maybe you could include, Eric, on the resume. You could just include, your qualifications. You just tell them you're a witch. We've already established this. This is established canon at this point.
Yeah.
Tis.
Maybe that'll help. Can't possibly hurt at this point. Now, Dan, I got a question for you. This is something obviously maybe down the road. We were talking earlier that we got you're going to go to the Shriner show, hang out with Matt from Providence, possibly take care of our Eric problem. We'll see how that turns out. But down the road, no. So when can we see down the road? Can we get Dan from Saugus up to Expo? The Burrell would like to
Yes.
possibly meet you. Look, we're getting baubles and ball cards down our neck of the woods. Celebrity sightings abound.
We
I
take
think,
care of visitors.
I could take a plane up to Toronto and go to the expo. I'd love to see some hockey. So sounds like a
Excellent.
There we go.
And
Nice
then
and easy.
finally, we can substitute our fake Bostonian for the genuine article.
Yes.
And the rest of the Bobby Orr game use sticks in that building will stop shuddering in fear.
Yeah.
I would never destroy a Bobby Orr stick.
Some
Bobby
people
Orr is
do.
my hero.
It's easy to do. You don't have to try that hard. It's really easy, unfortunately.
I don't know, Eric. The footage seemed to indicate there was a lot of anger behind it. It
No,
didn't
no.
seem to be like an accidental thing. You go, fuck you, Bobby, or I hate you. I hate your face.
No, I don't think that happened at all.
That's I believe I watched the unaltered footage. This is like the picture
Yeah.
of you and Ray Bork where I showed the real image and then you tried to pass off the fake one. I've seen the unaltered footage, but Bobby, those profanities, I cannot even replay them.
His
It would get us
face
immediately
turned
demonetized.
Chicago Blackhawk away red.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it.
It would get us
Horrible.
demonetized immediately.
Mm.
As a matter of fact, they'd send me a bill. That's how far they demonetized me. They wouldn't just make it 0. No, they'd send me a bill.
Mm.
Demand refunds. Unbelievable. Bobby Orr Blackhawks Hall of Famer. That's right. Famous. Famous, sir. So, Dan, is there anything else that you would like to regale us with? Anything else you would like to chat on us with? We are an open book as always, and we do appreciate you. Fucking legend that you are. But anything else that you'd like to regale us with tonight?
Well, I'll be at Shriners Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm in a hotel in Woburn, hanging out with Matt and a whole bunch of other people.
Are you gonna
This
have
guy's
a
telling me how to sounds up near Boston.
Are you gonna have a home base
And
at the
I
show?
was going to
At
stay.
someone's table, or you
Was
just
going to
walk
stay
around?
with my friends in Middleton, but they took off. I would love to hang out with their dog Baxter. They have a dog named Baxter, and love to hang out with him up in Middleton. But gonna have to stay in a hotel. Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like I can walk to Middleton.
Mm.
Okay.
Now, can you though, Eric? Because you've talked about this. You said that you're right beside a body of water, which, Bobby, I gotta admit, if this is true, then the fact that his family hasn't drowned him in the body of water makes me question the validity of his claims.
What is this, a puddle? Or is this a lake? Is it a sea? Is it an ocean?
The
Somebody
ocean.
spilled a glass of water somewhere.
I could throw a rock and hit the ocean. Across the street.
Are you going for the ocean though?
So, Eric, if you take your little bicycle and you
Yeah.
ride really, really fast, can you clear Springfield Gorge?
Maybe.
I believe I can.
Him and Evil
Bob-
Knievel.
Bobby,
Mhm.
that sounds like a video.
Yeah.
I would like to see Eric
Only
clear-
if Lisa is playing the saxophone, though. That would give me.
Mhm.
There you go, Josh. Probably the Dead Sea. There's a reference for you.
It's the
Yeah.
Atlantic Ocean, but okay, yeah, whatever.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, there's a lot of salt in there, so it actually you can ride on the water. Jesus. Nobody got that one? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank God.
I'm text messaging with the commiserating Blue Jay fans, so I'm trying to multitask here.
I'm
It's unfortunate.
commiserating.
So, Dan, let me ask you again. When you get to the show, are you hanging out at anyone's table, or are you just walking around?
I'll be walking around. Maybe hang out a little with Matt from Providence, but be looking for hockey mostly.
Mhm.
Well, there's a couple of guys that sell nothing but hockey when you get there, so you'll be able to find them.
Awesome. Just wanted to say RIP
Yes.
to a great one.
hmm
Oh,
And,
he's another one
we'll
that I
take-
introduced to Yannick, and they blue blah blah. That's another one. Thank you for reminding me. Bernie, this is my friend Yannick. Yannick, this is Bernie. Blue blah blah. Blue blah blah. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. This is yet again. They're doing it to me again.
Most of the best players came from Quebec, I guess.
Well, like I said, at this point, we could do this with almost anybody. Hey, yeah,
Mhm.
here's Wayne Gretzky. Blah, 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 blah. It's like Wayne Gretzky's from Brantford.
Yeah.
Brantford, Ontario, Eric. Like, they speak English over there.
Or something.
That's something.
Canadiana.
I'm not introducing I'm not introducing Yannick to any more people.
It is well known, Bobby, that the Brantford accent is one of the toughest to understand.
It is.
Mm.
Definitely.
Eric right now is demonstrating this, a regional dialect that is only basically regional to the inside of his house. Imagine two francophones speaking French to each other. It's outrageous.
Hmm.
Josh is offering solutions, Eric. Just learn French.
Shut up, Josh.
Bonjour.
Be like one of those
Je
videos,
m'appelle
blue, blue,
Bougie.
blah, blah, blue, blue, blah, blah, back and forth. It's like bloody, bloody, hell, bloody, bloody.
Bobby, look, this is not that complicated. Eric just trying to make this, mountain out of a molehill like he always does. It's like,
Mhm.
Eric, repeat after me. Bonjour, je m'appelle Bougie,
Mhm.
Zombie Ray Bork. That's it.
There's no way of converting zombie, is it really?
Not that I'm aware of. No,
I think you're right. Yeah.
I actually think you just pretty much got to roll with it.
I think
It's
yeah.
like a name. It's a name, so you just leave it.
Yeah, colloquially, you were fine. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
I took extra, and I took extra French just to not be able to speak any of it beyond basically what I just did.
that was good.
Yep.
Très bien.
Merci.
There
There's
I
that a
am.
song can be your friend. That's right. Maybe Yannick is just more interesting than you, Eric. I think he's making a valid point.
Mhm.
Look, you're not a seasoned, well-traveled man. Again, you're like our Timu knockoff Bostonian. We bring in Dan from Saugus when we want, the most interesting man in the world version.
Or at
Never
least in
seen?
Boston for
So,
sure.
Bobby, we'll see you soon, Bobby.
Yep.
Hopefully. And Carlos, thanks for the invite.
Of course.
Been great to come on here. I don't know who this other guy is, but we'll see.
He's a sad case. Dan, I got to tell you,
Disregard.
you're well aware, as a man that you are, with all the various depths to your character, you are a man who obviously has seen the world, but you are also a charitable individual. There have been recent charitable events, and you participated in it from your capacity, a charitable person. Well, Dan, to answer you, this is my form of charity. Some people look after the less fortunate. I take care of the unfortunate. That is what I do.
Lord.
Indeed.
More power to you.
Thank you.
But I got to go get ready to go to my job in Revere. It's the Stop and Shop, make some extra money to buy some hockey at the Shriners. But see you guys later.
All right.
And hopefully be able to come back on again next time and show some more hockey.
Appreciate you.
If
that's it. So long, Bobby.
See you later.
And that was Dan from Saugus. See, Mike? Ask and you shall receive. It was funny that you asked, and it was literally foreshadowing, because as soon as I read your comment initially, I was like, I had a feeling that Dan from Saugus would make an appearance tonight.
Is Dan's Vintage Baseball coming on tonight?
I don't know.
I don't know if our booking agent can afford both Dans.
Yeah, I don't know.
We might have to increase the like button rate again.
I had a couple of questions for.
Hold on, Eric. If we're gonna try to afford that kind of thing, we're gonna need the scrolling ticker. We're gonna thank our friends at AMG Collectibles, AMG.collectibles.ca, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, because we need to raise additional funds if we're gonna even attempt to get another.
Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna have to help pay for that.
Yeah, that's right. That's a lot. Yeah.
Oh, good Lord. I tell you, he gets me laughing when he does that. I'll give him that. Oh my God. The Stop and Shop and Revere thing, that got me. There's a Stop and Shop everywhere. You can't throw a rock around here without hitting a Stop and Shop.
Well, I told you that one of my collecting friends when I was down in Boston in the 90s actually worked at a Stop and Shop. So that was basically he basically made his career out of working there, and he was able to build a really nice card collection because he just started collecting it when it was a lot cheaper. So if it's one of those things where if you got the cards early enough, because he started collecting basically in the 80s, and because he was doing consistently in the 80s, he got to the point where he did the complete Topps and Bowman run, and then did the complete Topps and Bowman run in football as well, and basketball.
Does he still work at Stop and Shop?
I haven't talked to him in many years now, but I believe he still does. Yeah.
What was his first name?
That was I want to make sure, Ken Morganti.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. I knew it. Son of a bitch. I knew it.
See, it's a small world, isn't it?
Oh, son of a bitch! Son of a
I know.
bitch!
You know, Ken, do you, Eric?
I see.
At the Stop and Shop.
I see Kenny at least once a week.
Mm-hmm. Did you know he has a nice baseball card collection?
I don't know what Kenny has. No, I don't. But next time Ken comes in, I will have a conversation with Kenny.
Yeah, just ask him. What do you think about the baseball cards?
Yeah,
cards. Well, Eric, I will tell you. You remember that 1954 Bowman card that I have, the destroyed one that I bought for $35?
Uh-huh.
I bought that from Ken Morganti.
Yeah, and you want to take a guess? You want to take just a quick guess where he may have purchased that from?
Well, it would have been in the 90s, so it would have had to have been earlier in the days of the sports world.
1986 is when Sports World was first on the map.
Yeah, probably.
Son of a bitch!
Don't forget though.
Stop and Shop, and I'm like, oh my, it's got to be Kenny. It's got to be Kenny.
See, it's a small world, Eric. You see, I know people, and I don't even have to make up relationships with hockey players. I can bring in references from your state. You see that? See what I did there?
Yeah.
Fear my power. Eric, does Sanderson have any Philadelphia Blazer cards? There you go.
No.
That's a question.
No, not to my knowledge. Not anything official.
There you go. All right, let's touch on this one for a couple of minutes. It's not a particularly interesting story to me, but we can spend a little bit of time with it. There was the Jay Kang. He was asking about the Geoff PSA upcharge thing. So look, I'm going to put a couple of qualifiers on this because, to be honest, it's not really that complicated. We've literally talked about the upcharge thing like 14,000 times. The story hasn't changed. The concept hasn't changed. One thing, though, that I do want to make mention of, this, kind of important, is that I've literally watched some videos where people tried to use what this did, Eric, because this is a topic that comes up literally every couple of months, like clockwork. They've had this since 1991. This is not a new thing. Also, but what I've learned is the depths to which how bad people are at analogies. People really suck at analogies, Eric. Like, I mean, you want to talk about a Mount Rushmore? I'll pick 4 random names that made a video on this, and they can be on the Mount Rushmore of bad analogies. Pick any 4 at random. They all suck. So, I'll give you one of the analogies that was really stupid, and I'll explain why it's really stupid. So, one of them tried to use a car wash analogy.
Okay.
So, real quick, most of you in the chat already know this, but we'll make sure we cover the bases. The whole upcharge thing is that people are complaining that they'll send in a card to PSA, for example. By the way, PSA isn't the only one who has upcharges, but they're the ones who get the majority of the notoriety for it, but they're literally not the only ones. However, Eric's company, Beckett, doesn't have them, though. So that's a thing.
We'll do anything to try to survive.
You may as well. But anyway, so bottom line, you submit your card at whatever the level is. If it gets a grade that would raise the value beyond a threshold, then they charge you the next higher to level, whatever that is. Okay? So that's basically what the upcharge is. And then the people are complaining that, oh man, I don't want to get charged that extra. Well, then my response would be then don't send the card in when there's a chart. The reason why it's a really stupid thing to complain about is that up front, there is a chart. It literally shows you the levels, the dollar amounts, and also shows you what the thresholds are to cross that line. Right. So if your card is borderline and it happens to get a higher grade, Eric, you actually have the information in advance before you have even begun the transaction that this is a possibility. So the moment you submit the card, you are basically saying, I am okay with this outcome should it come to pass.
I agree. They're up front. Everyone knows it.
It's literally a chart. It's literally a chart.
You know about it. Go somewhere else.
Correct.
I completely agree with that. At the same time, I think it's bullshit.
But that part is irrelevant.
Yeah.
A lot of people were trying to focus on the second. It's like, I don't care if you think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
And because they were concerning themselves with trying to justify it. Here's the thing. PSA's justification should be because we fucking want to. Now shut up, peasants. That should be their answer.
That pretty much is their answer, Carlos.
Yeah, but
we're not going to stop. This is what we're doing.
But we don't need to discuss it beyond that point because that's it. That's the answer.
Yeah. Don't shop with us. Have a nice day.
The other piece of the puzzle, though, now what Geoff did effectively is he rage baited because he went out of his way to post that he had received an upcharge. And he was so happy and thrilled about it. And then when people responded, because they're going to respond to it,
Yes.
then he doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down. And I'm like, yes, obviously, of course, this is
Right.
this is how this game is going to be played.
Right. That's why he's the GOAT.
Per Eric, he is the GOAT.
Well, hold on. Just again, don't interrupt me just for a second. All right.
Louis Saint.
You've heard. Right. You've heard.
I'm going to show something while you're explaining this. I'm going to grab something. I'm going to show something. Go ahead.
We're talking about him yet again. We're commenting on his, his posts. Everyone blew up the interwebs because he was pro upcharge. People in the comments, have you talked about this yet? Have you talked about this yet? Have you talked about? Yeah, this is why he's the GOAT. Like him or hate him, he's the Howard Stern of this hobby. All right, yeah, you hate him, but you can't stop watching him, listening to him, or commenting on him. If you really, really hate him, ignore him and never ever mention his name again or have anything with him. But that is why he is the GOAT, because here we are at 9:32 on a Friday night, and guess who we're talking about? Jeff Wilson.
Now, I want to share something here because I think this would be pertinent. At least we can have a little fun with it. Because I figure, Eric, if we're going to talk about a boring topic that has been beaten to death 500 times, I may as well bring something else to the party. At least something a little different that helps into it. So here, I'll read this. So PopNet's PSA determines the market value that causes the upcharge, and you have no recourse. But that's still known in advance. That's still literally part of the deal. They're the ones coming up with that. Now, I'm going to talk through 2 points about this that kind of cover it. To be clear, I'm not justifying it for you. And if your answer is, it's bullshit, I'm like, cool. I don't actually care. That's irrelevant to my point. That's not what I'm going to argue with you about. But I'm going to show you a couple of things that I think will be helpful.
Chose to use the service. So.
Exactly. You chose. So at that point, I don't really give a shit what you think about it.
Right.
Yeah. So, but that said, we're going to do a little hashtag scholarship here just for fun. We'll do it. We'll go back in time a little bit. I'll give you a little time machine here, and I'll show you a couple of things. The upcharge for Zion rookies probably more than the rookies' current worth. You're probably right. Okay, so I actually keep this in my office because it is still a fun thing to go back to. I've talked about, obviously, I did a video with Brad from PSA Canada this past week, and it was well received. So thanks to everybody that checked it out, and hopefully it's useful information for people in the Canadians. Now, I've talked about also that I worked with Brad previously when it was still a bulk submitter. So PSA Canada is owned by collectors. It's collectors is PSA Canada. Finkel is Einhorn. It's just go with it.
Laces out.
Yes, right. So just understand that today, that was not always the case. Previously, it was a bulk submitter. So Brad ran it at the tail end. And before that, Len Potty ran it. Eric's personal best friend, Len Potty.
Len Potty ran it for like 20 years or something.
He did.
25.
It was actually called Platinum Promotions, but the nickname for it was PSA Canada. That's what stuck.
Yeah.
Brad made it more official because he got the connection between them and closer. That's why they were able to keep using it. And then it became the official. Now, I have a piece of paper here that is from the Platinum Promotions era. So this is when Len was still running it. And this is PSA Canada, in Nova Scotia, the whole nine. But this is from 2018. This is not 100 years ago, but at this point, it's 7 years ago. It is still, a lot of time, and it's before the dawn of YouTube hobby time. YouTube only came into existence for the hobby in 2020.
Yeah.
So this predates that. This is like the Bible. It is the parchment that predates all things.
All things hobby related, yes.
Exactly. All right. So real quick, I'll show you a couple of things here. So on there, it's going to be a little hard to read, but I'll read it to you. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see the little chart there? The PSA fees are as follows, Eric?
Yes, I do. It's a little tough, but yeah, I do see it.
Yeah. Well, you get the gist of it, and I'll read it to you anyway. So bottom line is they actually tiered it. This is 2018, and they do have upcharges, but you can see there the bulk submission rate was actually $8 US, but it was only up to $99. If your card was $100, it was $20 US. $500, $50 US. $2,000 to $4,900, $125 US, then $300 US, $900 US, over $25,000, $1,500 US. That does not include shipping. That does not include taxes. That does not include all the rest of the fees that are included.
Right.
Okay. And this is in US dollars.
That.
Yeah, and this is in US dollars.
Yep.
So this is actually what
is that in US dollars?
This is all US dollars.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought
Yeah,
Okay.
Len was using US dollars at least through 2018, 2019. I think
Wow. Oh, okay.
by the
I
time
didn't think-
Brad took it over, they wanted to convert it to Canadian to simplify it, to be
Yeah,
like, that way you don't have to sit there and calculate the
Fluctuating
floating rate
marketplace. Yeah.
all the time.
That's-
Yeah. So now imagine, Eric, you're trying to remember, we're still doing this through paper. Grading is complicated enough at that time, especially
Mhm.
without adding in exchange rates, and then you have to add in the shipping fee, and then the
Right.
insurance, and then blah blah blah, and then taxes on top of everything else.
Yes.
None of this includes taxes, so you got to add that in too, and with the exchange rate. So this is miserable. This was the dark era. But the point is, it's very clearly listed there, all the different price levels depending on what. So if you were at a card that you thought would be $95, but it was 105, you get bumped to the next level. That's an upcharge. Right? That's exactly what it is. It's an upcharge. Now, here's
like
the point
that
that I'm trying
always
to make.
existed.
It has existed literally since the beginning of this company. It is not a new thing.
Mhm.
So, bottom line is, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, that's perfectly fine. I'm fine with whatever you decide, but it's not new, and it's literally in writing. In this case, it's literally in black and white.
Yes.
It was written on a piece of paper. Today, it's digital, Eric, but the same principle applies.
Yeah.
Now, here's something interesting. Remember, I told you this is all in US dollars, right? Okay.
Yep.
Upcharges only really apply if whatever you're submitting crosses over that threshold. Now, this is the challenge that we have here, because I understand the pushback for a lot of folks, but the reality is, Eric, and this is where it gets interesting. I was thinking about this, and I'm going to show you what the price list looks like today for PSA Canada, the new version, the digital version. So this piece of paper is now the past, and I'm going to show you the future, but I'm going to show you something interesting that I think will be worthwhile. Again, I figured we'd do the scholarship, Eric. If we're going to talk about it, why don't we do a little scholarship?
I do
Let's
have
go.
a question. I don't know when the good time to ask it is, but
Okay, if you want to ask just before, go ahead.
my question is, and if you want to answer it after your presentation, that's fine.
Sure.
But I just want it on record. How does PSA determine what your card is worth? Do they have people that supposed to look these things up and get last comps off of eBay? I mean, how do they determine that your card breaks a threshold and goes up a level?
The Hoj.
So that was one of the ways it was done previously. They would basically, the research department would try to take care of it. Don't forget, now they bought Card Ladder.
Yeah. So
realistically, they can use kind of the in-house department if they
Mhm.
want to, and it's kind of gives them access to that kind of information.
So
They're not using market movers.
Still, they take a photo of it with using the Card Ladder app, and then they go up. The last sale says it's $101, so that's over 99, so that you owe us more money.
As they
Absolutely.
slowly rub their hands together, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well-
absolutely. Yep. No, I'm totally with you. And I can see Refractor Jones. Good evening, Refractor Jones. And Dan, I'm going to read your comments. I totally agree with you. I just want to finish this. So bear with me for a second. Hang tight. That's why I say I'm going to do the scholarship thing for a minute. I figure what the hell we'll actually do it since I've got the stuff with me. I was able to show you that it's a fun piece of paper that I hang on to, Bobby, because it's fun. If we're going to bring up this conversation, I can literally pull it. Guys, I have it. I have it. This is exactly what we were dealing with back, and it was in 2018. It wasn't 100 years ago. It was 7 years ago, but it may as well be 100 years ago. It feels like it. So here's going to be something interesting that I think may interest you. So let me show you this real quick. And this is this is the PDF right off the PSA Canada site. So this is the current version today. So obviously you've got the different turnarounds and everything. Now, here's what I want you to pay attention to. The majority of the lines, don't worry about them, but there is a specific one that I want to draw your attention to.
Yeah.
So the value bulk and all those value levels, different price points and everything, don't worry about that. That isn't what I need you to focus on. What I want you to focus on is the first time where the max value increases. So you've got all those $700 ones, and then it goes from 700 to 2100.
Mhm.
So there's a gap there. Now, here's the interesting thing for you. You've got those thresholds and everything. So, Eric, how many people, and I want to kind of take an informal poll of the chat. How many people from the collecting side of things? Obviously, if you do a lot of vintage and you're into some nicer stuff, that may be more of an issue. How many of you have cards that are over $2,100 in any condition that you own? Now, obviously, if you got a PSA 10 version of like a nice vintage card, obviously you could shoot up multiples. But I'm saying the card that you own, whatever it is, how many cards do you have that would cross over past $2,100?
Eric, say none. So why complain about
The Bobby Orr certainly would, but you
Well,
already have it
well-
encapsulated.
Or my Gretzky rookie, even though it's a tops,
It's a tops, though.
yeah, but it's in good shape, so it's going to be more than that. especially if it grades high.
Especially if.
Yeah.
If
So,
is the key
Jake
word.
in here is saying maybe 15 counting Pokemon. I think what you're going to find is that most people are going to say very few. Now,
Yeah.
if you collect, let's say you collect some nice vintage, you may have more. I can tell you that I have one card that would probably qualify. One in my
Yeah.
entire collection.
Right.
And that is a 53 Topps Mantle. And that's probably the only one that probably hits that. There are a few that clear 4 figures, but not all the way to 2100. Do you get my point? Like it gets above the 700, but
Yep.
it's shy of the 2100.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things like, yeah, it would be more, but for me, so let's say I take just the 79 and back here, that's $40 for 700 if it's over 700, and then it becomes 109 for regular. So basically the price triples there. But in order to get to $219, I don't get there because it doesn't go past the 2100. So right there, I would submit it at 109 and we're done.
There we go.
Basically. So again, whatever. But here's something interesting. You'll appreciate this, Eric. So remember the chart I had a second ago.
Yep.
For the same card, if I say 2100 there, and I go and I cross over, if it crosses over, let's say it is 2100 on the dot, or just shy of 2100, it would be $109. But if it's 2000 and above, it was 125 US in 2018.
Wow.
That's 109 Canadian.
There you go.
It actually cost me less.
The price has come down quite a bit.
It actually
There
would
you
cost me
go.
less because this is in US dollars. So I got to convert the US dollars into it and incorporate all that into it. So in reality, it would cost me more. Now, again, you go beyond that for the 3,500 there, but then it goes from 125 to 3,000. Sorry, 300. So, regardless, it would bump up a little bit.
Yeah.
So depending on your edge cases. But again, most of my cards don't really qualify beyond that 700 tier. Most of them.
So why complain when it's cheaper now?
Well, it's a very specific case. But for me, I get two things. Number one, I don't grade a lot of cards. So regardless, it's very little impact to me. But number two, since I can see the chart, I can make decisions based on that and optimize it to be like, this card might not make sense here. And by the way, you've got other third party. Look, if you're cutting on one of those borderlines and you're worried about bumping up one level, you can go with one of the other alternatives. Look, you can send it to Beckett. Eric will grade it for you.
Pretty much.
And there you go. You
I
can
got
have
them
it
all
at that.
stacked up on my dining room table right now.
So you do have that option. That option is available to you if you wish. But I think what's funny, if it goes back to what conversation we've actually had on this channel many times, the majority, the rank and file collector, most of them will never qualify for any upcharge because most of their cards are not worth that. They're just collecting. They're collecting cards. They're having
So they're
fun
complaining
with
about the 1% of the cards that might cross that threshold.
a lot of them.
That's
Yeah, a lot of the people that complain the
And
loudest,
you're going to
Bobby, are
get
people
that,
that
but
will,
that's a bonus in the end game. It's the bonus to you.
a lot of people that are complaining about it the loudest, Bobby, are people that will never be impacted by it in any way, shape, or form because they just don't hit that threshold.
So why?
But
do
they
even
like to
care?
complain about it. But they sure
Yeah,
like to
I guess.
complain about
People love to complain. Yes,
it.
exactly.
Now, Eric, you want me to give you, so before I get to Refractor Jones and Dan's comments and everything, and there's some good comments here. I want to make sure I read them. But do you want to know what my favorite analogy was, the favorite terrible analogy that somebody used?
Oh, tell me.
Okay. Somebody tried to use the car wash analogy.
Okay.
So the argument was, well, when I go to send in my car in the car wash and I've got my Toyota, they charge me whatever. But if I had a Lamborghini, they don't charge me more. And I said, this is a very stupid analogy. And for a couple of reasons. Because if you're sending in, if ahead of time they have a price chart and it says Lambos, we charge double, then yes, that's exactly what would happen. But also, by the way, Eric, the argument here is that you started off with the Toyota, put it through a car wash, and on the other side, it became a Lamborghini.
There you
And
go.
if that's what happened, then yes, they probably can charge you for more. And also, they told you in advance they would.
I would drive the Lambo away and be happy that I got rid of my dad's.
It's all about the transparency. I've never faulted them for that. Everyone knows this exists. They've been giving you a chart since, as far back as 2018 that we can prove it right this second.
Yeah, that I physically have a copy of.
Yeah.
That one I can at least verify that.
And now it's up to you, the collector, to make a decision. Now, what are our opinions on their policy? That's different, like you said, than complaining about it after you sent the card in, because that's a choice you made knowing exactly how they run their business.
Yeah, for sure.
If you put your car through a car wash and your car's going to come out scratched, but And everyone in town knows you go to that car wash, your car is going to come out with a big scratch on the side, and you still go to that car wash. Whose fault is it that your car is scratched?
Yeah.
The person
Well, like I
who
said, my
scratched
my
it.
ultimate argument is that I want to hold the consumer somewhat accountable. A lot of people want to take it away from them and not hold them accountable for their own
Right.
decision
Which
making.
is stupid.
The information is there. It
Right.
is so I say, like, my sympathy level is 0 for you if you don't bother. It was in black and white.
Mhm.
Today it's digital, but the concept, I just showed you a chart. Literally, I showed you a chart. That chart is available. So if you go to the expo and you go to their little city booth, they will show you the chart. They're not hiding it from you because they can't. You have to know what
Right.
you're in for.
And I agree
And
that
no one's walking away.
a car wash that scratches your car is a stupid business model, and a grading company that upcharges you on the value of a car you may or may not sell in the future is also stupid. But don't use that car wash, and don't use PSA. It's
Where they knew you were going to sell it. They saw it in your eyes.
That you have
Those were
that,
selling eyes. You gave
You
them the selling eyes. Bobby, did you see the selling eyes?
I
I
did,
saw them.
you have that choice as a consumer. You can't complain about it afterwards. You can say, I really would like to use PSA because it would bring the most value to me in the
Or you
future.
could say, I'd like to use Carnauba wax.
Yeah. You can say, I'd
Why
like
not?
to, but I'm not going to because, and I'm disappointed that they have that policy. You know, you can
Yeah,
say
but
that.
they're not. But the point is, they're not springing it on you.
Right,
This
right.
isn't a shocking thing they just did out of the blue 5 minutes ago.
PSA tax, and it sucks.
Well, but here's the thing: there are people, Eric. There are people legitimately that I swear to you will feign the surprise because people don't want to read what's right in front of them. They refuse, and then they act like, "Wait, I didn't expect this. Why did you not expect this?
How did you not expect this?
The information was there, like
If
it
you
was in front of
know
your face, sir."
If you know enough to send an expensive card to PSA to get graded, you know enough. You have enough hobby information. Joe Idiot doesn't, find grandpa's old collection in the garage after he dies. Goes, oh, look, I know for right away. Boom, that's a 52 mantle. That's worth millions of dollars. I'm going to send it to PSA tomorrow. No, only people who know do that. So there is no feigning, naivete. If you're sending a 52 mantle to PSA, you know shit already.
Yep. Now let's get into, there's a couple of comments here that touch on the specific. Again, I wanted to give you, so thank you all for listening to my TED Talk. I appreciate it. I wanted to make sure that I at least covered. So Bobby, let it not be said that we do not occasionally bring the scholarship. Yourself, of course, but in this case, I showed you the old chart. I showed you the new chart. We went over a couple of these things. It's there. Now, let me read a couple of these comments because there is some validity here as well. So thank you everybody in the chat for your patience. Let me read a little bit of this here for you. Sir Factor Jones here says, while I don't agree or like the upcharge, it was what it was for years. Where I had the problem was not that one of those who strongly dislike upcharges and felt it was wrong. There were upcharges. So again, it has been there since pretty much day one. Then he became officially Mr. PSA. Talking about Nat Turner in this case. We all thought he was going to look out for the collector and clearly has it. No, it's money. No, money. Let me make a commitment. Let me make a commitment.
Job.
Yeah, Bobby, let me do this for everybody. For Factor Jones, for Eric, fake boss tonight that he is, and for everyone in this chat. Let me make a commitment to you. I am a man who collects Josh Rosen cards unironically. That makes me a real collector. Because I do.
He said unironically.
Unironically.
Yes.
That is actually correct. I'm doing it intentionally, Eric. I am doing it for the lulz, but that's unironic. Ironic's a different thing.
All right.
Don't make me play Alanis Morissette for you so you get it wrong.
Okay.
Because we will.
All
now,
right.
bottom line is that I am very happy holding my collector card in front of it. But let me make this clear. If I was running collectors, you're fucking paying the upcharges, you peasants. I'm running a business here.
Yeah.
I'm here to make money. As a matter of fact, if you look at me funny, if you look at us with Eric's selling eyes, the one he just had there, I'm doubling your upcharge. Like the like button.
I would in a second, yeah.
I'm dynamically adjusting it based on I don't like your face. The upcharge is even higher.
$1 million+ cards a month, people. You
Yeah.
speak with your wallet.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
If
the
it
bottom
went
line, though,
down-
Eric, the point to Refractor's comment, though, is
Yeah.
that, you know, I understand that some people thought this in their heads. Business is business.
right.
When Nat Turner is the CEO of Collectors, by the way, that's not just PSA. That's also PCGS. That's the former WADA, the PSA comic grading, the magazine. The job is to make money.
Yeah.
The policies are to make money.
And people keep spending their money. Why would they change? Again, let me finish. If
Sure.
it is 1 million cards a month coming in, if that drops to 100, they'll change a lot of their
Yeah,
policy.
then they'll adjust then change the policy. Yeah.
But 1 million plus a month, they're not going to change their policies because we keep giving them money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the irony, Eric, is, and I've said this before to a bunch of folks, is that they're doing like 1.5 million cards a month for, you know, if you take the actual amount they get, average it out, however many they get per card, you know, on average. Obviously, some cards are going to be higher because of upcharge and such, but a bunch of cards are kind of at the bulk submission level. If you ask PSA and put them on a lie detector test, and they told you the truth, they would rather grade 750,000 cards and charge 2.5 times as much, because then it's actually easier capacity wise to get through the product there. The backlog would be a little bit smaller, more controlled. And by the way, you'd stop bitching and moaning about turnaround times. And they're making more money. Win, win, win.
And they could fire some of their employees because they don't need
that for maximizing revenues. That would be the sweetest plum.
Yeah.
They don't need 1.5 million cards. The 1.5 million cards is nice, but
Yes.
what's better is making more money.
Right.
So that's why I say, like, there's a balancing act here. Look, there's a reason. I talked about this earlier. The Blue Jays, when Rogers took over and they did the renovation to the stadium, they took seats out of the stadium. A sellout for the Blue Jays in the early 90s was 50,000. Today, it's like 42, 41,000. Where'd the other 9,000 seats go? They ripped them out. They created they created a cabana. They created this area. They created that area. And then they increased the price of drinks. They increased the price of hot dogs. They increased the price of popcorn. So the 41,000 generates more money than the old 50,000 ever did.
Yep.
So it's not about maximum. They don't want to have 150,000 people in the stadium. They'd rather have 40,000 people and get more money out of 40,000 people than they ever got out of 50.
That's it.
Yeah. So that's just how it is. So Dan has a comment here as well. Everybody knows about the upcharges and put up with it while holding the nose. What Geoff was criticized for was his glee at paying the extra 4K to PSA. I agree with you because that was the impetus for this. But Eric, I refer back to Ragebait. Louis Taint.
Yes.
Yeah, and
by the way, real quick, I want to add something. Because the word has gotten out recently that, some people within the circle have kind of let slip that Geoff is leaning even harder into being polarizing. So remember, he voluntarily did this. It wasn't like he was in the middle of a conversation and it just happened to come up. Yeah. He went out of his way to share it with you.
Yeah, he's having fun, people.
It was no epiphany.
Yeah, like this is like at this point for some of this. Now remember, there's still going to be Louis Taint moments and stuff where he just says something wrong or screws it up like normal in the middle of. But this wasn't in the middle of a conversation. No. This was a carefully thought out moment to be like, this will piss people off. And then as soon as you respond, my response is going to be, well, you're a fucking peasant and you're poor.
Yeah.
That is not a man. Those are not the words of a man of peace.
You're poor?
They're all poor.
We're all poor. But again, Howard Stern, all this keeps doing is proving my point.
But Eric, imagine for a moment, visualize it. He makes a social media post. Eric is there. He's upset. He's angry. And he's going to write a strongly worded response. You write your strongly worded response. And you know what you get in return, Eric? You know what you get in return when you're trying to give your thoughts on this matter?
They're nothing. I did see one thing, okay, and I don't know if anyone else saw it. I didn't get a chance to. I saw it very quickly because I was in the middle of something, and I didn't have my glasses on. But let me see here. I found it interesting. The Boston
Strangler
Card Hunter
Celtics.
Okay, Boston Card Hunter, yeah.
Put up something, and it says
Boston Strangler would have been cooler, but go on.
No, right. So you may want to
be
pull
different
on your other screen, Carlos. Before Nat owned PSA, he hated upcharges. This is
I know
on
that.
the Boston.
I know that.
Huh?
Yeah, he said
From
it like
customer to
he said
owner
he said yeah.
changes.
So Eric, do you remember a few minutes ago where I literally said if I was running PSA, you're all fucking paying upcharges, you peasants?
Yeah.
That was a play off of that. I know
Yeah.
that.
All right.
That-
So I mean, I still it's too damn small for me to sit here with my
Yeah, it was a forum post.
yeah.
When Nat wasn't running so just to be clear, I understand the point, but here this is not a great epiphany. Nat, before he ran the company, of course he hates upcharges because he had to pay them.
Right.
But now he runs the
Now
company,
the
so fucking
upcharges
pay the
pay
upcharges,
him.
you peasants.
So
Yeah, you don't pay
Yes.
upcharges no more.
simple,
Yes,
easy.
correct.
So
Yeah, that's why I said I was very clear on this, Bobby. Like I could not have been more clear.
I
think
am
you're-
going to take
yeah.
the time this at some point to read that. I'll have to do it on the
Yeah,
computer.
he was very passionate. He was very passionate.
You can't
against
read
it.
it because he can't.
But today he is the
Oh.
CEO of the company, and it puts money in his pocket.
Yeah.
So now we like the upcharges.
So now he can afford those upcharges without
Yeah.
complaining.
It's
Because
like-
he
it's like
actually
what I said
gets
earlier.
back those upcharges indirectly.
Oh, yeah,
Eric,
he
I like
pays-
my take consistency around these parts, Eric, and I've been very clear on this matter.
Very.
If the Fanatics overlords cut the big ass check,
Yes.
we love the Fanatics, but the jerseys disintegrate on contact. We
That's
love
your
the Fanatics. It's
Oh, well.
awesome. It's great.
It is. It's your fault that the jerseys fell apart.
See, Bobby, you know where I got this hat?
Mm-hmm.
Fanatics overlords.
There you go.
By the way, I'm still waiting
The
for my
payback's coming.
Vladdy Jr. I'm still waiting for my Vladdy Jr. card from Topps Now Fanatics Overlords. So if you see fit to put the autograph version in there,
Yeah,
I'm just
take it.
saying. Hashtag rigged. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Just thinking about it. All right. Zion 2019 Prism Upcharge. It's more than any card does apply to now. Can they get a refund if it never sold? No.
Mhm.
And that's
No.
that's the other thing that kind of bothers me about the policy is you're telling me I have to pay you an upcharge because you think PSA thinks I'm going to quickly take it, flip it, and make money thanks to them. What if I'm just a collector and I'm never going to sell it?
Counterpoint,
you
Eric.
don't
What
grade
if you're
it.
a lying sack of shit? We looked into your eyes and they're selling eyes.
Oh yeah, it's selling eyes. I forgot about my selling eyes.
Yeah. You didn't fool
Can't
anybody.
hide
Yeah.
when you're selling eyes.
You didn't fool
Mhm.
anybody.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry.
Those are the same eyes you gave Sports World where you said, hey, I'm going to shoot some social media with this Bobby Orr game used stick, and I definitely won't smash it. Fuck you, Bobby Orr. Those are the same eyes,
I
the
did
lion
bang it.
eyes.
I did bang it. I did.
Kind of lies. Dan says, I have several above that threshold. Yes. I know, Dan, from your collection, it makes it, but that's why I was asking the chat in general. So there are going to be folks that have it. Again, if you collect of the vintage, there can be, there are cards that have definitely crossed that threshold, especially if you're collecting some of the nice baseball cards. He's got, Dan has a Babe Ruth, some Manals. Like there are cards that will 100% clear this. But the majority of the hobby, Eric, they don't have cards that will clear that threshold.
No, I got like you said, I got like 1, 2, or 3. You know what I mean?
And like I said, even the Medano collection, all the years I've been collecting, and all the money that I have literally spent on Medano, it's in volume. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
There are very few cards. There are cards. Clearly, now we talked about the bounty on the last podcast episode. So clearly, there are a few cards now that would cross this threshold, but not a lot of them. Is the point?
Right. Yeah.
Not a lot. They do exist, but not a lot.
$7,000 Madonna card. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't happen to have it, so it doesn't qualify for me. But let's make it clear: if the GP Sports cards, hey, listen, how much is it if it's a 10? By the way, Eric, if that number went up because it became a 10, I'll pay the fucking upcharge. Just saying, because if I get the extra money, I'll take it.
So I'll give
Because
you
my eyes are saying I will sell it to you.
all right, I'll give you a real world scenario. We bought a collection today. Very nice hockey collection. Going through it, we're absolutely shocked to find
Ted Williams autographs.
no, that was
100 of them.
I give you my word that another collection came in yesterday with more autographs.
More Ted Williams
stuff. But today it was hockey, and it was O-Pee-Chee sets starting at 79.
Okay.
We go right to number 18. There it is. Pull the thing out. This thing is very, very nice. Okay. It does have some staining in the upper right-hand corner. I sent the picture to Brad. Brad's like, that's really nice. He liked it. we immediately started saying, okay, should we or should we not grade it? We started looking at sales, the higher O-Pee-Chee grade sales of, thousands and thousands of dollars. A 10 sold for this, a 9 for that, 8 for this, blah, blah, blah. And we looked up what the PSA tax was going to be on it, the whole thing. And
Yep.
for us, who our job, is to sell cards, the decision was quickly made that this is nice enough to not only get it graded, but expedite it, pay this upcharge, pay that upcharge, get it back in hand with a decent grade on it as soon as possible. And we have already contacted possible buyers when sent them pictures and tell them what we're doing. Yep. And they want to be kept in the loop and updated. So when you're running a business, it makes sense, because if we're going to, I'm making up numbers here. If we're going to sell it for $10,000, paying
those stains,
an extra, if we're going to sell it for 10,000, paying an upcharge here, paying an upcharge there, thinking about how much we spent on purchasing the set, and all that math has to go into it. We still come out ahead as a business.
Yeah.
So those are decisions you have to make. If you're just a collector, that's a whole nother conversation, 100% different conversation that you're having.
Hold on. But Eric, it's not 100% different. It's different, yes, but I'll use your scenario, but I'll give you a reason why it's not 100% different. I do that same type of calculation when I decide what cards I'm going to get graded, even if it's for my collecting, because some cards are simply not worth grading. Because I may again, it's a holder. If your intention is not to sell it, then Eric, then it's a holder. A one touch will suffice for the majority of the stuff, even if it's really nice, unless you have a specific use case for some of my one of ones. So for example, for my wrestling collection, I actually like to grade the one of ones and I put them in their own box. I like to do that. That is a choice that I'm making. So I'm willing to pay the premium for the holder. But for a bunch of the other stuff, I'll take a closer look at it. And if I don't feel like it's worthwhile, because sometimes I have duplicates, and there may be an occasion where I may end up selling it, but for now I'm going to hang on to it. But if I determine that it's not worthwhile, I look at the downside. So kind of playing into the scenario that you just talked about. But even as a collector, I'm looking at the downside. It's going to cost me X. So I'm not worried about upcharges necessarily in this case, Bobby. I'm just looking at the fee of grading in general. I'm saying, if it's going to cost me this to grade it, is it worth it to me? If I'm looking at the card and it's got a dented corner in there, Eric, and the best it can do is a 7, then what the hell's the point of me spending the money, even at the base grading level? That's a waste of my money. So I'm not going to bother. So that one is out of the pile. I take it out of the pile because there is still a fee involved. It doesn't involve upcharges. It's still a cost to me. It's still money out of my pocket. So why would I bother if there's no value in it from any perspective for me to do that? I'll put it in the one touch. I'll put it in the top loader. Plenty of better options then. There are other cards where I'm happy to do that because at some point I may have duplicates, and at some point it may be worth me to trade it or to sell it or whatever. So I'm going to give the card a look over. And in that case, if it makes sense still, okay, then it stays in the pile. That's why the pile tends to be really small for me. So on a lesser level, for a slightly different reason, I'm still doing the calculation. Most of the time, though, the calculation is, does this even warrant grading, or should I take it out of the pile? And a lot of times the answer is take it out of the pile. It would just be a waste of your money to do that. Don't bother. And we make those, and if you're doing it correctly to me, you're making that judgment call all the time. Because not everything needs to. So that's why I say, I understand the collector perspective on this, but most of your cards don't need to be graded anyway. They just don't. There's no good and I don't care. I wouldn't care, Eric, if it was $5 a card with no upcharges. It's still not necessarily worth grading every card. It just isn't.
No, and I think some of the higher prices and again, I wouldn't say the upcharges on this one, but I think some of the higher prices for a card grading at times is to try to get people to stop sending them crap. Stop sending me 25-cent cards.
On the low end, yeah. On the low end, yeah.
We don't want them. Don't give me your 1990 Upper Deck Ray Bork base card to grade. We get real things to do here. And, you sent me 10 of those, and it's this is stupid.
No one's above the law.
Yeah. So
In that grand scheme of things, I was just looking at the card there.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
did you
Yeah,
see
it's got
that
some.
up in the upper right hand corner? Carlos, can you pull it up? You can pull it up.
Yeah,
on
I
the
pull it up actually. Yeah, it'd be easier. To
Is it
see.
is it in the text message?
Yeah.
It's in the.
Okay, I'll
yeah.
take a look in a second. Let me read through these comments and I'll pull it up.
Sure.
So Zach was saying, my thing with the upcharge is to have a card if it's borderline 9 or 10. 10, they can like more upcharge, so why wouldn't they grade a 10? So I understand this argument. I get it. But I am going to counter with one thing. We have gem rate data. So if this was the goal, Eric, and if this was the answer, then everything's O-Peachy and everything's a 10. But
it.
how many times do I watch a video where it goes, this was totally a 10. This shouldn't have gotten an 8?
Oh God, yeah.
They do the opposite. So wait a minute. By this logic, and I understand Zach's question, but by this logic, Bobby, everything should be a 10. There should be no 8s.
Right.
There should be no 7s. Everything should be a 10, even if it's torn in half.
So
By
what
this
did they
logic.
send it in as a perceived grade? Is the question, because you have to pay the upcharge on the grade, and you don't get the refund on that, right? Is my understanding.
If you paid in advance, one thing you can do where a lot of people will do this, and this is something you can
send
you
it
can
in lower, of course.
You can send it in lower, and then if it's upcharge, is because it came off in the grade you were hoping for.
It's kind of mentally, it challenges you in the sense that, should I send it in as a 10? Because maybe they'll think it's a 10 and maybe give me a 10, but you got to pay the 10 charge, brother.
Yeah, but my opinion,
And
my
it's like,
take,
yeah.
my take, Eric, is that I would always calculate if I'm putting together a grading order, which for Expo, I'm going to put together a couple of small ones. So that a couple of them are going to be, on site because I just want the card right back in my hands. And a couple will probably be sent for bulk submission, whatever.
Yeah.
When I do that, what's going to happen? I'm just letting you all know my process is very simple. I'm going to sit there quickly with a spreadsheet. I'm going to do a little bit of quick maths. I know Eric's not a fan of the maths, but we're going to do some maths.
I don't like the maths.
And
It's
I'm going
okay.
to
We'll do
basically
it for you.
and I'm going to basically calculate what the maximum amount it would cost me is for the ones that I'm looking for. So if it all comes to pass at the maximum, whatever that is, this is what the bill would look like. If for some reason some of that doesn't come to pass, where I take some cards out of it, then it'll actually cost me less.
Mhm.
But I've already allocated the appropriate amount of money for what the cost is.
You have to.
Yeah. So I've already anticipated. So there's no surprises here. The problem is that some people are sending things on a wish and a hope, and they're guessing.
That's
it's like, no, don't
that's so many
guess.
people.
Don't get. Play out the scenario. What's the best case scenario? What's the worst case? And by the way, when I'm grading cards, Eric, I do the same thing. If I do my little pre-grade, what do I think it's going to get? What's the highest I think it can get? What's the lowest I think it can get? Oftentimes, I'm pretty close. Like more often than not, I find myself right in my range where I expect it to be. But you got to take a look at it then. Actually take a look at the thing. Because then you're not going to be shocked most of the it is very rare in all the years that I've participated in sending cards that I found myself completely trying to figure something out. And to be honest, Bobby, most of the time, if I got something wrong that badly, it actually
Your
went
fault.
the other way.
Oh, really?
They actually didn't catch things that I saw with my eye, and I was like, oh, okay, I disagree, but it's an editing mistake in my favor.
It's fine.
Which is fine. If you're gonna make a mistake, it's fine to make a mistake on that side of it.
It is, yes.
But I have had ones that came back that came a grade or two off of what I thought it would be, but it's very rare that it's like this crazy off. If something is crazy
Unless you
off,
totally missed something or
Yeah.
got damaged. That's other than that. Yeah.
Well, Geoff had a video where I saw in 4 seconds exactly what he missed, and he could not get his head around it. It was so simple. And I was like, yep, you missed it. And I see it right on the video. I can see it from space. I can see it from Cropsy's building that you can
Wow.
see from space.
Mm.
That's how far
There
I
you
can see
go.
it. Dan was saying, Beckett can't upcharge because putting a card in that slab costs you money. Yes. If they upcharge, it would be you sending them a bill.
That's it.
Give me back my money. Most of all, I have issues with being a 30-year grader with PSA. I can't grade refractor sets any longer because of cost of grading at this point. Totally fair. Yep. The bulk rate has gone up quite a bit. This is why I choose just subgrading and buy more cards. Totally fair. Which is a completely valid. It goes into exactly what we just talked about. It is a completely valid move. So it's not going to be the thing is, and Eric, all the disclosures are in. I am great friends with Brad. Obviously, we had a conversation earlier this week.
Yep.
I support what he does, but at the end of the day, I don't work for collectors. If they want to pay me, then that's fine. I'll take it. But
You
I
always
don't
take
work
the
for
check.
collectors.
Yes.
It isn't my job to tell you the grade. I am telling you most of the time you don't need to. I am telling you most of the time it is not really that beneficial. If you want to, if that is your desire, well then fine. Do it with your eyes open. Do it going in. We just laid out a bunch of the things that you got to think about.
Yep.
Do those things, and then there will be no horrific surprises.
None.
Otherwise, save your money, buy some nice cards.
Buy them already graded.
And
Yeah, move on with your day.
I like buying cheap cards that other people made stupid decisions and sent this in and got a 4. The front is absolutely gorgeous. There's nothing wrong with it. Everything about the
And
front
the
is
back.
fantastic. The back, I think this was probably glued in a
Oh,
a
yeah.
book at some point, and there's glue residue. Even though it still looks pretty good, right? You probably can't even see it, but if you look up close, you can see there's like a fog, and I think that's old glue.
And I got a 4. Who
Yeah.
graded that?
At SGC. But the front is absolutely gorgeous. I paid
That's why they're going
nothing
out of
for it.
business.
Damn you, Pete.
Why
Damn you.
Pete's
why
coming.
would you send this in? Just sell it raw, put it in a mag holder if you think it's gonna look nicer, and move on with your day. Somebody wasted time sending this thing in, this Eddie Shack in, and got a 4. Because they probably said that the front is so perfect that they'll have to give me a 7 or above because the front doesn't matter that the back has glue all over it. I mean, why would you spend your money this way? I don't understand.
So you could fucking own it.
Yeah,
That's right.
And
It's simple. Otherwise, you would have not had this conversation.
And
so thank God they sent it in so Eric could end up with this nice looking
It was all
card.
predestined, Eric. It was
It was.
destiny.
and
Destiny.
guys, I'm telling you, the front is absolutely perfect.
It doesn't matter. What's the back?
Jake Ant here says that PSA paper was in a clay jar in the Canadian desert. Maybe. Perhaps. CGC equals Turtle Wax. PSA was Carnauba Wax. Do it for Baxter. That's right. Neo said in one of the videos, if you don't like what PSA is doing with show it with your wallet, don't send it to him. Buy other stuff. Yeah, 100%. And
Simple.
Neo, by the way, I watched the video. Neo was definitely having fun with it. He was I like when Neo likes to be a little bit salty and throw it in there and have a little bit of fun with it. It is unintentionally entertaining for me. But at the end of the day, but the statement was correct. Yes, you've always had. We're taking a calmer approach to it tonight because realistically, I figured we'd start with some scholarship, but the statements made were true. And this is somebody who has probably a couple hundred slabs at this point. The majority of those slabs I bought already that way. I have graded plenty of cards over the years, but they've all been for specific purposes. I've got a couple of PSA set registry things that I work on. Well, those are all slabbed. But day to day, I don't care. For the majority of my stuff, like majority of the card that I showed on Instagram, I had an Instagram card. This was a Medano patch here. This card is actually chipped to hell on the one side. Like it's super chipped to hell. But I paid the appropriate amount with the understanding that it's chipped to hell because I like the card and it's, game used patches for these two players and I wanted the card. I wouldn't grade this. There'd be no reason to. It'd be stupid. And again, it's chipped to hell. Did I mention it's chipped to hell?
Chipped to hell.
You can tell, like you can see it very clearly from space. It's very clear. So that's not why I bought it. I bought it because I wanted the card and I bought it at a price appropriate to the grade it actually was when I looked at the picture.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Pretty easy. So
it's not that complex.
That Gretzky card is really kind of interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, we really our eyes popped when we saw it today.
Yeah. I'll zoom in. I'll pull it up here in a second.
Yeah,
that is grading his millions of dollar bills as PSA 10s. Correct. Exactly, Eric. As a collector, the fees are out of reach to grade and hold without selling to recover fees. And then truly, what's the point of grade? To lose cards, thanks, but no thanks. Totally fair. Totally fair.
I agree. Yeah.
Eric, I'm assuming you're taking a lot of fake Ted Williams autos. The ones that are done on stuff from last week is the bit of a tip off.
When the ink is still wet, we kind of question it.
Yeah.
Trimmed, yeah. Even better. Luckily, you can crack it out. Yeah. I don't grade any expensive vintage because I would be more apt to sell it. I want to keep it. It just forces me to hold on to it and not prep them for market, which is fine. That's completely okay. To clarify, when it's graded, it was more for my kids. One day, the refractor sets I grade purely for fun. I see if they complete the set. I refuse to buy modern wax, so I buy collections for my fix. Totally fine. I hear you. 4 is a high-grade good glue. I'd agree with that. How much you pay for the shack?
$23.
Send it to Kurt's Card Care Resub. Get a 9.
There we go. You saw his amazing videos.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The secret to everything. All right, let's see here. I got the
Okay.
So I'll forward it over to the computer here. It'll take me a minute, and I'll do that.
Sorry, guys. I'm bidding on a Minnesota Vikings jacket.
Minnesota Vikings.
That's
Interesting.
surprising. That's out of
Well,
your,
it's one of those. It's one of the ones from the. Like I'm at $45 right now.
oh
It's
my
one of those ones, and that's Canadian. This is one of those officially licensed one, and they're very hard to come by. They're made by Shane, which is a Canadian company. So,
okay.
the availability, that's a $250, $300 US jacket. So I'm just trying to negotiate with this guy, and he keeps getting back to me going, well, shipping and
Is it eBay or Facebook?
no, it's Facebook in a group. It's called it's a kind of a antique collector group kind of thing, and people put up stuff and then you bid on it kind of thing. So it's a little different. Just saying.
Yeah.
And this
So
guy's being a knob.
So I would like people's opinion. Obviously you don't have it in hand, but you got a lot of people.
You have to zoom in there, Carlos, for the top right.
Yeah.
To the top right on the front.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So the staining is top
Yeah.
Right there. So you can see
So-
right there is where I'd be looking.
You can see it all there, especially on the white, and then it goes into the blue too.
Yeah. So got a lot of people in here with a lot of hobby experience. We pulled this out of a set. So the entire O-Pee-Chee set came in, and we can let you look at it the best we can on screen here, and you guys give me an idea of what you think it would grade.
Well,
Fake.
what do you think it grades? It's O-Pee-Chee. It's like a rough cut, man. Holy jeez.
Well, I have a whole opinion on that. I think it should be worth a 1, but
Scandalous. Scandalous.
Okay, so if it is stained as it is, it does look like it has some bleed through from maybe the back or just the front, whatever was there. So you have a qualifier at ST or stain, right? Because they still have that. So you're looking at the grade and then minus the stain, I guess, or with the stain. Sorry. So
I'm trying to think. Do they still have the
Century-
stain?
they still have
stain
that
qual-
qualifier, but they got rid of the
OC.
OC.
they got rid
Yes,
for
it's
sure.
gone. Yes,
So the centering on this thing is really good. And,
it's pretty good.
And you can go.
It's not
and-
really good. It's pretty good, left to right. Look at it.
I think I will say the teardrop. I'm actually surprised it's that centered on the teardrop.
Oh, the registry, yeah.
Yeah, which is pretty good.
Yep.
That piece I would say is actually pretty solid.
Right.
But left
So,
to right, we're at 70-30.
Probably maybe a little more, but in that neighborhood.
Somewhere around there.
we immediately went and looked around on the interwebs and found other graded, O-Pee-Chee Gretzky's, and some of them. I mean, there was no blue on the left. Looking at it,
Hodges has got the best answer right here.
What's that?
yeah,
BCCG 10.
You need some more C's though. Add some more C's, and then
That's
you
a
will be correct.
good call out. Good evening,
Very
Victor. So Victor here says, "Good evening, gentlemen. Not sure why you two haven't been showing me your content, Carlos. They're trying to hold me back, Victor. They're trying to censor me."
Mm-hmm.
Back at 9, maybe.
Well, what if I go on a Saturday morning?
Maybe. Hey, there you go.
That'll help.
If I
Business
go on a
BC6.
Saturday morning, that's a pristine black label.
Yeah, Stuke's got
Yes,
3 or
true
4
enough.
in my opinion. All right, you guys, a few more of you if you want to guess. I'm going to come right back. I'll refill my beverage, but if you guys want to guess for a moment, you're more than welcome to it.
Well, I got some breakdown. I'm just looking at stuff here. Just one sec.
So, I think with what is going on in the upper right-hand corner, that's going to really, even though if the stain wasn't there, I think this would be, I don't know, an 8, right? Because the rough cuts are okayed. The centering is really, really good. The whole Oilers logo and the teardrop, all the things you look for in this card. And the back is really good looking, clean too. We haven't really shown the back yet. So that has to be, we need to, when Carlos gets returns, we need to take a look at the back to give everyone a full idea, because, we don't just
Eric, what do you think the back is worth compared to the front? Because obviously, you got a 4 on the other one and it was all glued and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So how much consideration is given to the back is the question, really.
I think my hope
Like what?
is that grading companies take it just as seriously as the front, but collectors do not.
If it got a 4 on that thing, they obviously didn't.
So,
Because then you're at a 1.
but look at the back. I mean, this is so clean. The back looks great. So without that staining, I'm thinking this thing is
7.
a possible 8, which makes it
It's not an 8 with the centering. No way.
and it's worth thousands of dollars. But with
Mhm.
the staining, it's gonna drop and it's not gonna be worth thousands of dollars. So
No.
so the question is, and again, I know everyone's just looking at this through the computer screen, so it's not perfect, but it's like,
Well, I zoomed in on it. It was, you can see the staining. It kind of goes through the whole corner. It's like
yeah, I mean,
at least about almost an inch. No, well, maybe about 3/4 of an inch, but
I mean,
Yeah, so real quick, just so we're clear on this,
a lot of.
yeah. So real quick, just so we're
damage,
clear
so
on
we'll
this,
see.
if in order to be an 8, forget about the staining for a second. In order to be an 8, on the front you need to be 65/35 or better.
and
Yeah, you're right there.
in Europe, yeah, I mean, the front looks really
The left,
good.
the left to right is not well centered.
No, it's pretty good, but
It's-
it's.
Yeah.
Let me see this a little bit.
Yeah, the good news is, to be honest, the good news is since we're talking centering, somebody could just measure it. Like honestly, if you put a measurement to it, right now obviously we're looking at it on an angle, but just eyeballing it, I think it's worse than 65/35 left to right.
Yeah,
You think it's 60/40? I 2. Yeah, it might be. It might
think
be
so.
there.
Yeah,
So
I think it's in
even
that
at
range.
that point, and then you add the stain. Now, if that's a qualifier, and if you don't want the qualifier, you're taking how many points off do you take for a stain? Like honestly, I don't even know.
It's 2 points. It's 2 points.
Is it only 2 points?
Yeah, so if it's whatever, so basically, if something is a 5, it would be a 7 with a stain.
Well, usually that was with OC. We would take a point or 2 points depending on
For
the
a lot of the
centering.
qualifiers,
But
it's 2
now
points. For a lot of the qualifiers, it's
for
2
the
points.
ST, really, eh?
Give or take, yeah,
Surprised.
pretty much.
Oops. Okay.
It's a good rule of thumb because for the most part they stick pretty close to the 2 points.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
got my
always something
50 bucks in on the jacket, so I'm waiting.
There you go.
all right,
Yep,
well,
back as OC says Stu. I would upcharge at 5. There you go. Go for it.
So I think this would get a qualifier for sure. It has to.
I think so.
And
What's
the
funny is,
centering top
ironically,
and bottom
you're-
is
you're
nice.
less-
Hmm?
Yeah, I was going to say, ironically, Eric, you're in less danger of some of the upcharges because during the pandemic, the Gretzky rookies during the pandemic,
Yes,
the Gretzky
true
could be
enough.
torn in half, and it was $1,000. It was stupid.
Oh,
Don't make them feel any better, Carlos.
It was
well,
like, good
I'm
lord.
not making any money on this, no matter what. I mean, it's not mine.
It's a nice looking card. It looks great. I think it would be for somebody who'd want it ungraded because of that stain. I don't think I would grade it. It has the rough cuts down across every side, so you know it's not trimmed. It's a nice looking card as is. If you close up and get into the ST, I hate STs. I just don't like. I don't know.
Oh, who the hell wants to buy a work of art and a painting, the Mona Lisa, and with a stain on it, and
Well,
a
unless
sign that says it's stained? No, nobody wants that, right?
it's Mona Lisa though.
Yeah, but it
It's
on the
not like
frame,
Gretzky rookies are a
on the
shortage
frame
anywhere.
it says stained on it. I mean, you don't want that.
So then you take it down 2 grades. So you're probably looking at a 4.
Could be.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking there. I'm
gonna
thinking
talk-
about a 4.
I'm going to talk to him on Sunday because it's going to be. Well, it might get shipped out tomorrow, and I'm not going to be at work. But
So what's a 4 worth, Carlos?
if
Well,
Well,
it's
right
Very
now,
well.
so Blue here was saying, based on he gave us some comps for 5,
Oh,
is
okay.
saying a 5 ranges between 1576 and 1822 USD, which is a pretty
Yeah.
good range.
yeah,
Still decent amount. Like, so the reason I'm
Yeah.
giving the comparison is because I wasn't joking. Like, in the pandemic period, all these ones went off,
That
and
was
like
different time.
I actually, Eric, I missed. I had 2 Gretzky rookies, and I should have held them for like another 6 months. If I had held for another 6 months, because no joke, the bottom end of it was pushing 1,000.
Right.
And it
Yes.
was like, and so like, you know, a 4 or 5, it's like, oh my God, that's a couple of grand.
That was
right there.
big.
Like
Yeah.
automatically, like, and it was like for the longest time,
2,500. Yeah.
yeah, we were literally full fledged into doorstop territory.
It was
Like,
crazy.
honest to
Yeah.
God, how many do
Yeah.
you want?
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, we were
You got to
doing
figure
the
how many
bulk.
people were holding Gretzky rookies at the time. Tons.
Yeah, yeah. I just remember right before that run up and everything. It's like, you know, Eric, forget about the doorstops. Here's a new analogy. If you had gone to Bulk Barn, you could have gotten a Gretzky rookie by the pound. Just
Pretty
grab
much.
the scoop and
Yeah,
put them
right.
in the put them into the bag.
I've owned 40 Gretzky rookies at least.
Yeah. So Baz, you're saying they don't use qualifiers anymore. So we were talking about that, Baz. The off center one is gone. Bobby thinks
So-
that the stain one is. I think he's right. I think the stain one's still. So what they did is they eliminated most of them. They got rid of most of the.
Well, there's Stain, there's OC, there's one more. What is it? It's a third one. ST OC.
Miscut.
I don't
MC,
like that miscut. I think they're wrong on a lot of the miscuts.
but
You know,
MC
I see it even if it's 80-20, it's like that's not miscut. Miscut is when part of the freaking picture is gone and there's no border. That's miscut. You know, so why have 90-10 then as a determination then? Just call it miscut. So any which way. You know, it's a really nice card. I think it looked great in somebody's 9-pocket page for their set. I think that's where it really would be best suited. You know, maybe I'm going against Brad and what he thinks. That's fine.
Brad
It's
didn't
just
give
what we
me a
have to
number.
determine, right?
Brad did not give me a number. He
Mhm.
just said it was a nice looking card and asked
What-
if that was gum residue and could we get the the
I don't think
wax,
it's gum residue.
No.
It's more of it's something different. Because
it-
gum
it-
really dries on the 79s. It's mostly dries unless there's some moisture, and even the moisture wouldn't stain it like the spotted. It would be a little bit more
no,
detailed.
you
So,
looked close. It's not coming off.
Yeah. So
and it
one of the
wouldn't be
ones
gum because there was a insert on the top, anyways, right? Isn't there? No, not in 79. No, sorry.
Mhm.
OPG tops they would have, yeah.
One of the ones they got rid of was print defect. PD was one of the ones they.
That's what
eliminated.
it was, print defect. And that, well, they should have put that on the PSA 10s there because how many print defects were on that? I think it counted 15 on the PSA 10. Anyways, because they had the fish eyes, like there was 18 of them I counted and whatever. It was like, and then the teardrop was off on that last PSA 10 that sold, I think. Yeah, this is a nice looking card. Like I said, it'd be great. I don't think you need to grade this one. I think you could sell it to somebody who would be very happy just as is. You know, grading it just gives you, I don't know. And then how much is
There's
it
a
going to
comment.
cost
There's
to
a
grade
comment
it?
actually. There's a comment actually related to that I want to get to in a second.
Sure, go ahead.
Dan, I got a question for you. I believe if memory serves me, I think you mentioned on one of your videos. I think you've subscribed to Card Ladder, right? Can you check the Gretzky? Because
Yeah.
the Card Ladder will have data that goes back years. Because obviously Terra Peak, I can only go back 3 years right now. But if you've got the subscription there, could you double check what the? I know you mentioned here about this PSA 1, but could you check in Card Ladder and see what it was going for in maybe like around 2020-ish, give or take? That would be interesting to note.
2021?
can-
Oh, yeah, that would be big.
Yeah, 2020, 2021, right in that time zone. It's just outside of Terra Peak's range now. So if the Card Ladder I know has that data.
Yeah, Terra
but if you
Peak's
could
3
tell me
years.
what it was going
Yeah.
for.
So,
Yeah, if you could tell me what that was going for around that time zone, might be interesting to note. He says here, I think it might be better not to submit this one. Maybe a collector likes Raw will not care about the light stain. So here's the truth. I agree with this, but Eric, this is ironically why grading became a thing, because you could totally do this. And here's a question, just an open-ended question. You're a dealer, you look at this and you decide for yourself, okay, maybe it would get around this grade and maybe we could get around this. But if we put it in the showcase and let the person talk themselves into it, they might
Yes.
convince
Good
themselves it's a
idea.
grade
Yeah.
higher and pay more.
You know, you're right, Carlos, and that's exactly the way this card presents itself. I think it's one of those ones that it's up to the person saying, hey, you know, it's light speckles in that corner, the centering's pretty good. You know, it's a nice card. The edges are nice, rough cuts
Coloring.
that people like.
Good.
I think it's a great card in that sense.
That was always one of the secret tricks of the dealers back in the day, because they would evaluate it they'd evaluate with a fine tooth comb, and the ones that
Oh,
were
yeah.
very smart were very picky about what they're, so they would catch almost every flaw they could catch, but they'd rather you take a shot at, and they present it to you, and they'd allow you to be like, okay, so what do you want to see? And
I
it's,
think that's
and
a
you'd look
smart
at it
move.
and you'd stare,
Yeah.
and then you the savvy collector, would stare at it, and you'd get it totally wrong and miss like 10 flaws and overpay. So it's like, all right, yeah, Dan, I would say if you could do maybe PSA 1 around 2021 and maybe PSA 2 around 2021, I think those two things would be interesting. If you could pull that up, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
I really like how you said savvy collector with the disdain. It was wonderful.
The savvy collectors are the ones that you can literally rip off the easiest, especially the ones who tell you they're savvy. They're
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
it's like the
Oh,
poker
yes.
room. They're the ones
astute,
that you steal the money
savvy
from.
ones. Yes.
Yeah, the ones that spend the most time, Eric, telling you, "Oh,
Mhm.
I've been in the hobby for 40 years," and okay, great, you're the guy that's going to get ripped off.
Yep.
This will be a good time.
As soon as you said that, you ripped off. Yep.
Yeah, it's like
I-
this is
I'll-
already over.
I'm not going to say that we quote rip people off, because that'd just be stupid to say that.
No.
But what I will say is that we find that the people who talk the most know the least.
Yes, the ones
Really?
that are the ones that legitimately in experience, the ones that legitimately know that, they would rather you not know what they know. They would
Or
rather
think
be a
they
little
know.
bit mysterious. They
Or
would
think
rather
they
be a
know.
little bit mysterious. They would rather just kind of be like, "Oh, okay, that's interesting," and they'll just look at it and go like, "Oh, would you take this?" And then you're like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then they're the ones that walked away because they knew about a variation, they knew about this thing or that nuance, this nuance. They're the ones that are paying attention to the details. And they're the ones that catch those things.
Yeah.
And even full-time dealers, by the way, this can work the other way too. Full-time dealers do this all the time. All the time. They don't pay attention to it.
It's a call.
50
This card is a call. And
It is.
I think I made my call, and everybody can make their own call. You know, grading is fine. Not grading is fine. I just think it ends up in a certain place. If I owned that card, that's what I would do. I would just sell it raw as it is, because the rough cuts actually eliminate any reprint or anybody trimming the card or anything like that. So we know it's good that way, and you're dealing with the card, what the card is at that point. So grading doesn't really officially do anything for it except give it a grade or number. It doesn't authenticate it, because it's basically authenticated through the cuts.
Yeah,
So-
what it does. So that's the reason why I mentioned a moment ago that it is a tactic to leave it raw
Yeah.
that way for that reason. What
I
it
think
does. So here's the thing that grading does for this. Is it level sets? Because the second they put a numerical grade on it, whatever it is, you can immediately go to your app and pull the comps. That's what it does. It basically puts a number on there that you can pull.
Well, if there's a
comps from.
qualifier, I don't know if there's comps for a qualifier on that card.
There's enough of those cards out there,
You
Bobby,
think?
that plenty of them have qualifiers on there. Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So you can find examples.
Yeah, but
that
they're all
fit.
different qualifiers. It doesn't matter, right? Like we're talking about,
it's the
different
same-
things.
Yeah, it's the same issue that you do with a lot of these cards. But what I always used to
Yeah.
do, like I said, I always used to do a 2 grade thing. If something has a qualifier, when OC was still in use,
It's 2 grades.
whatever it is, I take 2
One,
grades off.
sometimes mostly 2. Yeah, depends. Yeah, depends on.
So that's
it.
basically how I would play that. But my favorite thing in the world, Eric, was,
Yeah.
and I told the story already, Legends of the Game, because they would buy so much stuff, they didn't pay attention to anything. They would leave stuff in piles, and I said the story before.
How many
I
deals
bought
did you
50
get from Legends? Like, it's unbelievable.
Every single time I went there, I walked away with things.
Every
in
single
that-
time I went there, it was like
And people have
candy
probably
from a
done that,
baby.
and a smart collector has probably done that to us also. We have so much inventory, so much stuff. We have to go through it fast. And
Yeah, but the big stuff stands out. So if you're losing a few bucks on smaller stuff,
Yeah,
it's no
I mean,
big deal.
you're not
Like,
gonna- you're not
everybody
gonna have
deserves
a-
a deal.
you're
No, I
not
get
gonna
you. But
have a-
the example I used though, Eric, the example
Smile.
I used was the 52 tops high numbers.
Yeah.
They're literally
Mhm.
high numbers. When you're sorting the cards, you can see what the high numbers are.
Pretty
The
quick.
thing is,
yeah.
they left it in the pile, and the high numbers were worth much more
Mhm.
because they were the high numbers. They were just tougher cards. So they were sitting in that pile, and I basically got them. And it's not a joke. I would buy the beat up cards, the most beat up ones, at $1 a piece.
Mhm.
I bought a 52 tops high number. I bought a small stack of them at $1 a piece.
And
Canadian.
you sit there wondering what they're going to say after they do that, and they go, "Okay, $1 a piece."
Yeah,
Okay.
and I sold them to the Americans for the going rate on eBay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
So I'm buying them at $1 Canadian a piece, and then I'm selling them in US dollars, and the US dollar was stronger compared to the Canadian dollar than it is today. Like I said, for all the jokes about the exchange rate, no, this exchange rate is perfectly
And
fine
high numbers,
historically.
even in beat up condition, is amazing money.
I did very well.
You
Those
must
high
have,
numbers
yes.
paid for multiple stacks that I bought at Legends of the Game. It covered it completely. And there were semi-star players that they weren't paying super close attention to. Yankees and Brooklyn Dodgers had small premiums that people like to pay because they wanted to. There were team collectors that would pay for those, but they were still charging the same amount. They would charge me $1 a piece. They weren't paying attention.
Or Sandy. Sandy
And it
was
didn't
one of
matter.
the guys who ran the Legends, Sandy Cecilia. And he was just like, he put the wrong focus on the wrong things. I went in and I bought Dixon pencils for $10 each. And I went, okay, you know, I'm getting 60, 70, 80, $100 each. And I paid $10 each. And I'm sitting there going, I got to go to Legends more often.
So Dan is giving us a little bit of data here. Thank you, Dan. So it says December 17th, 2021, PSA 10, a PSA 2 Gretzky, $930.
Wow. Holy shit.
December 2nd, a BVG 3, $1,200.
Uh,
And a PSA 2 in November 28th, a PSA 2, $918.
uh,
Those
okay.
all USD. And
Yep.
in Canada, all those are well north of a K.
Yep.
Yeah. So you just think about that. And that was a brief moment in time. And PSA 2s and BVG 3s are not super high grade cards. But you were getting,
No.
comfortably over $1,000 for these things that were I had a 1.5. I bought it for like $200.
Yeah. Back
Like, it
then,
was-
it was
it
like
was
they were
cheap.
dime a dozen. I
It
had
was
ones,
cheap.
twos, and threes. Like you'd pick them up for like $50, and you'd sell them for whatever, 150, $200. That's it. Then they went to like $800, $900 at 2000, 2001, 2002.
Yeah.
Just like,
And heaven forbid you had a nice mid-grade copy or something, like the price went up quickly. It
oh
escalated.
yeah. Then you're making 25, $3,000, 3,500. Yeah, it was crazy.
November 23rd, BVG 2, $850. Nice. Thank you, Dan.
Yep.
Yeah, that's very helpful. But yeah,
Thank you.
it's just to give context. Like, it was crazy at that time. The card never went back to its previous rates. The floor went up on all those, obviously. Now, we didn't keep the peak. The peak was crazy, but it did push the floor up because we never got back to that old price. That old price disappeared, Eric, never to return. We
Dan,
never
was
got
there
those
any
old prices back.
Dan, was there any qualifiers there on any of those cards? If you
I
can
would suspect that those
specifically
was
look at those qualifiers.
Yeah. Since two of the PSA 2s are almost within $12 of each other, I suspect they're
Yeah.
not qualifiers. I think
No,
they're
no,
pretty
I
much the
know
same.
that. I'm just saying, was there any?
But yeah, that's how it was at that time. It kind of worked
And I
out.
don't
It was
like
kinda
qualifiers.
crazy.
I hate qualifiers. Every time I used to get OC, I just went, and actually when you sent in, you could say no qualifiers on it. So you would get 1 or 2 grades less, depending on,
Yes, you can.
what happened, right? So you knew
Yes.
that. So you'd see this off-center card and you go, that's a 7. Otherwise it's a 9, right? So
Right.
you kind of give it that consideration. It worked in your advantage, and there was times it worked against you. Depends how many were up on eBay at the time or whatever. So, because then people would choose, because if you think you're listing the only Gretzky, you're wrong, because there's always a Gretzky rookie on. At any given time, there's 5 or 10, right? So,
Mhm.
and especially in 2000, it was like, even the rappers were getting $150 each. It was like, are you kidding? $20, like, jeez,
No,
forever.
at that time, it's going to be fun, Eric, in a couple of years
Yeah.
to do the retrospectives because then there's
We
going
can
to
do
be
a video
couple
on
more-
that.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple more cycles of people that are going to have forgotten because we'll be about 5 years removed. That'll be
Mhm.
just enough time to be like, wait a minute. There's like,
Damn.
yes, that is what happened at that time. We were
Mhm.
there. It was crazy. There were you could print money. Like, if you had the right stuff at that moment for those cycles, those waves, you could print money because people were jumping from one flavor of the week. Literally,
It was.
it would be like this. All right, this week it's this one. This week it's this one. This week it's this one. And people would just keep jumping to try to find the next thing that hadn't gone up in price 50x, 100x.
And there was 100 podcasts on at any given time you could watch, and everybody was telling different things that were going on, record prices, so kept us busy too.
It did.
that time.
It did.
Mhm.
So, at those time, Eric, one live was not enough.
Yeah.
We needed 2 lives a week.
So I'm on the next bump, and I went from $45 to $50. So I'm waiting to hear back from this guy who's super slow, and maybe I'll get it for $50 Canadian. Plus, I got shipping, which is large flat rate box is probably around $27, something like that. So
Oh, just out of curiosity, so since the strike ended, have you gotten anything through Canada Post then the last little bit?
yeah,
Last
actually,
couple
I've
days?
gotten everything in. It's been really quick. It's been great.
I didn't know
It's
that.
like business as usual. I'm not seeing the rotating strikes affecting me.
It's not gonna be too crazy for most people.
It
Eric,
isn't
you were saying?
actually. It's really good. I got like 5 or 6 parcels in that I was waiting for, and I got them all in. And I also shipped out a couple that people got the next day. And I went, it was only what 300 kilometers away, but even still, like next
Yeah.
day, like it's pretty good.
There was a little bit of backlog, but it wasn't too crazy. So Eric, you
Yeah,
were saying something?
it's been good. Yeah.
You were saying something?
No,
Yes, you were.
You were literally talking, and then Bobby talked over you.
I'm
No.
sorry.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I got
So
nothing.
anyway, so the patch here, this one was actually stuck in limbo for about a month. So during the actual strike, that was one of the ones that I was waiting on.
Oh, that was
So
one of the ones.
that came in.
Okay,
Yeah, that came in this week. It wasn't like a big thing. It was like a $30 card, but I was like, I'd like to get my thing already. So this week it finally came in the mail. By the way, I was very tempted to give the seller at least a neutral, because I don't
You
the
gave him a
whole chipping.
neutral.
No, I said I was tempted. I'm not going to give him any feedback. The chipping and
Yeah, I
everything,
don't
I
give
already knew.
feedback. I don't even give neutrals. Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
like
The chipping and everything I saw in the picture, so that wasn't the issue. The thing is, they were charging like $5 shipping in Canada, which again, I have no issue with
did
that.
it come in that?
It came in, it literally slapped one stamp on it. And I was like, really, my dude? Listen, Quebec, we're gonna have
Oh.
words. Phantom of the Opera be damned. We're gonna have
Yes.
words.
Uh-oh.
So I bid on like 5 or 6 items from this one guy. He said, and the funny part, he said, I hope you don't mind. I made offers on these items, and he had $8 in US shipping on each item. And I figured, okay, send me one bill after I bid on 5 or 6 items, because I figured, okay, $8 shipping, so maybe he's going to charge 2 shippings, so $16. But it was 35, $7, and I went, dude, I said, I don't mind you making a little bit of money. And, I know I did buy the items, the same size items. Like, honestly, it's not going to add any like extra to it. And he goes, well, you bought them at a pretty low value. And, I'm just trying to make some extra money on the shipping. And I'm going, so why am I offering? Like, just put them at a price and then just say, we'll combine shipping or something. It's just like, you can't win. And I said, well, unfortunately, your rating for shipping will be determined after I receive these items, and I don't think you're going to do too well. He had 288 feedback, and I'm sitting there going, you're gonna get beat. And that's where I will give him, positive feedback, but I will put his shipping at there's 5-star rating, so I'll give him a 1. And that'll hurt him a lot. That'll give him 90 whatever from
Yeah,
100%.
you can lose your super
And,
seller, whatever it is. Yeah.
And I feel bad because I don't think he understands. Like, so why put best offer? You had a good deal, actually, as it was. If I bought those items and he combined shipping, it's pretty good either way. But he didn't, and he added shipping each one. So I had 5 items times 8, it's $48 US. So that's $70 something Canadian, 72. And I went, hey, it's like, holy crap, And that's almost more than I spent on the items. So it's like the shipping equals the items. And I'm sitting here going,
Yeah.
oh my God. So I have to deal with that every once in a while. And thank God I get it shipped to the US, because the shipping is somewhat reasonable unless they do something like this. So anyway.
Well, so that was the reason I brought it up, is that I incorporate the price of the shipping into what I'm paying. I add it all up because it goes back to the grading thing that I talked about a minute ago. I have to include, because that's actually my actual cost. Whatever it costs me, like I don't care if the card is $1 and shipping is $5,000. Then the total is $5,001. That's what
right.
the total is. So, however you want to break this down, the answer is still the same. How much is it going to cost me to get it into my hands? All of it has to count. It's all part of. For comps, it doesn't. But for me, hobby budget wise, it's all part of the equation because it's coming out of my wallet. So that is the real number. How much is it actually going to cost me to get into my hands? That's the real number. I don't care what the bid was. I don't care what the initial shipping was. taxes, customs, anything.
Yeah.
It's all part of the cost that it is to get it into my hands.
You have to allocate it properly. These
Correct.
are resale items here, but
Correct.
the one good thing eBay has is like send me an invoice with combined shipping. They do have that now. So I asked this one guy, I just bought some other stuff, 3 items. And it's thin little, they were stickers. So I said, 3 stickers, and I paid the $4, and $4. And actually he refunded me $7, which was great. I said, oh, that was nice. Because he actually said something in his description saying, you know, if you get over a certain amount in dollar value, you have to charge the extra shipping or whatever it was. But he actually gave me money back, and I said, that's pretty easy. That was nice,
Mhm.
and those are fair. These other people with new feedback, they get bad feedback, and then they can't sell anything because people look at their 96.8% feedback, and that's bad. Even 99 is bad. Like, you have to watch your stuff, and they don't understand that. Oh, I'm just trying to make. I hope you don't mind. It's like, I hope you don't mind. What? That's what he said. I said, well, whatever. I don't think people understand commerce on eBay. So anyway, which way
No.
it isn't. Anyways, I wouldn't grade that card. Tell Phil. Bobby said,
Bobby said, okay.
go
There you
Toronto
go.
Blue Jays. Tell him that too.
Oh, I ain't telling
Zachary
him.
says, remember,
Yeah, I know you wouldn't tell him that.
you should tell him that. Oh,
No.
by the way, I actually want to discuss something related to that in a second. I'm gonna have a little bit of fun with this. So
Oh.
Zachary says, remember when Eric
Uh-oh.
Michael was telling a course teaching how to flip? Keep seeing Facebook reels of him walking to the table, offering 60 to 70% in liquid vintage, and gets told no, no, no. Is that what he's teaching? Yeah. The thing is, the model is the old model. The old model is just be like offer lowball everybody and hope that people take you up on it. And that's
Once
where
in
you
a
make your
while,
margin.
someone's going to come through and
Yeah.
say, if they're having a bad day,
Yeah, that's
It might
basically
work.
what happened. That's what
Yeah.
that's where it's been kind of funny. Like a lot of the reason I enjoyed watching the old card show vlogs. So remember that question from earlier tonight about the whole Mount Rushmore thing. I think most of the hobby content isn't worth it. It's unworthy to me of having. I was being serious. Like I was having fun with it, obviously, but I was actually being serious. No one is worth a Mount Rushmore. None of y'all get it. Nobody makes the team next year, Eric. No one. Nobody makes the team.
nope.
But the point is, the vlogs entertain me. They're not educational. They're entertaining for me. But the part of the reason they were entertaining for me is that I'm watching, speak of bad analogies, I'm watching some of the worst negotiation tactics I have ever seen in my life. And they're pathetically bad. And the thing is, they're sitting there thinking they're playing 4D chess when I'm like, you haven't even been able to figure out how to open the box yet. Like that's how far beyond 4D chess you
Well,
are.
you did mention entertainment, so
From entertainment standpoint, it's fine.
it's great.
But
yeah.
I'm treating it as entertainment, and as entertainment, it's fine. But the reality is, I'm sitting there watching them, going like, "This is not a new model. Ripping people off and lowballing is not a new model that you invented."
No, it was great in the 90s.
Yeah.
10 cents on the dollar for your cards. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then the other half of, but now everybody's off the comp. They're like, whatever the comp is, I'll pay you 85%, and then try to sell it for 92.5%. And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, great. I hope you sell a crap ton of volume because it's not much margin.
Yeah. I
Good
deal
luck.
with, no comps for the most part, the stuff that I deal with. I actually picked up something really interesting, and I think you guys are going to like this. This is from 1974. If you want to put me on single screen, Carlos.
Go ahead. You're there. You're there.
I'm not there.
Yes, you are. You're literally taking up the full screen, Bobby.
You're taking up the full screen.
Really?
We can see you, Bobby.
Am
We
I
can see you,
behind?
Bobby. We
Okay,
can
I
see you,
got 3 screens. I can see all you guys.
Well, right
Anyways,
now, Bobby, you're literally smack in the middle of the screen. For
so
everybody
something's
else.
wrong with my computer, with my phone. Anyways, okay, so this is a 1974 Team Canada signed. I guess it looks like an insert. It's Russian,
Is
and
that
all the names are in Russian and what have you from there.
but that's
So
but correct me if I'm wrong. Is that the WHA?
it is correct. Yes, 74. Yeah,
So that's the WHA team that played the Russians, right?
it was. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I see, let me see. I see
You can't see the names. You can,
Bobby
but
Hall.
you can't spell them.
I can see Bobby Hull. I can see I can
Gordie
I think
Howe.
Phil Goyette. I want to say
Yeah.
Phil Goyette.
Yeah,
Yep.
I see Jerry Cheevers. I see Ricky Smith.
You got Gordy on there.
Hovlich. I see
You got Pi McKenzie up there.
Pi is up there on the right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to recognize some of the faces.
Yeah, I
I
know.
was at,
Without the names, it's kind of tough, isn't it?
I see.
you know what's funny, Bobby? The reason I got Goyette is I looked at the signature.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, yeah, some signed pretty nice back then, of course.
Yeah,
I
I could make out his signature, so I was able to figure that one out.
Now,
think
here's the best part about it
Okay.
is all the Russians signed it.
No
Nice.
way.
You have Valakat
I see Tretiak.
Trechak there, but the one big one, and most people don't realize how big the one person is in here. He died in 1981. He was called the Russian Gretzky, and that is what's his name again?
Boris.
Karlamov, Valery Karlamov.
Oh,
And he died in 81, so he didn't sign much, and his autograph is worth 1,500 by himself.
Wow.
If you can find him. So, but I have all the Russians. There was another guy who died too, but not as he wasn't quite the Gretzky. So it's just an amazing piece. This came from a personal collection of a player. I won't mention the player right now, but this was a player who played on this team. So that came from him. So he went
Russian
around
or
and got them
Canadian?
all. Hmm?
Was he Russian or
No.
Canadian?
American.
Well, why would he be an American? That's weird.
Well, no, he played on a lot
Because
of American
America
teams.
is the 12th province, Eric.
Yes, I haven't figured that out yet. No, he played on most of the American teams.
Oh, all right. So but he's a Canadian, not a
But he's
Russian.
Canadian, yes. No, he can play on a, yeah, of course.
I was wondering if you were
You would remember him if he played on Philly. You would remember if he played on, well, Quebec, obviously, Nordiques. He has sort of a blue, blah, blah name. So if you get that. Anyways,
No, that'll narrow it down.
there's that was a nice piece that I picked up. So
No, that's a
I
very
thought
nice
it
one.
was really nice.
It's a good, it's a
Yes,
good one.
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's a very good one. Yep. Paul says Otani is a menace. Yeah, apparently, I'm hearing from the NLCS. If you buy at 15% comps and eBay charges you 15%, how do they make money? I know it's scandalous, isn't it?
I don't know.
Scandalous.
How do
Scandalous.
they?
It's valid questions. So,
Well, if
real
you ever
quick, I
see
did
those
wanna-
places from China who charge you $1 shipping and $1 for the card and go, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny how
Hey,
it works.
listen, man.
I don't get it.
It goes. It goes.
It does. Obviously, it sells, but it's like, how do you make money? I guess 3 cents in China must mean something.
Yep. Stuke says any country on this
That's
side of the
what
pond is in
you say,
America.
yeah.
Stuke, incorrect. This is factually incorrect. Eric, this is incorrect, and I'm gonna help Stuke here out with this because we need facts. We need scholarship.
Oh,
He's saying
okay.
here any country on this side of the pond is in America. Incorrect. Everything is O-Pee-Chee.
That's what I was going to say.
I am in the People's Republic of
Open.
O-Pee-Chee. You will respect it.
I also
Everything's
picked up
O-Pee-Chee.
some other stuff. A tracksuit.
O-Pee-Chee is also a state of mind.
It is
It's true.
officially.
It is.
So who was number 23 on Toronto Maple Leafs?
It says
Well, that's-
32.
That says 32.
32. Sorry, I was
Yes.
looking at it in the thing. Okay.
Otherwise, I was going to say Michael Jordan.
If his nickname is Stumpy, who is it?
Go ahead, Eric. You're the hockey guy. Get on it.
Oh, give me a second. Gee whiz.
He had the first NBA three-pointer. Go.
Oh, Chris Ford.
Nobody's
Okay.
ever
We'll
look,
move on.
Bobby. We're again with the Chris Ford thing. Bobby, we all know Chris Ford isn't real. He's as real as Larry Toyota, John Lambo.
Lambo?
Yeah, they're all fake names I just made up, like Chris Ford. Chris Ford.
Gamble?
Ooh, Chris Ford. I bet you saw him.
Anyways,
at the convention.
we'll
Chris
ask
Ford.
the
Yeah,
the
Baz
crowd
says
there.
Ron Ellis. Baz says Ron
Sure.
Ellis.
no, come on. No, it's 80.
That was his guess. That's what his guess.
Okay.
I don't know who number 32 was, nicknamed Stumpy in Toronto.
His nickname was Stumpy, anyways.
Yeah. If you
Someone's
live in,
going to look that up anyway, so we'll
somebody will
find out.
Google it. It'll go to the Google machine. If you live
Please
in northern
do.
Minnesota, it's O-Peach-Key. There you go.
And I bought a Toronto Maple Leaf bag.
Look at
Team
this guy. He's
bag?
getting all the merch.
The team gear bag. Do you know who it belonged to?
I don't know if you know who this is.
Joe Carter?
Pretty close.
Hey, 29. He was Joe Carter. 29 was Joe Carter.
Okay, who doesn't know Toronto 29? Come on.
Not a Leafs fan. Can't help you. Talk to
Really?
Hockey Boy over there. I'm not a Leafs fan.
Number
I can't tell you
29.
anybody's number.
The flip-flop goalie, the famous Leaf goalie,
There you
the
go.
70s and the
Palmatier.
80s, late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, Paul
Went to
Mateo.
Washington
That says
Capitals.
Palmatier.
Thank you. See, when you talk about Toronto Maple Leafs and you talk about Mike Palmatier, 9 out of 10.
Yeah,
So-
he's now. Is he still alive, Bobby?
Oh yeah, he's still yeah. I've seen him.
They should have him at the expo. They'd go bananas for him.
Well, I think he does go to the expo on occasion. He does do a lot of private.
I've been there.
He's in the area. You know, I met him a few times. You know, he's a nice guy. He's so small, like such a tiny guy. But he was Mr. Flip Flop.
Most goalies were pretty small at the time.
Mm.
The real like the Ken
Even
Dryden
Bauer
stood
was
out.
short.
Yeah,
The
Ken Dryden stood out because he was so damn tall.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was more an anomaly because of that. It was not the norm at that time. It was these smaller kind of spry guys who could bounce around a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you look at the jerseys from back in the old days, you go, who'd that fit?
Oh my God, you're 100% right. And you think not only did these little teeny tiny jerseys go on these hockey players, the guys were wearing shoulder pads. How did these little jerseys fit these people? Yeah, it's crazy. Because you think these legendary players, back in the the 40s and 50s, you just in our heads we just probably think them as these big massive people. And then they hold up this little kid's jersey for with the Canadians on, and you're like, that's not real. No,
Eric, I've looked at the pictures and I think the opposite. Ooh, no.
Well, I held up King Clancy. They had a King Clancy night, and they had this Irish jersey for him. And I held it up, and I went, "Ooh, this is like half of me. What are you kidding? Like
it's crazy."
It was so small.
Eric, based
but
on
he
that,
was a feisty guy. So
he was. But now Eric. The problem is now if we go back into them olden times, now it's like, you guys are on steroids. It's like, why? Because it's like, I'm taking your hockey player. I am curling your hockey players.
Yeah.
You're little know-me guys.
Yeah. It when I see equipment back from the day, it's like they were midgets. It was like midget hockey. It was crazy.
You said midget so easy. I'm just repeating something that I said the same thing the last show or show before last.
So I mean, it's just crazy how
Look, if Eric hasn't gotten us canceled, nothing will at this point.
Yeah, true enough. Right.
It's just crazy how small the uniforms and equipment were when in our heads.
Well, wool does shrink. I understand that, but even still.
But they weren't like you have to. You can also take like weights. Like the thing is, it's not just the one sport. Like you go back and look at some of the like baseball has a longer track going in the 1800s, but you go back and look at some of these guys. And you go look at like their stat line, like height and weight, and you're like, really?
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of these guys were not big people.
No.
It's just that was the way it was. But they were great athletes. Like it's what it was.
Yeah. And now you got Judge playing for the Yankees. That the guy's a goddamn monster.
Yeah. So give you a good example of this, kind of playing into that since we brought it up. The record for most RBIs in one season, because it's one of my favorite little stats. The record for most RBIs in one season was 191 RBIs.
Wow.
That was one season. And that was set in 1930. The player hit 56 home runs, 191 RBIs, and hit 356.
Wow.
Won the MVP that season.
356.
That player was Hack Wilson, which is a great baseball
name.
Who? That Hack Wilson.
I've actually heard that name.
That's a great baseball name.
Couldn't tell you anything about him except I have heard that name.
That's right. Yep. Blue right here. They got it. They got it. Hack Wilson. Boom. Hack Wilson. Perfect. Now, here's what I want to ask you. This is the question I'm going to ask you. I got his height and weight on Baseball Reference in front of me. I want you to tell me what his height and weight is. I want guesses.
5'10",
I don't want you to Google it. Don't Google it. Don't Google it.
5'10", 175.
No.
Right.
I'm doing
Stu's got the height.
Yeah, I was oh god.
Whoa, really?
5'6". 5'6".
Wow.
Yeah, I was going like
now 5'6". What was his listed weight? What was his listed weight?
125.
150.
Okay.
He's got to be 150 to hit homers or RBIs.
Blue's guessing. Height, you were a little off. Weight, you're off. I will answer this, but weight, you're off.
No,
Higher or lower?
125.
No, can't be 125.
165 is low. Go higher.
Oh, 175, I said.
Okay, go higher.
Really?
Mhm.
180?
He was 5'6", 190 pounds.
Wow. Well, that, a little
He was
weight
a
behind him,
a
that would
thick
get
dude.
a lot of
He was a
RBIs dragged
what he
in.
was he was a thick, stocky guy. Remember, he hit 56 home runs
It's like
as well.
it's like the Blue Jay guy, Alexander. What's his last name?
Yeah, the catcher, Kirk.
Yeah,
Kirk.
he's great. Yeah,
Yeah, but he's
that guy. You look at him, you go,
56 home
what?
runs. So
But
you
he
got to remember, Eric,
leans.
56 home runs. So he's this
Amazing.
thick, stocky guy. Like he's barrel chested. Like he's a thick guy.
You have to be.
Right.
So like he's now to give you context though, this will be kind of a fun one for you, Eric. So again, obviously that's his signature season, the 1930 season. He had these massive numbers, but he actually led the league in home runs 3 other times.
Wow.
In addition to that.
Really?
So from 1926 through to 1930, 4 of those 5 seasons, he led the league in home runs. 1956 is obviously his signature season, his biggest season. But in 1926, he had 21 home runs. Remember, this is still the 1920s. Home runs were about to kick up, and Ruth was starting to put up silly
That's
numbers.
amazing.
But he led the National League with 21 home runs. 21 home runs, 109 RBIs. Very impressive. 321 average. Excellent season. Excellent. Following season, 30 home runs, 129 RBIs, 318. Excellent. 1928, 31 home runs, 120 RBIs, 313 average. Like, he's killing it. He's doing great out here, Eric. He's doing wonderful. Next season, 39 home runs, leads the league with 159 RBIs and hits 345. That was the season before he set the RBI record that still stands to this day. 56 home runs, 191 RBIs, a 356 average. He had 208 hits that season. So for about a 5-season period, he was a monster. The 5'6", 190-pound stocky dude was dominating.
That is impressive.
It is. It is. So it worked out. Like, but those are fun stories, Eric. Those are fun ones. Those are kind of like it's a different era completely. And then right after that, he fell off. I knew a little bit about Hack Wilson. I'm assuming it was injuries because the following season he immediately shoots from 155 games to 112. So I'm assuming he starts getting hurt and it drops his numbers off right after that. He kind of falls off a cliff.
Yeah.
But it's fascinating. Like the RBI leader of all time for one season was that guy. He is in the Hall of Fame. He did win an MVP, but he had a very fascinating career. And for about a 5-6 year period, he was a monster. At 5'6", 190 pounds. Big, stocky fella. Hack Wilson was 5'5", of booze and 1 inch of flesh. There you go.
Maybe.
I like it. Give me a name. BIC member here. You are a pal.
He is.
No, you're not.
Yes, he is.
Ruth
No,
proved. Eric, he has paid for the privilege. He is, in fact, the pal.
I don't care how much he pays. He's not my pal.
Yep.
Hey,
Ruth proved you
listen,
can hit
pal.
homers. Yeah, that's right. Ruth proved you can hit homers consistently using an upper deck swing. And a lot of guys copied. Yep. Tony went off tonight. This is what I hear. These are the rumors that I've heard. So real quick, I did want to say the kind of the point that I was making. Obviously, the Mariners won, so fair play to them. I'm hoping, I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that the Jays can win. But at the end of the day, here's what's interesting, Eric. And this is something I was looking at the other day. I was thinking about it, but then I like I said, I like to look it up myself and confirm my memory because I can't just rely on memory at this point. Too many things have happened, like stuff happens. But here is what I came across, and I was thinking about this. No matter what happens in this series, my preference, of course, I want them to win the ALCS. I want them to get the World Series. I would love to see them in a World Series in the HD era. Okay? An HD World Series would be wonderful.
Yeah.
We're assuming, based on what's going to happen here, because I'll double check what the score is. I assume the Dodgers are going to be there in the World Series. Here's the thing. Unless something really wacky happens, my expectation is whoever comes into the American League is then going to play the Washington Generals to the Dodgers Harlem Globetrotters. Because that team has paid so much goddamn money for that team, they'd better win. So you're going to be the underdog. No matter who it is. Jays or Mariners, you're going to be the underdog.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jays and Mariners were the 2 expansion teams for 1977. So that is kind of a fun little synergy thing.
I never knew that. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Mariners are trying to get to the first World Series in franchise history. The Jays are trying to get to the third. They've won 2 World Series. So the Mariners have a lot. The fans really want this, obviously. So no question. So again, I would like to see the Jays get there. That would be my hope. But they're going to be the underdogs against most likely the Dodgers. So fine. The point that I was going to make was that I'm enjoying it. Part of the reason I got this hat and all the overpriced swag, from our Fanatics Overlords, who I love and adore. Hashtag rigged, hashtag rigged, hashtag rigged. But part of the reason I'm doing that is because, Eric, I am enjoying this run. I have made it my thing that I'm going to enjoy it from front to back because it doesn't happen most of the time. We don't get that. And there's really, if somebody actually looks at Blue Jay franchise history, Eric, what's funny is that we've got two distinct, ironically, whether they get further or they don't, this is kind of their second golden era because they've had two. The first one started in 1983 when they had their first winning season and culminated in 1993 when they won their second World Series. During that run, they were winning division titles. They got the ALCSs. They got the World Series. They won a couple of World Series. So that's the original golden era. Remember, this team is from 1977. So from 83 to 93, that's the first golden era. Then they don't make the playoffs for 22 seasons. They make the playoffs and get to the ALCS back-to-back in 2015 and 2016. This is their opportunity again. They're in the ALCS as the third one. They've made the playoffs a handful of times also during that. Eric, between 2015 and 2025, they have made 3 ALCS appearances. Those are the first playoff appearances since 93. And regardless of what happens, they won 2 games in the ALCS. They're going to get a chance to play Game 6 in Toronto. They've had all the... Of course, I want them to win a championship. But at the end of the day, this is the second best 10-year run in franchise history.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm, quote, rooting for them, but I mean, I don't really care. So, oh my God, I hate him so much. He knows what he's doing. People in the chat don't know what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And this is why I hate you. Now, obviously, I don't like baseball. I don't care about baseball. I don't follow it. And I don't cheer people on because I don't give a shit. But
Yes, you do.
if gun to my head, who do I want to win? I'd pick Toronto.
I'd like that. Mm-hmm.
Yep. But so, Bobby, do you get what I'm saying, though? I wanted to put it into perspective, though, as a fan of the team, that like franchise history actually tells you. And I joked with this to my buddy a couple of years back. I was explaining, you do realize that for the most part, the Jays as a franchise basically the next year will be officially the 50th year.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, outside of these two little pockets of time, they've pretty much been mediocre to trash for the entire rest of the franchise history.
True enough.
So it's like,
but back to back is pretty good.
But it is. But what I'm saying is between 83 and 93, that was the first golden era where they actually became relevant. They were in the mix. They got the playoffs. They won the World Series. That whole thing. That was the first run. This run though is still pretty good. It's not as good as the first run, but they've actually been in the mix. They've actually been contending. They've actually shown something for themselves. They've won some playoff series this time around. They've
done well.
Exactly. But you have to be more appreciative because at this point, like honestly, with most of these teams with the leagues, most of the teams are going to be disappointed, Eric. They were in the Final Four. They've been in the Final Four 3 times in this last decade.
Oh, yeah.
So they've competed. They've competed with the best that were available. Now, the problem is this in this era, it's going to be tough to push teams like the Dodgers out of the way because they are really good.
You're going to have guys step up, like what was his name? LaSavage or something? Is that a guy?
Yes, Savage.
Yee Savage.
Yee Savage. Okay, well let's go Yee.
It's Y-E.
Yes, Savage. Anyways,
I was forced to watch that game at a bar with
forced.
Well, yeah, I was
at gunpoint.
Well, pretty much. But I was with Phil, and
I remember you said he was pissed. Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Eric.
Jesus.
Eric.
But,
do not lie to the people. Phil being pissed fed your soul with the Schadenfreude. Acknowledge it.
I don't care about baseball, so I just thought it was humorous how this man.
The Schadenfreude, Eric. The Schadenfreude transcends all sports. The Schadenfreude transcends all sports.
So, but the Jays need to have these guys that you're not expecting to come out and play like this if they're going to win. So they need more of that.
What's funny is that for the most part, they actually have. I've actually been very impressed. So my overarching point here that I'm trying to get at is I'm talking about, as a sports fan, I've had the good fortune that all of my favorite teams have won championships that I've gotten to watch. A lot of fans can't say that. There are fans for different teams that have never gotten to watch their teams win anything. I've gotten to watch all my teams win something, at least something, and I got to watch them. So I am more appreciative at this stage in the game. For me, this is like icing on the cake. I would like them to advance to the World Series. I would be more than happy to overspend on an overpriced World Series hat. Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Yes.
True enough.
But I'm not worried about it. I'm not counting on it. I want them to, hopefully in the next game. But again, game one, they missed an opportunity here. They did win 2 games convincingly. I was very impressed with that. They at least fought back. I'm very happy to see that. That's good. Now they'll get a chance to go back to Toronto, and they'll have an opportunity to do something. If they can put together a good...
Oh, they lost twice in Toronto, but anyways, yeah.
They did, but Seattle lost twice in Seattle.
That's right.
So it is what it is. So these teams are going to have the chance. And the Jays were able to successfully win games in New York.
Yeah.
And they were able to win games in Toronto. So, it can be done. They know what the formula is. You have to hit, and you have to hit consistently and hit often. If you manage that, the rest takes care of itself.
What was that, 2019 that everybody won against? They won not at home. They won on the road.
Yeah, mostly on the road. It was something like that. I don't remember the exact year. It was something like that, yeah.
Okay, I need the advice of I'm just working on this thing. So one guy bids 20 and then he asks size and then the guy says no deal. So I put 35 in and then he says no deal yet. I put 45 in and he says one more bump, it's in the mail. So I went 50. Should I have went 55 or should I think 50 is the next? Well, because I went up 10 and 10.
I think
because he's not getting back to me, so I don't know.
Oh, I gotcha. But I think you already know. You know that jacket's pretty solid. I don't have any.
It's $35 shipping, so.
No, I get it, but those jackets are pretty. I don't know. Baubles is good at selling those specific type of merch. I'm sorry, it's over $100.
No, it's $250. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
US, not even.
To me, it would.
So am I being cheap? You're saying okay.
Yeah. Don't go full.
So I should go 55.
Don't go full baubles. Fight it. Fight for it.
But he's not getting back to me at 50, so I'm gonna have to go.
Don't
55.
go full Manoa. Don't go full Manoa.
Yeah. So it's one of those things.
I'm not okay. I'm gonna go 55. I can't even change this. What's with the Facebook here? It's not letting me to edit.
For the guy to get back to you, but
sure.
Well, it's 11 o'clock right now, so I don't know where he is in Canada. But
back to you in the morning.
No, I don't want to wait till the morning because I don't want to. In the morning you wake up and somebody bid 55 and he got it.
But you could bid 10,000 if the guy's sleeping. He's not getting back to you.
yeah, I'm not bidding 10,000, but anyways, yeah. I guess I can't edit my pad.
You keep working on that. I'm going to read a couple of comments.
Yep, that's okay. I'm still here.
Donaldson MVP season was amazing. It was. That's why. So the theme of this particular segment, Eric, is just fan appreciation for the little things. I'm enjoying, I got to tell you, as a fan, I have enjoyed this little run because there's no expectation for me. As far as I'm concerned, they're in bonus time right now. Last year, that team was 5th place in the division. Why would I expect them to have made a run to the LCS? What would suggest to me that suddenly they improved that much? It's been a good run.
Yeah, and that's kind of, and again, I really just hate baseball, but I do like the stuff they're doing. It's been exciting, for the things that you go out after work at a bar and the game's on. I mean, you kind of pay attention to it whether you like it or not. And they've been fun to watch. So I am, quote, rooting for them, even though I really don't care.
My 55 is in. That's good.
All right. You feel better? You put an extra $5 down. You feel better, big guy?
Whoa.
Okay, you're dead after school when you come.
I was gonna say,
so
like,
that's
holy
it.
crap. Eric, I don't think I'm gonna be. I don't think we've got enough security to protect you from all the nemesis
I don't think so
that
either.
you're
So
putting
I don't
together.
know what that was about, but any which way.
Eric,
You know what?
eh,
When you bid on an item and you got like $35 shipping, because we're not talking about a card here that's $5. Like we're talking about, something that's going to cost you 35 extra. So, you always want to get it as cheap as possible. So, because shipping is always a factor. And on the other end, it's shipping too. So if you had 35 and 35, that's $70 on an item. That's $250 US item. It takes a little margins off. So I'm just trying to be um cheap. Yeah.
Cheap, yeah, cheap, yeah, okay. But
There you
no,
go.
I think we all do that, right? I mean, I don't want to spend that
Well,
much.
when shipping on a card is $5 or $10, it's no big deal. But when it's $35,
Yeah.
mm,
Oh, I
Yeah.
mean, I've talked about it, and for years now, that there's been many times where I find a card in Canada, I'm all excited about it, I love the price, I go to checkout, and that's when I see the shipping costs of
$15.
$15, and I'm like, but the card's $8. And
Oh,
it's like, cancel. I'll find it somewhere else. I'm not.
because you're bidding on $8 fucking cards. What do you want?
I'm not sending. I'm not paying $15 for you to send me an $8 card. And it's like, no, I'll
But
get
it has to be like that. That's the unfortunate part of Canada, right? So
Yeah. Well, but I many times I've hit cancel just before I
yeah,
hit
I know.
play.
I know.
It's like I'm not doing it. That's just not good.
Shipping is always a consideration, and on this, I'm being a little bit, I don't know, I guess cheap. Because 300 US or 250, you're looking at 325, something like that. So 325 minus the what, $85, 55, 65, 70, 80, $90. Yeah, so I only make 150, so and that's if I sell it.
Yeah, but when you sell it, you're making the buyer pay the next shipping cost.
Yeah, but we have the US shipping too. We have to consider that. So that's a lot of people have canceled their US shipping because of the you have to have the new website, stuff like that, Carlos, right?
Yeah, basically that was the thing.
new-
There
yeah.
will be, though. I'm waiting on the specifics.
Yep.
eBay is going to be doing an international shipping thing this month.
How many days?
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be very similar to the US thing where you'll ship it to some neutral location and they take care of the logistics.
Oh, really? Wow.
Carlos, what's the counter at again? How many days to the expo?
20
Under 21, under 20.
Yeah.
Well, Bobby, you got 20 days to ship stuff to my house.
No, this
19
is
days, 17 hours.
no, this is in Canada. I'm assuming it's in
Oh.
Canada. It's a Canadian deal no deal thing kind of thing. So
Okay. Yeah.
Well, just a reminder, you get 20 days to ship stuff to my house.
no,
Yeah, I already initiated
oh,
ship my
I get
cards
everything
thing,
shipped
and
to
I'm
St. Louis, and St. Louis comes to me, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I already initiated ship my cards thing, so I'm waiting for them to finalize confirmation and tracking, but it should be in the next couple of days, probably
Yeah.
in the early next week. Orlando says saw the Marlins win twice, probably never see that again. You never know, but it's the Marlins was a very interesting case that way it works. But you got to enjoy. So my point was you got to enjoy it when it happens, and if you enjoy your team and want to watch them, and if it happens, enjoy it. I think there's a lot of cities now where they take stuff for granted. I enjoy part of the reason, there's a lot of reasons that I enjoy the Yankees losing is because
We all
they're
like that. Don't worry.
we all like that. But part of the reason I like it is because they have this entitlement that they believe for some bizarre reason. And what's funny is if you actually look
Like
at
the
franchise
Leafs?
history. Well, no, they actually have one.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
In our lifetime. But the problem is that the Yankee fans
Well, my lifetime.
are not milking, they're actually milking the pre-lifetime stuff and trying to pretend that it happened with the current stuff. What I mean by that is they've won 27 championships. 20 of them were before 1965. So yes, you have won since then, but it's a lot more spread out. Between 1920 and about 1965 or so, you won 20 championships.
That sounds like the Leafs.
It's like it was, but the thing is, after 1965, they still won 7. So that is not like the Leafs.
No, it's not
They
like the Leafs. Yeah.
They won 2 in the 70s. So they had 2 with the Reggie Jackson teams.
Yep.
Then you shift forward, they win nothing in the 1980s. Nothing. Even though they had teams they spent good money on.
Mhm.
Talented players played on
Big
those
money
teams.
on.
They were good, but they were not good enough.
No.
But then you have to scroll all the way ahead to 1996. And then you've got the Jeter team with Mariano Rivera and all those guys. Here's the thing. They went 4 World Series between 1996 and 2000. 4 or 5 seasons. Then nothing for 9 years. 2009. And then nothing since.
Yeah.
Don't act like you're the dynastic Yankees when you're not. That's not the dynasty, Eric, is not you won something 15 years ago and then 9 years before that. And then there was that little mini run of about 5 years. And then we got to go back to 1970s.
It's
That's
when
not
George
dynastic.
Costanza was there.
Yeah, that's not dynastic. That is still very good. Don't get this twisted. That's still very good. But it is not the same. That Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle era, that's dynastic.
That was amazing.
That's a run. But it ended. Now you're a very high value, high market team that thinks you're going to win every year and doesn't.
Overvalued.
Yeah. So it's like, this is
Mhm.
why it's so satisfying. But then you'll listen to the fans, and the fans are like, oh man, we should have won. It's like, no, you shouldn't have. You weren't good enough.
So the Jays kicked your ass.
They did.
Mhm.
And they made all the excuses after the fact. And I'm like, well, good luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tell Phil.
So here, quick. Yeah. So Paulie was saying, Eric, were you a Cheers fan growing up in Boston? Did you go there and did everybody know your name? Even Zombie Ray Bork?
Listen,
Mm.
I'll answer that question by telling you this. The greatest goalie in Boston Bruins history is Eddie LeBec. And we were all saddened when he passed.
Why is he? Why was he?
So the question was I a Cheers, the TV show Cheers?
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Understood.
Cheers reference.
Next.
So
Okay.
my answer to that was the greatest goalie in Bruins history was Eddie LeBec.
Yes. Got it.
And
Mhm.
we were all saddened when he died.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Vintage Oddball Cards here. Good evening. Sell your tiny cards tonight. Flip those babies where the sun comes up. Hashtag divest. Is it weird that Josh Beckett seems somewhat forgotten? He took down the Yankees in 2003. That's true. He had a great performance that season. Hey, Eric, how do you really feel about baseball? Just curious. 1986 Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
The 86 Red Sox.
Probably the way to get even with Eric is the California Seal ashtray and keep it to yourself.
Yes. I do have a line on one, so
Don't joke about such things.
no, I do.
Well,
I actually
Bobby,
know the guy who owns it,
Well, Eric, Bobby was telling me,
and he's getting rid of a lot
that
of his stuff. So
he was looking at getting a plate, and then he was going to do a little bit of, a dance and
it's actually considered in their advertisement as unbreakable.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah, they are.
That sounds very fancy.
I'm not going to test it.
That sounds downright
Well,
bougie. Is what it
Well,
sounds.
he might test it before. Well, we'll see.
Here you go.
And
Meet
he
in the
lives
parking lot
in where's a lot of people with money? Where is it? New York.
Eric's house. Raise the
Yeah,
like
Eric's
button.
house. Yes, yes. Why can't I think of the name? He lives in it's close to Canada there. Not the Hamptons. It's like something like that. Where does he live? I'll get back to you.
You figure that out. All right. Rick says, meet in the parking lot before the principal comes out. Let's get it on this, right? Don't buy from Canadians, Eric. That's right. Don't trust the Canadians.
Never.
Letter post is cheap, but the dishonest people say they never got the card. True. As an Orioles fan, I'd like to see Yankees lose
Yeah.
too. Fair. Ship My Cards has an expo span. I did see that. I will tell you, Eric. So the Ship My Cards obviously does their thing where they'll mule stuff over for you.
Yeah.
They phrased it in a weird way this year, though. I will say. So I'll share it. Paul actually makes an excellent point, and I should mention it. So if anybody has Ship My Card stuff and they would like them to be brought up to Expo, and you are going to be in that area,
What was the
deal is
wording
decent.
on that?
So what they did is they basically, the way they did it last year is they said they would take up to 10 lots. So lots could be a handful of cards. It could be one card. It could be whatever. It could be any
Yeah.
combination they're in. They've got basically what they said is that they will do a graded card box. What they've got that is 100 top loaders, or I want to say it's like 50 graded cards or combination they're in. And I'm like, Why didn't you guys just do about lots? It was like this is an
It was
awkward way
easier,
of
yeah,
yeah. I was like, or just say
because there
hey
were
whatever.
some big lots that people bought probably.
Yeah, but basically what they're doing, and by the way, that's actually still a lot of cards because in what they fit inside of the
Yeah,
graded box is actually quite a bit. So you can actually fit up these. Most likely, you'll be able to fit your stuff. The good news is that's for like a 20 flat, which is not bad. That's decent, and they mule it over, and then you get your box, and that's all right. The only thing they don't want is oversized stuff. As long as it fits inside of that little graded
yeah,
box.
yeah, yeah. Of course.
But like I said, 100 top loaders is pretty wide. That's a decent amount of stuff. So that's probably a fair number of lots. So that's pretty good.
No, that's
So that
fair.
is a yeah, it's a decent special again for 20 bucks, and they're muling it over for you. That
No,
then you
that's
can literally
really
walk up to
good.
the booth and go to it.
That they
fine.
do that is amazing, actually.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
saves
It
people
saves you a lot of
so
hassle.
much money. Yeah,
It
and
saves you a lot of
hassle. Yeah,
hassle. $20 is a pittance for that service. It's very
in the grand scheme of what you pay, and yeah, sure.
correct, exactly. And if you're smart, you're probably picking decent value stuff, so your savings are pretty solid.
We would assume.
Yes. House Jordan says, you may wake up in a strange land, may ask yourself how you got there, but you'll always know it's Friday somewhere because of Carlos is alive. Greetings from Iceland.
Letting those days go by.
That's right.
Mhm.
I love the reference, and thank you from Iceland. We're going international, Eric. Worldwide.
Worldwide.
Let's see what happens here.
Paul, I like the reference.
Oh, you
Well
bastard!
played. Extra third in MLB team salary this year. Jays were fifth. Both teams bought their rosters in a healthy manner. Yeah. That's why I say, like, it's not the Jays are nothing resembling a small market team. We can't use this claim. We cannot make this claim. Eric, you can't pay $500 million for any player and call yourself small market.
No. I mean, Toronto is a major city.
Yeah. We also are. It's also owned by a corporation that has a $28 billion market cap. Billion
Yeah.
with a B.
I wouldn't ever say Toronto small market. You talk about Tampa Bay, that's different. Kansas City, maybe.
Yeah, international Jason. That's right. And yeah, the big thing with it is that, and you just have to. It's common sense, right? Media conglomerate, billions and billions and billions of dollars. They own a cable conglomerate, internet conglomerate, satellite television. They own the television network that plays the team. They get all the ad space for that. They own the stadium, lock, stock, and barrel.
No joke. Toronto is Canada's New York.
It is.
Yes,
And in movies, they literally use it as New York.
and Vancouver is Toronto's California, or Canada's California. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's like you don't. Anyone who thinks Toronto's small market doesn't.
No, it's actually one of the major markets, and I actually discussed that when we were talking about the rookie card and stuff like that before last show. That Toronto is even though things like William Patterson, like you go back to the 20s, Toronto was a major market, but we have no evidence that they distributed across Canada. So was there enough cards with just Toronto or even Montreal to satisfy the marketplace for a national distribution? We don't know that, to be honest. So, but with the amount of people, which were back in that time period, 6 million people compared to out west 2.5 and down east 1 million. Were those cards just distributed within Toronto, Montreal, or Ontario and Quebec marketplace? And we don't know that, and it's kind of interesting, But yes, we are the major population opposed to second Quebec. So, and we make up 2 times the rest of the population of Canada. So, and even today,
Yeah.
like how many people we have? 36 million people, and like between Montreal and between Ontario and Quebec, that's most of that. So
Yeah, it's the dominant populations.
it is,
It's the
for
biggest.
sure.
It's the biggest one. But that's why I say, like, it's one of those things where and for all the jokes we make, and there's plenty of them, with the Maple Leafs and these other teams,
Hey,
the reality is it's not lack of money. It's how they allocate it. It's how they utilize it. That's the only thing. The only limitation, Eric, is how good is your scouting? How good is your talent evaluation? Because you can buy anybody you need.
mhm.
Whoever you need, they have enough money. The issue is not money. They have it. So the question is, how do you want to allocate those funds? Otherwise, you got no excuses. It's just if you made a bad team, it's because you made a bad team. Your management screwed it up because the funds are there.
Oh, it was our armpit. Who said that?
Paula here, and Ottawa is our armpit.
It is. It's a desolate place. Once everybody's
Somewhere out there, the loud cry of Loud Phil is screaming in opposition.
Yeah,
Screaming.
He would be, yes.
Mike it says, it's just me, or does Kevin Cosman look like Sammy Thunder? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I see the comp. I see it. Dodgers are dominant financially right now as any in the history of baseball. Yes. So again, but LA, no one questions that LA is a big market. And at this point, they spend more money than God, Eric. Otani's freaking $700 million or whatever ridiculous thing it is. And then they came up with that special deal so that they will be paying him in perpetuity. Almost. Like not quite, but almost. So yeah, they're not shy on payroll over there in the Los Angeleses.
No, not at all.
Yeah, so they're spending their money. The New York team spend their money. And like I said, Toronto, I appreciate that Toronto put together a surprising roster because, like I said, going into the season, I didn't expect them to be in the position they're in. So I'll enjoy anything they do from here. They've still got the opportunity. They still got their chance. Winning the 2 games allowed them to have now the chance to be able to extend their series. If they want to win now, it's got to be in 7. We'll see. But like I said, otherwise on the other side of it's going to be the Dodgers on the other side of it. So no matter what, they're going to be the underdog. You're going to get pretty good odds on those guys. I was looking up something while we were talking also. I thought it was funny. So do you know who I was talking about? Obviously the Jays in the World Series and everything. Do you know what the Jays payroll was in 1993, Eric?
No.
So in 1993, the Jays payroll was just shy of $46 million, which was number 1 in Major League Baseball. The Blue Jays were the highest spending team in baseball in 1993. And they won the World Series. Shock of shocks. Shock of shocks. Now, mind you, the gap wasn't as bad as it is obviously in the days after. The Yankees were number 3. The second one was the Cincinnati Reds. That was kind of a surprise. But yeah, the reality is, and the Kansas City Royals were number 4. Believe it or not. But the gap between them was 40 million for Kansas City and 45, almost 46 million for Toronto.
Yeah, the fact
like it's not a big gap. Like
I would never have thought at any point in time that the Royals were in the top 4 of payroll.
Yeah, they outspent the Mets, the Cubs, the Braves, the Dodgers, the Red Sox. Damn those Royals. Trying to buy success.
Yeah.
Yep. Underdogs have won the World Series in the past, never. Oh, absolutely. Like, I'm not saying not possible. I'm saying they will be the underdogs. They will be the prohibitive underdogs with how stacked the Dodgers team is. But it's totally possible. And Eric, to be truthful, it would be a great story if either Seattle or Toronto went to the World Series and beat the Dodgers with the Otanis and with everything. Right. People would love it. It would be a great story. The Los Angeles people wouldn't love it, but everybody else would.
They won last year, so they'd get over it quick. It's like, the Patriots lost 3 Super Bowls in the Brady era, and they sucked. But you know something? The 6 others, you just kind of like, it sucks to lose, but get 6 others. How would you know? You've never had any.
Wow.
He's got 48 kids. You think he's got a pot to piss in? He doesn't have any money. 48 kids.
Eric, that sounds to me like he's got a viable workforce. He's got a standing army.
Yeah, and he's got to feed them. He's got no money. He's got to feed them. He's got to clothe them.
Eric, he can send them to maraud the countryside.
Oh, yeah, well, that's maybe.
He'll win by numbers.
Yeah. They all 48 kids are going to need braces at the same time. I mean, it's the guy's got no money. He's Poe.
I don't know, Eric. You'll see. We're going to find out at some point out west. Name has got himself. You'll find out. It's Name the Merciless. He is a warlord with a standing army.
Yeah.
Conquering territory. He's like Canadian Attila the Hun.
Those
Just
48
take it.
kids get older. Yeah,
Just say
he's
it.
gonna take over everything.
Win with numbers, Eric. Win with numbers.
It
Mike says, Eric, you think you feel bad about the 86 Mets? I grew up with the 69 Mets and 71 Pirates beating my
Really?
Royals.
Yeah, but they did. My question is, for either one of those losses, did they have the champagne in the locker room? Okay, because the champagne was in the Red Sox locker room. They had to quickly take it out as the game ended. It was on ice in the locker room. That's how close they came to winning.
You never go full champagne, Eric. Never go
They
full
went
champagne.
full champagne. It was in the locker room.
Says Eric, you were right about Mac Jones. The kid needed a good situation. He's managed. He's had a good run this year.
Listen, I know nothing about baseball. I know a little about football, and even I could tell that kid just needed a better situation. He needed someone to throw to. He needed an offensive line to protect him, and he's gonna do great. His career is far from over, because even when Purdy comes back, Mac's going to be out of a job. Well, there's all these other teams in the league that are going to want his services, and he's going to cash out.
Well, that's kind of what you hope for. I think it's a good story too, to be honest. It's kind of fun to have some of these quarterbacks that people kind of gave up on,
Yeah,
and then they still find themselves. They find a little bit of window. It's
Yeah.
a good thing.
Look
I
at
think it
Sam
works out
Darnold,
great.
right? Darnold.
Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, guy was a bum in New York, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, holy crap, this guy's really good. Look at the kid in Tampa Bay for the Bucks, right?
Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean, play for the freaking Browns, man. I mean, they suck. All of a sudden now it's MVP. Yeah, everyone loves those comeback stories like that, and I think Mac Jones is going to be the next one.
It's just funny that that two of those guys came from the same rookie class. I died of laughter. I was sitting there going, 2018 represent. It's like, who's that? It's like Lamar has the MVPs. Josh Allen, MVP. Sam Darnold, solid starting job. Baker Mayfield has found himself a spot and solidified himself a starting job. Josh Rosen, not so much.
Sitting at home on the couch.
Indeed. Coming up for all of Eric's mayo. Facts. Facts. Good evening, Keith. Lonely Basement Baseball Cards. Good evening. That's your super. We were underdogs in that series. There you go. Been a Baker Mayfield fan since day one.
Oh my God! I'm gonna lose it.
Eric, did you get my Duke's mail, by the way?
Ooh, yes.
I'm not talking to you.
Man.
Yes.
I have to ask Michelle.
Geno Smith was another.
I sent her a nice birthday message with a cake and everything. Not an ice cream cake, just a regular cake, but just saying.
You did? You sent just something on the Facebooks or something?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice of you. I didn't. She is honestly, this week she has been unbelievably busy at work. Comes home and then works all night. So I don't even see her, even though she's on the other side of the wall.
Oh,
So,
she's on the other side. Oh.
I haven't talked to her much. She didn't mention it, but I haven't really said much to her in the last week. But that was very nice of you.
Well, someone's got to bring my Duke's mail, so I don't know.
Sure.
Someone's got to bring it. I don't know.
Ain't gonna be her.
Might be you. Might be.
Can't bring food across the border.
Yes, you can. You're gonna bring all those cards. You're gonna bring food too.
No, I don't. You're not allowed to.
Because if you're gonna bring a sandwich, they cannot deny you bringing.
They cannot deny you. I'd be like, guys, I have a sandwich.
You're coming across. I gotta put something on my sandwich.
With me. I make like 5 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for the trip. So
and you can bring food across the border then, but you can't bring mail.
Are you sure that that peanut butter isn't contraband?
Yes, I think so.
Well,
And what
they
kind of peanut butter is that?
They haven't searched the car yet.
And what kind of peanut butter is that?
Skippy.
Are you saying, Eric, that they need to search the car, try to find some contraband, some tickle trunks?
Maybe.
It was only one time where I was scared that they were going to search the car, and the dogs did do a lap, and Big Hat just had that grin on his face, and I'm like, I'm going to prison. I'm going to prison. I know I'm going to prison.
And
Eric,
did
you don't want to.
No,
Eric,
you
you
didn't.
can talk a big game, but you don't want to find out what they do to new prisoners with jars of mayo in the prison.
In Canadian prisons, yes.
It is oddly specific, and the specificity of it may shock you.
I want to be in an American prison where they don't have mayonnaise on all the food.
Oh, we can get mayo. We can extradite mayo to anywhere in the world that you want, Eric.
Hmm.
Anywhere in the world that you want.
And it'd probably be Duke's. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's
Just
gross.
saying. It might be.
Disgusting. So disgusting.
Indeed.
So gross.
This guy
So
went to
speaking of
bed.
celebrations,
Oh my
Uh,
god.
I feel like this would be an appropriate mention since it did also occur this week. We did talk about a couple of things this week. So two things that I'll mention. One of them is on the channel wise. I did make a video on the wrestling channel. And I may do a collaboration with another wrestling channel in the upcoming week or two. So that is on the other channel that is linked in the description to all that. So that's one thing. That was good. I had some fun with that. Second thing is that this week was also the birthday of Carlos Sr.
Oh, really?
Very
Yes,
good.
yesterday was Carlos Sr.'s birthday. I did call him and remind him he's old,
Mhm.
as I do.
Of course.
Of course. So I think we'll be having some cake this weekend. So the cake is being ordered as we speak, and I think this weekend there shall be some cake.
Should it be ice cream cake?
Maybe.
Hey, no.
Listen, Carlos Sr. Carlos Sr. is the one who gets to make this call. It's on him.
Get the Fudgy the Whale from the Carvel?
I'm just saying.
Welcome to Carvel.
Once upon a time, Carlos Sr. was the inventor and proprietor of Cake Day. So he has a passion for this. So we leave it up to him the direction that he wants to take this thing.
He does like his desserts.
He does. He does.
Oh, I'd love
Mhm.
to eat cake right now.
Yes. So Carlos Sr. So that was yesterday. So belated happy birthday to Carlos Sr. He has turned 71.
71. Perfect.
71. Indeed.
Very nice.
Bring back Richard Todd.
So this guy went to bed. Okay, good enough. All right.
The continuation of the story.
It's always Friday nights. Actually, last Friday night was great. I didn't get anybody contacting me or wasn't working on anything, so it was good. This Friday,
Absolutely.
3 hours to respond to the first message. Like, come on.
Hey, my good says the best of both worlds, cake and ice cream. Happy birthday, Carlos Sr. Indeed. I will pass along
Yes.
the birthday wishes.
I had that last week, cake and ice cream.
Yeah, it was good. It worked out. I was kind of laughing that because it always makes it easy for me because one of my buddies from university and my dad have the same birthday. So I was because I'm terrible at remembering birthdays. I'll remember like the month, but then the specific day, I'm like,
Of your
was
dad
it this week or was it the week after?
for family?
Bobby, I literally don't care about anyone but me.
I know.
I feel like this has been abundantly clear. The only Carlos I care about is the one here.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes it easier for me to remember dates.
Mhm.
If there's more than one, then I'm like, Otherwise, I got to rely on Facebook, and then otherwise I'm doomed.
Actually, that helps. Yes,
Yeah, it really helps a lot.
it
Like,
does.
It's
Yeah.
like, hey,
That's the
so
one
and so
good
had a
thing about
birthday.
Facebook. It helps.
So and so had a birthday. Hey, happy birthday, so and so.
Yep.
I
Send
totally
message,
remember it
done.
wasn't Facebook remembering.
Yeah, easy.
But like Game 7 saying 7 tickets for a gift, start working. Carlos Sr. doesn't care about baseball. Yeah, I was the only sports fan in the house. That was all me. Everybody else wasn't too interested in it. My mom had a little interest in soccer in her youths, but that's about it. A little bit of the soccer, that's about it. The rest of them, yeah, no, they're not watching any of that. But I
Mhm.
enjoy it. It's fun for me. Although again, Game 7 tickets, like considering how expensive the first couple of games of the ALCS, if they Game 6 and Game 7, actually, I wonder. I'm curious now, especially since everything's resale. I wonder. We can put a little game here for a couple of minutes as we close off. So here's a little game. I'm going to go to resale. I'm going to try. I think Ticketmaster has it. Anybody want to guess what the nosebleeds for Game 6 are going to be?
Oof. Got to
Let's
be
see here.
$500.
Well, for Game 1, they were over 400. So I think for Game 6, especially now, it's probably going to be higher.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. We shall see. Let us take a look.
Are we talking about price or resale price?
It's going to be resale. You don't have a choice anymore with that one. The original tickets were already
So you're
sold.
looking at, well, probably 700. Even if they win the next game, it doesn't matter. It's the game after. So yeah.
Well, I'm starting with Game 6 because Game 6 is guaranteed. So right now, since Game 6 is guaranteed, we at least have a game that will happen.
Sure.
Beyond that, Game 7 is, if necessary.
Well, we want necessary.
Absolutely. In this case, yes, we do.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see here. I can get... Actually, let me try it this way. I keep forgetting that for this one, we probably have to go with .ca. Probably helps. Let me do that. Ticketmaster's lazy. They literally use the same website for .ca. You guys didn't even try to change it. Slaggers. All right. So October 19th is the Sunday.
Yep.
So let's see where we're at. So we're starting off here in Canadian dollars. Actually, that's not bad. That's better than I thought. Maybe they haven't gone too crazy. So right now I've got it set. Obviously, the default is 2 tickets because they always want to sell them in pairs.
Sure.
Looks like $290 per. It's not terrible.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all.
You
Maybe
said
a lot of people
400
assume maybe a lot of
before.
people assumed they wouldn't get to 6, so
Oh,
they didn't. Maybe they didn't pump up the price yet.
I guess not.
Yeah. Let's go Game 6, Toronto Game 7. So no, so Game 6 is going to happen no matter what. That's in Toronto.
Yeah. Toronto.
And then if Game 7, if necessary, will also be in
It's
Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've got the home. So the Jays, by virtue of their record,
But that doesn't mean
were-
much because they lost the 2 first home games. So
again, but in the first series they won all the home games. So like,
yes, that was weird.
it-
Yeah, of course.
yeah. So regardless, the home field advantage is that they got Game 1 and Game 2, and then they are allowed. Then they have Game 6 and Game 7, and the 3 games in the middle were in Seattle. So they have 4 games to Seattle's 3. That's the home field advantage.
What are you eating, Eric?
Fig Newtons from Newton,
Fig
Massachusetts.
Newtons. I haven't had Fig Newtons for maybe 10, 15 years. It's been a long
They're
time.
delicious, and they're from Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah. That's where they invented, I guess, or something
Newton,
like that.
Newton, Mass.
Yeah, you have all those little Keebler fucking. Anyways,
I don't know about the elves, man, but people make some good Fig Newtons out of Newton, Mass. That's all I know.
I want to see. I want to see you be a Fig Newton snob. They're like, these are not real Fig Newtons from Newton, Massachusetts. These are the knockoffs.
Like a wine connoisseur sniffing holding it up to the light.
As is always
a
the way.
sommelier.
Yes, indeed, like a sommelier, but a sommelier of lame.
Yeah.
Whatever the lamest thing is, that
of lame dates.
yes,
Have
whatever
you ever
it
had
is.
real
is like-
dates? Have you ever had real dates? They're beautiful. Like real
Here you go,
dates,
Mike,
not
and
the
they're made with
processed
lots-
shit you're eating right now. I'm just saying the real stuff.
Mike, don't be gross. That's gross.
What was gross? I missed it. Sorry.
And so Mike's comment was, and they're made with lots of mayonnaise, Eric.
Oh yes, they are.
No, that's
There you go.
gross.
Do you know that the Fig Center is made with real mayonnaise? See, Mike is doubled
It
down.
is. Yes. Thank you.
He's doubling down.
Don't be gross.
He's
Yeah,
being
so actually,
truthful,
Bobby, that's
all.
not bad. So I think Brad actually has, like I said, he's got tickets to Game 6 and Game 7 because somebody had them. So Brad will be there. Brad will be there in attendance one way or the other, which will be good timing for him because, as I said, Monday is going to be the opening of the PSA Canada office in Mississauga.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
So he's going to be in town. He was going to be in town anyway. So and I did. Last conversation I had with him, I was like, you may as well stay in town, man. You don't want to be trying to travel back and forth and
No.
get back on Monday.
No.
And in this case, he's got the game on Sunday. So like you're going to be in the area. So
Okay. Yeah,
you
he's
may as well
good.
stick around, check out the game. And then Monday, the festivities open up. I think, I could be mistaken. I believe that I overheard on Gong Show that Phil is going to be marauding around there on Monday. So they may do some of the content
Oh.
on Monday for opening day at the office.
Mm.
Yeah, so we'll see what that happens with that one. And then, yeah, so that'll be the Monday. And then the Monday as well, and Eric knows this already. I talked to him and Bobbles about it. Monday's episode of the podcast is going to be live. It's
Oh
going to
yeah,
be
that's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be a celebration of 5 years and 1 day
That's amazing.
of live every single week.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready, Eric. Don't forget to order your costume. There is a dress code
When is Halloween this time around?
on a Friday.
Right.
We
a
literally
Friday.
have
Oh,
a
perfect.
Friday live spooktacular.
Yeah, first
Yes.
day at Shriners is Friday is the 31st. Then the first
Oh, is it really? Oh, okay.
Halloween day on Friday should be kind of dead. It's really not really smart to.
Well, send me some pictures of some weird stuff. I'll tell you
Well,
how
I
to make some money.
definitely send you pictures of one weird individual,
Who?
Dan.
Dan?
I thought you were going to continue your feud.
I thought you were
with,
gonna say Gabe.
Matt from Providence.
Gabe, I sent you pictures in April of Gabe. I
Yes.
bought stuff off him too. I think I'm actually looking at one of the things on my wall that I actually bought from him. So
What'd you buy from him?
I got a Derek Sanderson hockey stick end in the package made by Franklin Sports.
Oh, Franklin. They're the equipment company. Yeah.
It's up on the wall above the Gordy house.
stick?
Sharpener.
A mini stick?
It's just a stick end that goes on top of the stick.
Oh, the knob. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So
Those are hard to find.
Mhm.
Franklin. Where are they out of? Like I forget now.
I'll take a picture of it and send it to you.
Yeah.
So,
No,
Paulie,
Franklin's pretty high demand.
Yeah.
For
So, Paulie,
collectors.
Yeah.
Same.
Probably. So you said Spider Jones here. You're referring to Fan 590 Spider Jones? That's a
590.
callback.
Wow.
That's a callback.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah. That's a big time.
Spider Jones. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, I'm just trying to remember, like,
We're kicking
because I
it
was
old
listening to-
school tonight. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was thinking about because that's been a long time since I was listening to that one.
Jeez.
Yeah, see, it was that Spider Jones. My God, that's a long time. He was entertaining. I enjoyed.
Was that 15
Uh,
years ago?
More.
More? 20?
Yeah, I'm looking here. Because I was trying
Oh,
to get
2025. Yeah. So 2008, 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get the era right here. Let's see here. Let's see, whenabouts was he doing that? Looks like. Let me see here if this is right. If I'm reading this correctly. I love it. Spider Jones has a LinkedIn. Love it.
Oh.
Yeah. So he was a host on the Fan 590 between March 1994 and September 1999.
Oh my
26
God.
years.
That long?
Yeah, it was back in the 90s. It was
Holy
as soon
crap.
as he said it, 100% it was in the 90s. 100%.
It's hard to believe it's the 90s. Wow.
Yeah. Well, that's so, Bobby, like 2025 has been kind of a weird year because as a result of that, anything that I think about that crossed over right as the millennium crossed over, it's like
Mhm.
everything is 25 years ago. And I'm like,
Basically, yes. Yeah. I know.
Oh.
And you
I'm
got
like,
to
this
figure out how old I am, and 25 years is nothing. 35 is coming up to decent times.
Well, this
And that's
is
a
what
long
I always this is what I always used to do at home. Like I said, I reminded Carlos Senior he's old, but I always like
He's-
to go through the sequence of everybody.
It
I
is.
always tell the same thing to my mom, and she was going, well, you're getting older too. It's like, well, that's true, and I would tell her, you're right. At this stage in the game, I can no longer claim to be the youths.
Nope.
I cannot.
Nope.
However, in the course of her bringing that up, that's where I have to be like, well, so that means that I am getting old, but you're
Yes.
older than me. So that means you're old.
Yes.
And then it would
Old.
keep going all the way through.
I think Bobby and I would both take 43 again in a heartbeat if offered.
I'm
Well,
okay at
like
60. I'm okay at my age. I'm fine.
if you get to a certain so at a certain point we would eventually reach my grandmother on my mom's side, and she basically, we don't have any birth certificates, so she predated birth certificates, so we don't actually know how old she is, because we
Just
know she
old.
wasn't super young when she had my mom,
She's old.
and my mom is also 71 like my dad, so you can do a little bit of quick maths, Eric, and go like, that means old.
Mm-hmm.
She is also now dead, so now she's no longer old.
Oh,
Now
there
she's
you go.
dead.
Yeah.
But she was really, really old. How old? We don't know.
Hmm.
Much like a private sale, Eric, from the podcast episode, we can neither confirm it. She might have been there at the dawn of time. We don't know that she wasn't.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Private
You mean
sale.
Adam and Eve kind of?
She might have predated them. She might have been there yelling
She
at
might
them
have,
and
yeah.
telling them to
Because
knock
there
it
was
off.
time before that, yes.
She might have been there and said, knock it off.
Yep.
She's
She
like,
was
I hate
around
these
with
new neighbors.
Leviathan and yeah.
Yep. We can't possibly confirm that, Eric. We weren't there.
No.
We're not old enough to confirm it.
That's
What are we
right.
supposed to know?
I don't know.
Brutal. Zach says, so here's Dan says, I will send you some photos of weird people, Bobby. Yeoman's
Weird
work,
people?
man. Yeoman's work. Weird people. Yeoman's work. Zach says, Halloween live special sounds like a 6-hour one. The Spooktacular.
No, hell no.
Spectacular. Whatever.
I gotta get up and go back to work.
Last check to see if this guy. Okay.
Come on, Eric. I don't think you have anything to do before this, after the Spooktacular. Don't lie to the people.
Yeah. I'm either on the first, I'm either going back to Shriners to work a full day,
And
or
fight the Shriners.
I am going to Fort Devens and here in Massachusetts to coach at the state middle school cross country championships.
See, here I thought you were going to go to the fort as the site of your battle with the Shriners.
No.
It sounded potentially epic.
No, the first is the state championships for middle school cross country, and
Mm-hmm.
I got some runners that have qualified and want to run it. So I have to find a way to get out of going to the Shriners on Saturday, or at least half of it. Maybe I can get back in the afternoon. But
It sounds to me, Eric, like you should be using your young athletes to fight the Shriners, and then you take out the Shriners early, and then you can go wherever you want to go.
maybe that's what I'll do.
So
This is the
officially,
name
what are
situ-
the Shriners? Are they there? Or are they just? It's like a covering.
No, the Shriners organization is an
I know
office
what they are.
of the Masons.
Well, they're part of that.
And
Yes.
their biggest thing is Shriners hospitals and charity work with sick kids.
Now, are
Yes.
these the Freemasons or the expensive ones?
The expensive ones.
The Freemasons, yeah. The
Mm.
Shriners are an offshoot of the Freemasons.
Yeah, I thought they were.
So basically, you're going to fight the Shriners and the Freemasons, or are we just lumping them all in under the general
I'll
Shriners?
fight anybody. I don't care.
Really?
I'll fight anybody.
I don't know about that.
I'll lose.
I think you should fight. I think you should wait, Bobby. This man has spoken the words.
Yeah.
I think we need to. I think we need to fight fucking Marcel.
kick my ass.
Maybe. I'd pay to see that.
He'd absolutely destroy me. He would hurt me in ways I've never been hurt before.
I'm not. I'm.
Physically, emotionally.
Hold
he
on, Eric. I need you. I need you to pay close attention here. I need you to look. Hold on. I need you to look at me.
All right.
Which part of this says that I am concerned about anything you just said?
Yeah.
It sounds like a great idea to me. To be honest, Bobby, I am liking this idea the more I think about it.
What's that?
Eric versus Marcel. As soon as we tell Marcel all the horrible things Eric has said about him,
Yeah.
he will kick his ass from one side of the expo to the other side of the expo, and then we will need at least a few breaks after we're done laughing to the point that we're keeling over.
I'm actually friendly with this guy, and I just have a feeling that after the expo this year, I will no longer be friendly with this guy.
Marcel?
Yeah. I just get.
He has that edge to him. Yes, I understand.
And he doesn't.
If you want to put me and Marcel up against each other, I think that's an even battle. We're about the same size.
You guys are both.
I'm just a little younger than him, so
Have you considered, Eric, offering a peace offering.
Like what? Oh, look at that. Oh, you're in trouble, man. Oh,
Yeah,
wait
he's
till
not,
we put that on. Oh, my. I got to
he
get
is,
that autograph.
he is not going to be friends with me anymore.
He might just
Vistaprint.
beat you up. And we're going to
Vistaprint
put this, and we're
for the
going to
win.
put from Eric on the back, and to my greatest friend, Marcel, and
Hey, Marcel, Eric
blah,
put us
blah,
up to
blah,
this. He
blah,
thought it'd
blah,
be a
blah, blah,
great
blah.
idea. Would you like to sign this? And Bobby, I have a few. I have like 2 or 3.
Yeah, he doesn't have that kind of sense of humor, and you guys.
Well, he needs. Well, then you need to get him hooked up with Yannick. They need to sing some Fan in the Opera. He needs to learn that what's fucking funny is, because this is fucking funny.
He doesn't have that sense of humor when he's setting up. That's for sure.
We're not going to be friends anymore. That's what's going to happen.
I sat down and had pizza with him, so I'm good with him. He respects me because of what I do, so
Expect it, Eric. It's gold.
he
Jerry,
doesn't
it's
respect
gold.
you for what you do. So that's the problem.
Nobody respects me.
Oh, I do. In a weird way.
I really don't. Really, I don't. On levels, I don't.
I respect his wife and his daughter and his mother, but Eric, yeah, we'll lump him in there at the bottom end.
There you go.
Is it midnight yet?
We're in there.
It's
We're there.
12.
Actually, it is officially.
Good
right
night,
now.
everybody.
It is.
Okay, have a good night.
All right, Eric. Hang
Eric's
out
got
here.
a cycle tonight.
We're much like Spider Jones back in the day. Now we're moving to the late hours, programming, which is just going to be Eric all night.
Oh no!
Because I could be mistaken. I think Amanda's doing her podcast tonight, but that's not for a little while. So probably Eric should just stay here until Amanda's.
Where is
podcast
Amanda
starts.
now? Why is she not commenting? She doesn't want to come on.
Ever.
Ever.
Zach says you have 2 weeks to clear your calendar, Eric. Stop being selfish. Right now, she's afraid of what's going to happen if she becomes associated with Marcel after Eric pisses him off.
Yeah, he might beat her up too.
That's what I'm saying. You don't want to take that chance.
No, he liked her when I introduced them.
You don't want guilty by association.
Well, she won't like her.
Well, she likes the Kings in the LA, so
Yeah, he won't like her anymore after she finds out. Wait, Eric?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. What if you canceled all that nonsense and did an all-night live stream? Yes.
That would be good.
No.
Eric, have you ever introduced Yannick to Marcel?
Yes.
On Francais.
Yeah.
On
and
Francais.
then they stop blue blah blah and it pisses me off.
But he remember me, you, and Yannick were there, and
yeah, right. But the year before, but like a year or two before that, I introduced him to Marcel, and then
that was vague.
And then they were like blue blah 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 blah, and I'm just like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because you're unilingual. Well, actually, you're bilingual because you speak Bostonese and
him.
Yeah. Well, Eric, Bobby, in fairness, I'm not completely convinced any of the languages Eric speaks are actually an official language.
No, not official. So
I'm not introducing Yannick to any more hockey players. He can eat shit and die.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
Eric, where's Yannick?
I was gonna say, yeah.
He's not even
Yannick can kick your ass too. Like the list just grows.
Yeah, he can kick my ass, but that's not gonna get me to introduce him to any more hockey players. Especially ones that speak blue blah blah. No more.
Eric, you will change your tune.
Maybe it should be blue like rouge.
No more.
Instead of blue blah blah.
I'm not going to introduce him to Serge Savard.
Bobby, I think I'm going to get Eric to change his tune.
How's that?
Eric, visualize the scenario for me.
Mm-hmm.
We go to Expo. Yannick says, Eric, my good friend Eric, you going to introduce me to any more hockey players? And Eric's like, no, I'm not introducing you to any hockey players. First, Yannick kicks your ass. And then he says, you're going to introduce me to some hockey players now? And you're like, no, never. There is nothing you can do that will make me introduce you to any hockey players. And then he goes, really, Eric, what if I was to open this?
Oh, look at that big.
That's not funny.
I like that.
It's like kryptonite.
Your
weakness.
It is.
And this is a big-ass jar, Eric. Look. It's a pretty big jar.
1.5 liters. That's like
you want to mess with that, Eric? You want to mess with it?
I don't know what a liter is, but I don't want to look at it.
No,
all I'm saying is that this comes out, Eric, and you will tell him everything he wants to know.
Mm-hmm. You will be slathered in that.
You'll introduce him to hockey players. You'll give him your social insurance number, anything he wants.
Yes.
Just make the mayonnaise jar stop.
Mm-hmm. Like money, you'll pay anything.
So it looks like I'm going to be working with Serge Savard again. I've worked with them a couple of times in the past, including here in at Sportsfield. We had him.
He was such an amazing player.
Yeah. And he's a super nice guy. He really is.
Yeah, he is. Very nice.
So yeah, I'm not definitely no, because and he's a French speaking person. So I no.
Blue blah blah blah.
Nope, no blue blah blah. Yannick doesn't get introduced to Serge.
Like I said, brave words, Eric, until the mayonnaise jar shows up.
No Serge for him.
Wow.
He gets nothing. I'm sick of it.
Paulie says 731 goals, what an underappreciated career. Speaking of Marcel.
Yeah.
YouTube hell, all Eric all the time. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Bonjour, Marcel. C'est mon ami, Yannick. Eric Wade.
Yes.
Eric's one weakness, Hellman's.
He's my weakness. I'd do anything to make him stop.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That can be range, Eric.
Easily.
Oh.
We can combine tortures. Look, by the
We
time
could.
this is done, Bobby, the expo is going to be Eric's personal edition of Saw.
Oh God.
Oh, I got it. Let's see. Deal.
Hellman's Dukes.
Done. Yes.
$85.
Probably 85. Well, I did 55, so it's probably 90. Nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
I'm sure you'll cope. I'm sure you'll manage. I think it worked out.
Okay, so I gotta contact him and send me info on payment. I just,
right.
you know, a lot of guys don't even put where they're from, so I could meet them if they're in Toronto. So I guess I should put that down there. Are you in Toronto?
So while you're doing that, I'm going to quickly address the chat and everybody. So we're going to
Sorry
start
about
winding
that.
down now, as we're going to start the process to wind down. But if
This
there's
was
any
very
last
important to me.
thoughts-
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. That's fine. So any last thoughts or comment, you're more than welcome to throw it in there. I am going to share something with you that was brought to my attention. Turns out, and this is exciting. I love when we find out things. You know, I'm all about the scholarship, as you all know. But I didn't realize that Eric and Zombie Ray Bork, it turns out it was a photo shoot. We saw the one image and I was like, oh, that's nice. You know, that's the image. I showed the image of Zombie Ray Bork and Eric. That was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out the photo shoot. And as you well know, Ray, when I think of Ray Bork, zombie or not, I associate him with one franchise. It's where he made his bones. It's where he built his entire Hall of Fame career, much like Bobby Orr before him. Colorado Avalanche, great.
Oh.
Big fan. And Eric is obviously a fan too. So check this one out. I didn't realize they took multiple photos. This is great. Fabulous.
You suck.
That's really nice. I didn't realize he swapped out and wore his jersey during that. That's great. That's pretty cool. That was nice of you, Eric, to let him put on his jersey and take a second image with you. You guys look happy. This is great.
I kid
Also-
you not. We had him sign 70, 80 things,
Yes.
and not one of them were from the Avalanche. It was all Bruin stuff. There was not one Avalanche item. No one wants it. No one buys it.
I understand that.
People don't come in and say we want Ray in an Avalanche. No,
No.
sometimes they want to come in and get the photo of him lifting the cup, right? And
Why does Boston always trade away their good players? Bobby Orr, Bork, like it's like we're done with you.
Oh, Gil.
Hal Gill,
yeah, they let Hal
course.
Gill go. Yeah, that was sad. Yeah.
you know, Lemonin.
Unbelievable.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
So, Mike, this was the, you said it was a, what was the football team? Sorry. It was
Vikings.
Minnesota. Minnesota Vikings?
Vikings football jacket.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's an official jacket. Yeah, so it's not just your regular one. So it's It's 70s by Shane, Shaine, I think it is. No E, sorry. And they put out official jackets, and those are pretty high demand from the 70s. So, because a lot of I don't know, aftermarket stuff came out and they had the different logo and stuff like this. This is the one with the helmet and the Vikings on the back, and it's all official. So it's a really and the best part is it's an extra large. And as my friend said, he goes, because I asked him how much they go for, and he goes, about 250. And I said, okay, great. And he goes, XL or double XL, you're looking at 300 plus. And I said, ooh. He goes, because all of us fat old guys want the big sizes. I said, okay. Anyways, it's kind of funny.
That is accurate. Like for some of
It
that
is
stuff,
true.
yeah.
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 But, it's hard to find that the 70s stuff. 80s stuff is all over, and then they reproduced a lot of stuff in the 90s and 2000s. So you have that newer stuff, shiny, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So the original stuff is good. So yeah, make a couple $100, I guess. So not bad.
Good for
There you
you.
go.
It's
So here's a
all
good
about
one.
commerce. That's all it is.
Mm.
So here's a good one to close off on.
Mhm.
So Carlisle throws out there, favorite song you're embarrassed to admit you like. So Eric, I'll answer for
Oh.
you. The entire Kiss catalog. Now, outside of that, is there a specific favorite song that you're embarrassed to admit you like?
I don't know if I'm embarrassed, but it definitely doesn't make any sense. I only like one Madonna song,
Okay.
and
No,
that's
Material Girl.
no, like a prayer.
really?
You
Yeah,
like Burning Crosses?
I
The black guy and the what?
yeah, that's the only Madonna song I like.
Eric doesn't make any sense.
Not even Ray of Light, Eric? Not even nothing?
The only
Really?
the only Madonna song I like is like a prayer, and I really like it, and I hate myself for it.
I would have to
That
say I'm a big Cyndi Lauper fan. So True
please
Colors was
name a
really
deep
good.
cut. Please name a deep cut because that would be really awesome.
Well,
Not the
actually,
obvious one.
she sang who sang that? She
Well,
sang a
Cyndi Lauper
song,
in this case, I hope. Since that's part
obviously.
of
But
yeah.
no, somebody originally sang it.
So you're saying it's a cover. So you're saying it's some cover.
She did a cover, and she was amazing, totally amazing. What was it? At Last by I forget who it was. If you listen to her do that song and you listen to the other Cyndi Lauper stuff, you see how much she's an amazing singer with That Last. And I forget. Oh, Etta Jane, Etta, whatever her name was, Etta James. Yes, and she sings that song like you wouldn't believe, and you just go, "Wow, she's an amazing singer." But I do like her True Colors and a few other songs. Yeah, it was sort of the '80s. It was coming along, and they had Lou Albano in the videos, and I really liked her stuff. So, am I embarrassed? Not really, but you know,
I could listen to acoustic True Colors 5 times in a row. I'd be all in on that.
I don't think I've seen that acoustic one.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I just like that Eric
Well,
was
she
very
plays the harp
specific.
and stuff like that too, so she's very talented.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's out there.
I just
yeah.
like that Eric is very specific about it because he said he
He
would
was
listen to the acoustic.
Madonna.
He could listen. No, but I'm talking about the Cyndi Lauper thing.
Oh,
He said he could listen to it 5 times in a row, but the 6th time he'd light himself on fire.
pretty much.
So 5 times in a row, he's good.
Yeah.
Number 6, that's it.
Light it.
Yep.
Mhm.
It's over. So I would say this is a good question, though. I like the question.
Yeah.
Personally, so maybe, and this is kind of for me, the second half of it is the tricky part. If I'm listening to a song and it's a favorite song, then no, I'm not embarrassed to admit I like it because it's a favorite song. So like,
No, a favorite
so-
song that you might be embarrassed.
yeah, no, I get it. But like,
Not
if it's a
just-
favorite song, it's like, no, I'm good with it.
One of
there's
your
one-
favorite. It can't be your favorite because
It's his
it wouldn't
favorite
be
song. You're
anybody
embarrassed to
who.
admit you like.
Yeah. Well, take it out of context.
Yeah. So I would say one that I think it's a weird song, and that's actually what I like about it.
Okay.
So the band Spoon, on their album Transference, there is literally the third track is called The Mystery Zone. And the thing
Mhm.
is, they were doing some very weird stuff for this particular album specifically, but they went out of their way to be weird with it. And it just kind of loops. It's a very simplistic, basic song, but I really like it. And sometimes I'll just play it. And that one sometimes I will replay as like, because because if you listen to the whole album in its entirety, it's like, it's recorded in a weird way. It's mixed in a weird way, but they did it on purpose that way. They were just kind of like, fuck it, we're
So
gonna do
the
it this way.
intent worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And I
Yeah.
enjoy the song for what it is. So, but it is a strange one.
But I think we all have that anyways. We have songs that most people think you wouldn't, a lot of people think I wouldn't like rap, but I like Guess Who's Back by Rakim. Go figure. I don't know if you know that song.
Go figure.
Hmm?
Go figure.
Go figure. Yeah.
So here's Dan says money changes everything. Baz here says
Money
Patsy
changes
Cline.
everything. That's another one. Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy.
I'm crazy for you.
Do you
I
know
was
who
being from that. What?
Yeah, Zach says your picture has been frozen. We've been hearing you fine, but your picture
Oh, really?
has
Eh?
been frozen.
Yeah,
It's
I've
been
been
frozen
seeing
a
you
lot of
guys
times.
freeze up too, so
Yeah.
maybe. Yeah.
So Patsy Cline sang "Crazy," her biggest hit.
That was one of her biggest hits.
Do
Yeah.
you know who wrote it?
Crazy.
Yep.
Mm.
Crazy.
Was it Chris Ford when he wasn't
No.
making the first NBA 3-pointer?
It was not Chris Ford.
Larry Toyota?
No.
Piston Honda.
Maybe.
No.
Good guesses. Good guesses, but
I'm just
wrong
saying.
cars.
Does anyone
I'm
in
just
the
saying.
comments know without Googling it?
We'll let
wrote
the
Pat
comments take a
Boone.
shot at it.
A
Pat
huge
Boone.
Take a shot at
name. Huge.
I'll
huge
answer
name.
Dan's question here. Spoon, I wasn't 100% sure. I knew they weren't Canadian, but I wasn't 100% sure. So Spoon is actually from Austin, Texas.
Never heard of him.
They're an interesting band. I've actually enjoyed a lot
I've heard of them, but
so the Spotify has obviously got its layer of evil because they've done a lot of things. If you check out an audiobook on Spotify's history, it's very interesting how they basically destroyed chunks of music. I will say though, they are very convenient. So at this point, like we talked about this before, your convenience, you're willing to make sacrifices for convenience. I will say that I do enjoy that with some of their mixes, they've been good about making certain recommendations. So years ago now, one of the recommendations threw some Spoon tracks in there. And then I started listening to some of their albums and I go, this is interesting. And I enjoy it for what it is. I wouldn't listen to it every day, but there are stretches of times like, you know what? I'm putting on the Spoon record.
Yeah.
We're turning this one on. And it's like, I'm in the mood for this because this fits exactly what I want to hear right now.
and I think
that's
you said it right, Carlos. It's really about mood. Because sometimes you listen to a song and you go, I don't want to hear it. But other times it's like grooving. Yeah. It's rocking. And I think the same thing goes with movies,
Sure.
A big movie I really like to watch, especially when I'm cropping pictures or something, I can put on 2012. And I
Really?
love that movie. It's just so long and a lot of different things happening. So
It's
I can
action.
put it on and just listen to it and just that's fine. I don't even have to watch it because I know every part of it.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that movie.
Yeah, and John Cusack, he's like, he's my guy from way back in the day when he did because they had Van Halen, they had Everybody Wants Some, what was it? $2. What was it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Better Off
Yeah.
Dead.
Better Off Dead. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's a great one.
It was right at the time I came out, and we're actually, him and I are the same age, which is kind of surprising, and seeing his career and his artist and he's an artist. He does all the drawing and stuff like that too. So interesting guy. I'm just a lot better looking than he is. So anyways, as it is today.
Your humility is admirable.
Thank you.
Polly says, I liked What a Feeling, Flashdance with Never Admit Now. There's a choice. There you go for the soundtrack. Yeah, Carlisle says, my favorite song, My Girl Temptations. Favorite song, I'm embarrassed to admit I like, How Deep Is Your Love by the Bee Gees. Interesting.
My Girl's really an amazing song. If you ever watch a Temptation movie, I think you'd be very impressed with that. And My Girl was one of the main, because that was the new singer who was there. And then he fucked up after that. So very interesting story.
Right.
Yeah.
It says, I want my $2.
Nobody has come through with who wrote Crazy for that Patsy Cline covered.
Was it a country singer or?
Yes.
Okay. We'll give him a minute. See if anybody wants to take a shot at that one. I was going to say though, Eric, I'm a little disappointed. especially considering before we go live, you play the same pump up song all the time,
Which
and
is
I'm surprised you didn't include it. Chris Rock, No Sex in the Champagne Room. A little awkward coming that from you. A little awkward that you would go that way. But I guess maybe you spent some time with the tickle truck before you came into the room, like whatever.
Maybe.
No, we do not kink shame. We kink judge, but we do not shame.
Mm-hmm.
However, No Sex in the Champagne Room is a choice.
Yep.
You know, I have to get up to do this show. You know, it's 4 hours. I gotta get going.
Pump up the jam.
And
Pump it up.
That's whatever that song you said. It is.
No Sex in the Champagne Room by Chris Rock.
That's the one. That's the one I listen to because that's
Eric. There is a sequence in that song that is like poetry. Gemini, you're gonna die. There's a whole section. Google it, kids.
Please.
It's a very stupid song, but I enjoy that aspect of it. See, if we're going to go deep cuts, Bobby, we may as well pick random deep cuts. You know, if we're going to
I think so.
Throw things at the wall. I figured, look, nobody had No Sex in the Champagne Room by Chris Rock on the bingo card.
No.
I defy any of you to tell me
100%.
I defy you.
Nobody seems interested in my Patsy Cline trivia, so we'll just give him the answer.
Please.
The answer is Willie Nelson.
Oh, okay.
Willie, interesting. David Ruffin, Smokey Robinson wrote My Girl. Here you go.
Yes.
Gloria.
David Ruffins. Yeah, he had a
Laura Branigan.
hard time.
All right, there you go, Jeff.
That brings me back to my youth.
That was Flashdance, yes. Laura Branigan.
Interesting. Very interesting. Some interesting choices.
Now I'm singing Gloria in my head.
Realistically, by the way, if I was going to go separate, like the Spoon one was an easy one because it is an interesting one because I actually like the album that came from. Again, it's a weird one. And I actually watched a YouTube documentary where the guy actually did a whole discography of Spoon and talked about that specific album and some of the weird quirks they did in it. And stuff like that is interesting to me, Eric. It takes us the album that I'm already kind of interested in, but then you explain to me some of the weird quirks as why you did certain weird things that you did. I'm like, all right, that's kind of interesting.
Drugs.
That's cool.
Drugs is always the answer.
I thought that was like what life is based on. Aren't you the cycling guy? Cycling is the drugs.
Cycling is the drugs.
So, seems like you should. It seems to me like you should relate.
Yeah.
Throw it out there. Or Brannigan described as female Elvis. Interesting.
I never ever heard that, but okay.
Hey, listen, I've never heard anyone call Brian Gray Big Bry until he said it.
Well, yeah.
We all have dreams. We do. We all have dreams.
Imagine trying to start your own nickname.
Well, where do you think Bougie Eric came from?
No, I didn't start it.
Bougie. Look, when you did this for like an hour straight, we were like, fine, we'll call you fucking Bougie Eric. Jesus.
All right, fine.
Enough already.
All right. I may have had something to do with it.
I really feel like, but I was actually impressed that your neck moved like this. I was like, that seems excessive, but it's, do what you got to do. And the fact you were at least loose enough at that point without hurting your hip, I was impressed.
I think I just threw my back out doing that.
You might have. Well, you were younger. You were a younger man when you initially started that. The Bougie Eric thing has been going on for a while now.
Yeah.
You don't want to revisit those days. That was your prime.
No, I was in my 40s then.
Do you remember Seinfeld when George wanted to be called T-Bone? This sounds like something that would happen. I didn't watch enough Seinfeld episodes, but that totally sounds like something that would have been
I've seen every Seinfeld episode 100 times, but that one's not jumping out at me.
The T-Bone thing? No? Interesting.
No, I'm sorry.
Interesting. Big Bry, as some of us would like to call him. Yes, Paul. Some indeed. What I was about to say was, Eric, if I was gonna choose some other ones, I am a big fan of a lot of the 90s one-hit wonders. I loved a lot of the one-hit wonders. But it goes back to what I said earlier. It's like, no, I wouldn't be ashamed to admit that. I'd have to go through a list and remind myself exactly which ones they are. But if I listen to them, I'd be like, oh, I like that song.
No.
There were a bunch that I was like, oh, I like that song. I just don't listen to it every day, but I wouldn't mind. Like I put together a list of a playlist of one-hit wonders once upon a time when I was doing MP3s all the time. It's like, no, I like having it. I'll have it on a playlist and we'll go through all of them. It's like
lots of 60s and 70s that are one-hit wonders, and they're amazing songs that made them number one charts, but that's it.
Yeah. A lot of times it's just the artist is good enough to put together this song, but not good enough to put together an album.
No.
So like the album itself doesn't hold up, but then the specific song does. That's
sometimes and you just get it right, and then after that you just die.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So on that bombshell,
Yes.
we leave you all now to contemplate the rest of your lives. And also, 2 weeks out from the Spooktacular at the end of the month. And the best part about that is not only is it a Spooktacular, look at Eric. He's already in costume.
Mhm.
As soon as we finish that, we will be in the month of November, which means we will be less than a week away from Expo.
Yes.
It approaches.
Change my mind. I'm not going.
Oh yeah. Sure.
All right. We'll tell Marcel that you're trying to duck him. Then he's going to find you in the streets. He's going to get you. You'll be at Stop and Shop. You'll think you're safe.
Nope.
And he got tipped
stop.
off. He got tipped off by Ken. Ken will say,
Mhm.
Eric's here. It all comes together.
Mhm.
Golden Gang had some amazing songs. Life in Northern Town. Look at you guys. The music one, Bobby. Music, movies, TV shows.
Always.
We do love our
Yeah.
pop culture. We love our pop culture.
We always got to cover
discussions.
that. Yeah.
Yep. That's it. Longest running episodic, whatever it is. We'll finish up on that. Thank you, Name, and the pals. Appreciate you.
The one thing we
Uh,
didn't cover is Labubu, which was really good.
Damn, I was so close. Well, maybe this will be in the After Hours Patreon. Eric will stay here for another 6 hours and cover Labubu extensively. He's got
Yeah.
charts.
I'm going to
Charts.
bed. I'm going to bed.
So on that bombshell,
Mhm.
Bobby Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge, Eric in the Cave of Crap. Back with the podcast episode we're live on this week, so feel free to join us and check it out. Hopefully, cross our fingers. Hopefully, the Blue Jays are able to hold on. Brad will be in
I hope
attendance, so hopefully that brings him enough luck to get him past Game 6. Good luck to Brad and the PSA Canada folks with the opening of the new office. That's going to be a big venture for them, so good luck to them on the opening day.
That'll be
That'll
good.
be interesting. I'll keep tabs and I'll check in with them and see how they're doing. Hopefully, in the next week or two, we'll be able to get some updates from them. And then immediately they'll turn around. Expo time, they'll have to build the village, so that's coming. That is
Yeah.
approaching. So all these things are
Mhm.
going one after another. A lot of busy stuff. Waxbox Club for updated shows. Love it. All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take it easy.